that jokingly because so many of our original claimants have passed away. So moi mai rā koutou. As a claimant, you get kind of like your whānau and hapu don't know what you're up to because it's often quite complex stuff, and it's usually quite grief-stricken stuff that you're dealing with. You know, all the loss, who did what, it's very technical, and whānau can't really be bothered, quite frankly, with a lot of that detail. And because I think the claims and hearings processes needed to be, to date, lawyer-led, there's a lot of legal speak. And so one of the messages that I wanted to bring today as we head into the next phase of our settlement conversations as the reports come through, is how do we, as people that are working, more of a question for us, how do we, as people that have been working in this space for nearly half our lives now, start to bring our whānau, and when I say whānau, I really mean whānau, I mean our brothers and our sisters. I have brothers and sisters that know some stuff, but they're not really interested. So on that level, our brothers, our sisters, our first cousins, our aunties and uncles, how do we make it interesting enough so that they don't feel like they're getting roped into something that's going to end up like what happened in Tūhoronuku in the evolved mandate process, where the claims all got roped into that, and nobody wants anything to do with them anymore because it's so awful. But actually, some of the things that we're doing in our hapu collective in Te Ahuahu is taking a step back and realising that the process for hearings has been beautiful, but it's been very limited. Only some people have been involved, and a whole other 90% of our iwi and hapu membership have been left out of those kōrero, so they've been left behind. And now that we're heading into conversations about what do we want back, how do we want it back, how do we make it work for us, most of our people are going, what are you even talking about? What did you even lose? What does that even mean? I got to go to work. We got more important things to do. So we have to be mindful that those few of us that are working in this space know a lot, and we're very passionate about it, but for reasons outside of our control, and this is where we've got a choice to make going forward, how do we bring our whānau with us, give them an experience of who they are through all the information that's been collected? I don't think we're missing anything. I think there's no whakapapa missing. I think that all the stories have been recorded. I think that there are people that are still storytellers amongst us that can do that. So as we go into the next phase of figuring out what does the settlement of our historical claims look like, we need to be mindful of those 90%, 90+% of our whānau that are not in this conversation. And so I encourage that as we go through the stage 1 and stage 2 reports, which are massive documents. I've inherited, as our kaumātua have died, their garage fulls of CFRT reports. So we know that big fat reports don't do anything for our people other than fill up their storage and now fill up mine because their kids can't bring themselves to throw them away. Of course they can't, but they also can't bring themselves to sit down and read them either. So I think that's my message for today as we head into the next part of our journey towards the settlement of our historical mamae. How do we bring our people with us in a positive way that that works for all of us and gives us a sense of what our tino rangatiratanga might feel like on that journey, rather than just fitting into what other people have done or fitting into what's put before us. Nō reira, e mihi ana kia koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
E rangatira no ngā puhi, he tangata toa, te mana nui o te iwi Māori, kia hiwara hone heke, hone heke, hone heke. Kia ora tātou, ko Lee Harris tōku ingoa, ko te uri māhoi rawa ko ngai tūpoto tōku hapu, no ngāpu, no hokianga au. Kia ora. I just wanted to, just following on Henerangi's kōrero, I just wanted to ask a quick pātai. Who here is familiar with te paparahi o te raki? Can I get a show of hands? Anyone here know what I'm talking about when I say te paparahi o te raki? All right, a couple more hands than the last question. Ka pai. Kia ora tātou. Just a quick heads up, te paparahi o te raki is the Waitangi Tribunal process here in the north. It's the Northern District of Inquiry. And that was, we were a group of, an informal grouping of hapu whānau who were organising on behalf of all our claimants in the taitokero. So we were just having a kōrero earlier. Everyone's quite familiar at this stage with our stage 1 report, which the tribunal had agreed that Ngāpuhi did not cede sovereignty. Now, that report is 10 years old this year, and unfortunately, while it brings a lot of good points, it doesn't really help us unpack that. So where to from there? This is a conversation that we all need to be having. We just recently received the part 1 of the stage 2 report, and I understand that covered the years from 1840 to 1900. So we're looking forward to breaking that down. So our group in future will be breaking that down for our rōpū so we get a better understanding of what's going on. But look, I moved home at the right time, just at about 2008, 2009, and just got on the kaupapa as it kicked off. So I was very privileged to work alongside the likes of Rudy Taylor, Patu Hoiapa, Bruce Gregory Ma. Oh, there's so many to name. And it's been an honour to work alongside of our rangatira and learn from them. I always say I'm just a small cog in the big wheel. We all do our things across the rohe and do our best to bring the group together as best we could. So yeah, we have seven tai whenua, as Claire alluded to, so I'm going to leave my kōrero there and pass mine on to Hene Moa from Whangaroa. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora tātou. Shucks, I better not just check that video. Ko ngā maunga e kite atu ki te wahapu o Whangaroa ko au. Ko ngā awa e rere atu nei I te wahapu o Whangaroa ko au. Ko ngā hapu e noho ana I te whenua o Whangaroa ko au. Ko hana mō paurua tōku ingoa. He noho ana hau ki matangi rau engari ko Whangaroa hau. Excuse me for, I might apologise, should I say anything now before I say it? That's offended anybody, but... Te koteitanga for me was a whole process that we as Whangaroa, as claimants, have been a part of. There was no other space for us to sit and sit as Ngāpuhi, so coming out of Whangaroa as a claimant, my father was a claimant and he was a claimant for our hapu. He's since passed and me and my cousins have taken that on board, and it's been a process that we've never understood, a part of a system that we would never understand. But to be amongst people who are able to navigate their way through it helps us at home. So these are ways for me to interact with this process without having to go and be an academic, go and learn it somewhere else, but to learn amongst my own people in my own home. Whangaroa is made up of a collective that sit underneath the Whangaroa papahapu, I guess. Not all claimants are part of the papahapu, but we are, and our mahi was to help our claimants collaborate information, understand what it is they do, what it is that was needed, kind of mahi tahi, bring them together. So this process did help us during the hearings process. It helped us probably capture a story before it was forever lost. I didn't understand fully the grievances that our people had. Someone growing up at home, I thought we all lived in a beautiful place, and I didn't know that not everyone has whenua. Not all our people have a home to go home to. So this being part of this process has helped me understand somebody who's grown up at home and lived amongst their people but never really been anywhere else. I got to understand what's happening to us as a country and see things that not everyone gets to see. One day I hope that all our people do understand that or read something that is this process, because our people we've lost a lot of people The kaumātua and queers that I grew up with watching, I watched them slip away and leave us, and am guided, that they're the only guidance that I have. Yeah, there's nowhere else that I could find the guidance that that's needed to get us through this process, I guess. What else? But there's been some awesome stuff too. I get to meet our whānau from Hokianga, our whānau from Whangarei, Waimate Taiamai, Mangakahia, and Mahurangi. Sitting as one with them, I felt like I was sitting in Ngāpuhi. I felt like I was a part of Ngāpuhi. Other than that, I just sit in Whangaru. But in these spaces, we get to go bigger. What else? Bringing our people together is a key. I see so many people, but not everyone is on the same page, I guess. I don't want to get... the process for me is something that is a big mess, by the way. I might just be... It's, our people will never understand it. They'll never get it. It wasn't designed for us. Yeah, so inviting my cousins to try and understand that when they just want to go fishing, diving, grow kai, go pick trees, plant trees. At the moment, I'm looking at ways to build, I think they call it hapu capability, where should we get our whenua, when we get our whenua back, and our ngahere and our moanas, that our people understand the value of it, and the protocols and principles that we have are ours. They're not someone else's. They're not someone else's, they're designed by us, developed by us, and walking it out by us. But if we don't understand what's happening, then our people won't know what to do. Is that right? So working in the ngahere trying to protect our kauri trees, I look at us like we're all vectors, meaning that we can all make things happen, and it's the things that we do and what it is we're looking for. So becoming a vector means that each and every one of us play a part in correcting wrongs, I guess. Okay, I'm getting... so from the mountains to the sea is... From the mountains to the sea, that's where I want to be. And understanding what's needed to take care of it, I guess. So growing gardeners and gardens in our moana, like those are divers and marakais that are in our moana, just like on the land. So if our people could learn to understand the basic principles, maybe all that other stuff will go away. The struggles that society bring, I guess, and other outside influences. So if we look at our whenua, that could help us grow the things that we fight for. Okay, that's me. Kia ora.
Ka tuahau he mihi poto ki a koutou. Mai whangarei, te rohi o whangarei, mihi ana. Mihi ki te mahi roa o te kotahitanga o ngā hapu o Ngāpuhi. He mahi kaha, whai kaha mō ngā hapu o Ngāpuhi. Mihi ana ki a koutou katoa. Toi tū te forum tent. Wow, this is outstanding to be here today. Te rā tuatahi, this is just the first day of the forum tent, and wow, I look forward to the next few. Mihi ana kia koutou katoa, ko ahau, he uri o whangarei, he uri o te whānau kake, he kaimahi mō ngā tini hapu o te rohi o whangarei, that corner of the whare tapu o Ngāpuhi, and we mahi on, we mahi absolutely in the claims, shoulder to shoulder through te kotahitanga and the many claimants over 14, 15 years of hearings to present our evidence to the Waitangi Tribunal. Stage 1 and Stage 2. It was a big mahi. Huge amount of hours put in. Oh my gosh. And so kua hau he eti o tērā mahi roa, have absolutely had my education there as a hapu member to contribute to that mahi and continue. But we've got a lot to do, so just mahi to everyone who's doing that mahi for their hapu, for their marae, for their whānau, whenua Māori, all of that. It's a big job. Te kotahitanga is one pathway to stand together and progress and coordinate that work together. And in Whangarei, our region that participated in the hearings was the Whangarei Tai Whenua. At the end of the hearings, we kind of morphed into ngā hapu o Whangarei. Ultimately, it's a forum, it's a gathering space where our hapu, in their independent capacities, can come together and consider those shared issues of importance. And there are many. And so that's us, ngā hapu o Whangarei. So I've just come to relay a few kōrero, a few messages from there. I did have a script, actually, because we do have a Whangarei position statement, but my little baby, my pōtiki, has taken off with that. And so I'm going to wing it. So aroha mai to my whanaunga o Whangarei who do gather and pay close attention to the words that we share with the world about that journey. I te tuatahi, the work that we do as ngā hapu o Whangarei must be as a placeholder, really, and not undermine the independent yet interdependent hapu of Whangarei. So what I say after this is absolutely teina to the kupu kōrero of our hapu in their own capacities. Yeah, that's really important. And that's our journey as we revive our hapu, restore and whakamana our hapu. So that's the underlying disclaimer of everything we do in our collective capacity. But with that, it's been a long journey and there's been a few iterations of this statement, position statement that we've shared. Perhaps 15, 20 large rohe waiahui have affirmed this statement over the years since about 2018, where we've got together, and it's along the lines of that to affirm our stage 1 findings, that the hapu of Ngāpuhi did not cede their sovereignty. And any agreement about the way forward must not undermine that sovereignty. Ooh, thank you. And that it is priority for a pathway for constitutional transformation to be identified. He whakapūtanga te matua of our mahi. And so it is essential that before entering into any agreements, especially with the Crown, and especially in treaty settlements, these things must not commit to full and final settlement of those historical breaches until that pathway to affirm he whakapūtanga me te tiriti and that constitutional transformation which is required to achieve that is underway. And there is commitment to that. And so that's a position. But that's Whangarei aren't the only one saying that. That's our Ngāpuhi unity of purpose that came out through 5 large hui as well, is a unity of purpose that the hapu of Ngāpuhi have not ceded their sovereignty to the Crown and will not. And going forward, there's agreed to will and commitment to continue to do that work in a coordinated fashion across ngā hapu o Ngāpuhi. That's our collective mahi. And so from our perspective and those who gather as ngā hapu o whāngarei, that's our ongoing commitment to being part of te kotahitanga o ngā hapu o ngā puhi, is the protection of that journey, and our mokopuna who will continue that journey for us. A quick pānui though, you know, that's a long job, so, you know, we're all pitching in and putting our shoulder to this, but on the 12th of February we have the Mecca hearings starting in Whangarei, for Whangarei Te Terenga Parawa. This is the Marine and Coastal Areas Act that will seek to establish customary marine title for the takutai. And so for all those who walked the foreshore and seabed land march, this is where it's all headed, whānau. And so for us in Whangarei, that is a very big focal point right now. And, you know, look forward to sharing that ongoing journey with those who will be coming up next across Tai Tokerau, in Te Kotahitanga Hui and otherwise, other spaces. So just really wanted to pānui that, and for those who have an interest in that area, and Whangarei in particular, it's all kicking off on the 12th of February at the Māori Land Court in Whangarei. No mai hara mai. I te mutunga, mihi ana kia koutou, ki ngā kaumātua, ngā kuia, ngā pau tuara o ngā hapu, me ngā tikanga o ngā hapu o ngā puhi. Mihi ana kia koutou, toi tū te forum tent. Kia ora.
Kia ora anō whānau. I just wanted to get up and just inform everyone. We operate in very different rohe, so to give a collective statement is not that easy. So just so you know that while some rohe have a whakaro of how they do things over there, doesn't necessarily fit others in other rohe, and that's rangatiratanga, and that's how we roll. But I just wanted to get up and kōrero, because this word that has been hurting my hokianga ears anyway, settlement. Settlement. Yeah, it leaves a very distasteful taste in most people's mouths. We like to call it redress, but at the end of the day, it's still the same thing. So I just wanted to get up and kōrero that in our informal grouping of hapu whanaunga, you know, we come to bring our ideas into the fore, and so, you know, feel free to come and tautoko. We're open to anyone and everyone. We are the claimant space that have been handling the claims, but in terms of settlement whānau, as we all know, treaties were made to be honoured. They weren't made to be settled. So I just wanted to get up and put that down before I hand the mic on. Kia ora tātou.
I primarily work in the whangaroa rohe. There is so much that you all have to do. You should never leave it for anybody else to do the mahi. It actually needs all of us, every one of you, because it is all of you that's going to make the process work. And it's really that important. But clearly so far, one of the key priorities for our people, and certainly whangaroa, is whenua. And that's kei te pai. But we know the difficulties we have in our own space. How we get jammed up with what is mana whenua and what is a colonial system. You have to sort that out now. You have to start to have that kōrero in your whānau, because some of the claims that have been lodged from the whānau space, you will have to talk to your hapu. You have to talk. It is so critical in that process. The word settlement, it is used for the simple reason, and it's been repeated many times. It is under the 1863 Act. when someone has done wrong and paid you crumbs, and you agree to it and sign to it, done deal. No time to moan and groan. And so the language we use going forward is why we have suggested that we utilize the word reparation, because it is not attached to any historical law. So we have to create the language that is appropriate for Ngāpuhi. Even if it's only their language, you have to think about all of those things. You also have to do some homework, not only in Ngāpuhi, not only in Ngāpuhi, is you have to study some of the historical cases that have occurred. I just want to tell you a little story. I was at the muri whenua process when the report was being handed out to them, when their report was coming out at Kaitaia. And I said to a kaumata sitting right next to me, well, muri whenua was over. It must come to us in Ngāpuhi. And without much thinking, this kaumata said, ka hore, that's not the case. And he said, that wairua will go around the motu in Aotearoa, and then it will come back to Ngāpuhi. Now, nobody knows why he said it, but he did. But God bless him, he's now resting in peace. It's come right back to us right now. We have to get it right. E kia na wara kōrero, e te kore he tika te mahi, mai te waka hoki mai ki Ngāpuhi, ngaro wiwi, ngaro wawa. So when it comes back to Ngāpuhi, we don't get the pieces right, or we don't put all the puzzles together, we will lose it entirely. That is how critical it is for us to do our homework and to continue to talk to each other. And that's what is really critical at this very, very point. You all know that the government wants to bowl us through the hole as quickly as possible. And that's fine to have that kōrero. But be ever so aware what they're saying and what you want in your own rehe, because what affects your rehe will affect all of us, doesn't matter where we are. And that's so important. And so what are the critical things that we have to do? Those who are leading the way need to go back and talk to the people. Talk to the people about what is it that they want out of their claims. That is the starting point. Because many of our people have lodged claims but really can't put it into any particular space because they overlap one another in the whānau space, in the hapu space. And when you come to this particular time, that's when it will get really, really messy. Don't leave it to the few. You all have to participate. You all have to talk about it in your marae, in your whānau. That's how critical it is in terms of working through the whenua. Be ever so aware as well that you have lodged a claim because you fundamentally believe it was the best thing that you were doing for your people. You fundamentally believe that. But in the space of the crown, 50% of the whenua is gone. 50% of Aotearoa is gone. So now, what? Yeah. Yeah, I kept an eye on the hour time as well. Yeah. And so, that is, I'll leave you in that space about the amount of work you're doing. No fuzzy kōrero here will help you. It's what you've got to do for yourself. At home, at your marae, amongst your hapu, and the benefits will reap what you do. Some homework. That is so critical because You do not want to be asking whoever's doing the corridor for your reason if you haven't done your homework yourself. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Tēnā tātou katoa.
Have you? Kia ora. We started late. That wasn't our fault. I just want to thank everyone for listening, and I just want to say succession is important. Don't let the aunties and some of the grumpy uncles cut down our young people, because it's a real thing, and it's a hard space to be in. Not everyone in the Hokainga wants to be in it. We've got to have our cooks. We've got to have all the other parts that operate our communities. So when you see somebody showing an interest, don't worry about how old they are. Just whāngai them, feed them. That's how we participate. And don't listen to anybody saying, we sold our land. The mechanism of selling or buying was just a mechanism of stealing. So don't get hung up on that. As has been said, some of our whole areas are totally landless. I think that's really the only thing, because there's a lot of pressure coming from the side there. And I know our wahine want to stand up here next. So nō reira, just want to say one more thing. Hokianga, our kaumātua from Ngāti Kiore bought the kaupapa of treason. And it's really something to consider and think about. It's not a joke, but it's not our law either. So we've got to work around that. So that's all. I just say that. So ngā mihi kia koutou. Oh, I'm going to sing something.
No. You can see us all up here. There's not really any time for any questions or engagement. So come and approach us and have a yarn.
We're just going to close with the waiata. Kia ora. Ko te triti, o Waitangi, te triti o Aotearoa, heki te akirunga, mō tuha ke ranga, tiratanga tuku iho, ko te triti, o Waitangi, kia kaha kia mau. Kia ora tātou.
Paki mai mo te kotahitanga o ngā hapu o ngā.
Rāna mai hoki mai ki tēnei o ngā pāpāhotanga atu I te whare wānanga, te forum tent. I konei te whare waka o Waitangi, kua hau tēnei kua ni mākiha e mihi kaua tuana kia koutou katoa.
Tēnā koe taku whanaunga, kua hau hoki tēnei ko rupene piha, e mihi kau atu ana kia koutou ko hono mai, ki tēnei pāhotanga a tātou te reo te taitoke rau, me mihi aku hoki a hau, ki aku rangatira o te reo irirangi o Wātea e hono mai ana hoki tēnei wahi. A tātou, te wānanga, te whare wānanga, a koe a te ingoa ko tapa ina e maua ko ane ki tēnei wāhi forum tent, e whare wānanga tēnei, e tū ai ngā kaupapa huhua, e timata I nānahi, tainoa mai ki te rangi nei, ka haere tonu a te ata a popo, a te rangi a popo, tainoa atu ki te rangi matua, te tuaono e tai mai a tahi rā.
Koe ara e hoa mā, ko te rōpū, te kotahitanga o ngā hapu o ngā puhi. He waka whakakotahi I ngā mana ko he kaupapa horapa I te rangatiratanga o ngā hapu. Me mihi ka tika ki ngā kai kōrero katoa. Me te mea nei he wahine te katoa, o kotahi nahe te tāne I roto I tēnā o ngā rōpū. Tētahi o ngā tino kōrero I puta mai, te kautau, te tawhito, o te ripoata, o te paparahi o te raki. Kei roto tātou I tōna tau te kau. Me te mea nei, katahi anō ka whakahoki mai, mea mai a Claire Wilmington, katahi anō ka hoki mai ngā hua, ngā tirohanga, ngā findings o te paparahi o te raki stage 1. Aha koa e nau roa te wā, katahi anō ka whakahoki mai ko ngā whakakitenga o roto I tawa ripoata, kua hoki mai ki ngā kai kreme, ki ngā uri. Me te mea nei, Te roa hoki o te wā, e tatari ana ngā whānau mō ngā hua, o roto i te ripoata o te paparahi o te raki, stage 1.
Kamutu he hua i mohi o ketea.
Ai.
Ne.
Oh, yes.
He ha i roa ai, au a hoki, engari. Koe a te tahi pea. O ngā āhuatanga o e nā mahi. Rā te tribunara o Waitangi. Ka hoki mai ki tō tātou kaupapa wānanga, whare wānanga i tēnei wā, ngā kaupapa o te rangi. Ka haere tonu nei, te taumata whatukura te ahi nei. Ko pene tau i tēnā, ko Rāni Rakaio, Kingi Sarauga, Tuma Mau Harawira, Julian Wilcox. Haurua mai te tahi karaka i tēnei wā tonu. Te wāhanga te kawau koroki, ko ngā he pānara wahine tēnei, ka mutu ki ana i ngā māreikura, te āhua nei, te nuinga no te taitokerau, Francis Galton tērā, Ngāti Rua Mahue, ko Hinerangi Himiona, Dallas King, Knight Manuel, Reina Tuai Pini, Oriol Ruka, Rose Harris, Ngai Tupoto, me tō tātou whae, Maria Mino Kapakingi, kia hoki atu tātou ki te atamere ai tēnei wa e kōrero ana, te me mararangi ngā kakariki, ko Huhana Linden, tēnā tātou.
Nā ngā tūpuna, kore rawa ngā hapu o ngā puhi, e tuku i te mana rangatiratanga, ki te kāwanatanga, ki te krauna. Nō reire mihi nui ana kia koutou. Nei rā ngā kauau koroki, ngā aunties. Nei rā mātou. Nō reira, me huri ahau ki te mihi, ki waku tuakana, waku whaia, kua whakarauika mai i tēnei wā, ki te kōrero, ki tēnei mea, te rangatiratanga, he whakapūtanga, me te triti. Kua hau anake, he kai whiriwhiri kōrero, he kai āwhina i a rātou. Nō reira, iti rahi mai, ngā i rāmutu o te whānau manihira, mihi ana. Great to see you again. Oh yes, kia ora. And all the cousins that are here. Me huri au ki roto i te reo Pākehā kia whai wāhi koutou katoa ki roto i enei kōrero. Nau mai haere mai, we are Kauau Koroki. My name is Huhana Linden, no te tai tokirau hau. I'm the facilitator of our awesome panel. We've got so much talent. Homai te paki paki. And I'm going to speak briefly as an uri of Ngāti Kauau, whangaroa, to our ingoa Kauau Koroki. So I'll give a little bit of a shout out to whangaroa. Engari tēnei manu te koroki. You know, our Kauau is a beautiful black shag. Yeah, Pākehā, kupu Pākehā. And I mihi to the whakapapa that we have on the stage from Ngāti Kauau. Shout out to whangaroa, te tauai whenua, kia ora, mātangi rau ki tai. And the kauau is a beautiful slick bird. And it's numerous. You see it everywhere across New Zealand. It's common. And yet the kauau bird is significant in terms of our whakapapa, as a kaitiaki, and across the motu. I think about even inland, from my father's people, Te Orewai, Te Hapu, Ngāti Ene Tiwi, and Pipiwai. We have a place called Tauranga Kauau, the place that the kauau would gather. The kauau is rongo nui. And our aunties, ene wahine rangatira, come to koroki. They come to tell you a few straight facts. I share it like that because they're not going to mess around. They want to share ki kōrero around the mahi that they do and the diverse mahi. We have great expertise within our panel. And their concerns around the way with which te tiriti o Waitangi, he whakapūtanga, is being undermined. But also as we journey and we travel together as a nation, let's reach out and let's think to 2040. 200 years to the signing of te tiriti o Waitangi. What is our future? What do we want for our future? So I'm going to hand the microphone over to our kai kōrero. They will speak to their kaupapa and introduce themselves and the mahi that they do. Now, our first kai kōrero is Hinerangi Himiona, auntie by whakapapa, auntie. And she's going to talk about our taonga, because she's a kaitiaki taonga. And what does that mean? And we all love taonga,
We love to look at them. We might have a few. But also, how do we care for them? And then some of those important taonga that belong to our nation, in fact, he whakapūtanga me te tiriti, why isn't it back here? Why is it in Wellington? So these are the whakarā pōpoto kōrero for Auntie, and she's going to kōrero now. Homai te pakipaki, hene rangi hamiona.
Kia ora anō tātou. The only good thing about being on a back-to-back panel is you don't need to introduce yourself again. But it's my honour to sit with these wahine today and speak on this panel. Nō reira, e mihi ana kia koutou katoa. I can see all the beautiful young women out there. I saw them all coming in. Our baby is 23, and I know some of her cousins and friends were coming today to listen to us. And e mihi ana kia koutou, e hine mā. When we thought about coming together to do this panel, we had a little, and I mean a little, like about 3 or 4 texts to each other, conversations about who are we talking to today? Who do we want to reach? And for me, I wanted to talk to everybody that bothered to turn up. Of course, thank you for being here and giving your time to us. But particularly for me, which is why I acknowledge particularly the young women out there that have come to listen to us, hopefully be inspired, hopefully learn something, and hopefully come and talk to us in the days to come, days and months and years to come. Nō reira, e mihi ana kia koutou. As I've mentioned, no te ahuahu, wainui ahau, and I suppose I'd like to start with he whakaputanga and te tiriti. Whakapapa's always been something that I'm very fortunate, I didn't think that I was, but very fortunate to have in our whānau on my father's side and my mother's side. I wouldn't say that we're particularly whakapapa people with really heaps of special stuff at all, but I do realise that some people don't have whakapapa books or even know whakapapa in their whānau. So I'm very fortunate that I and my whānau have been the particularly interested one, even though my father used to say to me when I was a teenager, oh, you know, girls aren't meant to do that stuff. You know, your brothers should do that. Well, my brother's a bit koretake about that. They're good divers and they're good workers, but they weren't at all interested in this stuff, and they were a bit, and I think still are quite overwhelmed by all this mahi, taumata mahi and stuff like that. So yeah, they're more outside guys. And so in my interest in whakapapa, I'll stick I suppose with the he whakaputanga and te tiriti, in learning about those kawinata, how important they are to us, I wondered, what's my relationship to them? Do I have tūpuna that signed them? And I certainly do, like all of us do, if we look hard enough. Te kōpiri on he whakaputanga was our tūpuna that I usually name and whakapapa too, because it's a really important line for te ahuahu that comes down through kaitara into te kōpiri. Te kōpiri was a brother to te wera hauraki, to Tukarawa. Tukarawa's son was Ruhe. Ruhe is my tūpuna who signed, well, there's some relations in here, our tūpuna who signed te tiriti. Also Rewa. Rewa was one of our tūpuna that we whakapapa too, and I'd also like to make mention of our tūpuna, Te Rangi Tōpeora from Ngāti Toa Rangatira, who is our tūpuna because of a hononga and a story between Ngāti Toa and Ngāpuhi. So that little journey of whakapapa has placed me in an interesting and unique position as an archivist. As I said in my previous kōrero, I trained as an archivist not long after I left school. I was doing a degree in Māori law and philosophy at Te Wānanga o Raukawa, much to my whānau's horror at the time, because I wasn't going to a proper university. Te Wānanga o Raukawa was still only setting up then, and my mother said, oh, they probably haven't even got computers yet. And actually they did have a couple, but not many at the time. And so I pursued a career in cultural heritage management. And that meant working in libraries, museums and archives for the past 30 years. And I'd like to give a shout out to any of my friends and colleagues here. Chanel Clark, who's the curator here at the museums. We're all at that stage of our lives now where we're kind of the bosses of these places. And give a shout out to all of mai reanga and those ones that keep asking us, how do we get a job like you? Well, here's my little spiel as to how you get a job like me. You stay curious, you stay confident that you can do a good job, and you don't listen too hard to people to say that you can't do it because you're a girl or you're a woman. And this isn't a talk about anti-men and women, you know, stuff like that. But I really did think in myself, because of my lovely dad, and he didn't know better at the time, and since we've done this research, we find that many of our wahine were kaitiaki of whakapapa, of kōrero tuku iho, of taonga, and I'm sure that all of us on the stage here find ourselves in those roles on our own marae as kaikaranga, looking after the photos, the kākahu, and doing all those kinds of things on a regular basis. So the first thing is find yourself a job with one of us at the next, particularly hui mate. Because it's in those spaces that, and in those times, that our whānau are most in need of aroha and care and service. And that's, you know, in the Pākehā world, being a curator or a librarian or an archivist is very technical and it's very interesting and I love it. But in the Māori world, the other side of that is really caring for sacrificing yourself, your time, and giving complete love and service to the people that need it at the time. And at hui mate, unveiling things where people's emotions are most open and vulnerable are the times where you can test whether you actually have the stickability to be a kaitiaki of people and the things and the symbols around them that help them to understand who they are, why we do the things, the tikanga we do, how to do it, and how those things can help remind them to stay strong. So I suppose that's my overall kōrero about how to get into this mahi. The other, I suppose the technical side of it is do an undergrad degree. Not that I finished mine. But do an undergrad degree at least, and do pursue some postgrad study in history or something like that, because it gives you a good discipline for the colleagues that you'll have to work with nationally and internationally. Because if you get good at this stuff, you're wanted and you're needed internationally by our other Indigenous people around the world. All of us that are in our roles now, are in our 50s now, are getting invited to speak, to give perspectives, to tell other, you know, to share information about how things in our marae communities, right up into our institutions where we're still battling for budget to get things home, to get things cared for, to get things interpreted correctly, to have translators to do signage, wall text and all that, you know, the Te Papa story. Excellent. Excellent. Mihana kia rātou. I was in Wellington at work that day when the activists went in there and defaced that panel there, and it was no surprise to me because Uncle, what's his name from Ngāti Wai? Hori Palata, earlier in the year came and sat by me at a dinner and he said, you know what, do you work here? And I said, oh no, I don't work at Te Papa, I work down the road. And he said, well, you better tell those fellas to get that bloody thing down or I'm going to come here with a hammer and smash it up. Oh, he didn't have to, somebody else dealt to it for him. But you know, if we don't have people like us in those places to put the lens on those things, and these are the things that should happen, they should be corrected. So yeah, that's another important part of this mahi. I suppose just to wrap up my little kōrero, I resigned from my job as a manager at Archives New Zealand back in just after the hikoi. I was never intending to stay in Wellington a long time, it's just not my gig. I needed to be home. And since then, I've been contracted in to do some really amazing jobs, and one of them has been to build the He Tohu exhibition, which contains He Whakaputanga, Te Tiriti o Waitangi and the Women's Suffrage Petition. Well, since that opened in 2017, the numbers of young people through there has been incredible, absolutely incredible. 600,000 have gone through compared to 600 a year previously. So that's wonderful, but te whakahokinga mai o ngā taonga, ngā kawinata erua is a conversation that's on the table at the moment. I've been invited back to Wellington to help facilitate those conversations. Why should they come back to Te Taitokerau? What will happen with the other sheets of Te Tiriti that were signed in other regions? Will they go back to those hapu or those iwi and those signatories? This is a conversation that's open at the moment. It's hugely, hugely exciting because they should be back here anyway. But in the world, the transfer of something like a Declaration of Independence to the shared ownership, whatever you want to call it, is a huge thing in the archives world. I won't get into the details of what that means, but it's a real symbol of sharing power if Wellington can allow those kawenata to come home to our kaitiakitanga. So I encourage people to talk about that, come and ask me about it. I'm going to be ramping up the opportunity for hapu and whānau to have these conversations. Nō reira, ka nui tēnei māku mō tēnei wā, tēnā koutou katoa.
E mihi ana ki te ahuahu maunga. E tiro ana inaia nei ki te moana o Whangaroa, ki whakarara, ki taratara. And our Auntie Frances, if you have been to the Waitangi Tribunal hearings Te Paparahi o Te Raki, you would have seen a group of aunties who sat at the back of every tribunal hearing and stitched praikete. Praikete crew, the gang. And praikete whero is our kaupapa and weaving the art of resistance from Auntie Frances. So mihi te Ngāti Rua Mahoe, ōna kārangaranga maha katoa, homai te pakipake.
Ki te prai, ki te whero, nā hue te kawana, kuariro te whenua, e te retro te moana hei. Ara ko te prai ki te whero tērā. Tēnā mihi mai ki tēnei wahine, ko Matero, Francis Golden tōku ingoa, e mihi atu ana ki a koutou katoa. Tēnei rā hire ki te tū ki mui a koutou, ki te whakamōhio atu ki a koutou. I nei praikete. Ahu mai nei praikete ihea. Nā reira koe nei haui tēnei rā e tuana. O tira mihi aki ana ki aku pakeke, ki aku kaumātua, i aku kuia, i aku mokopuna, e noho mai ki waingani i a mātou i tēnei ata, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Nā mihi anono ki tēnei, ki nā prai ki te whero e noho nei, ki muri nei i au, mihi atu ana ki nā wāhine, mahi ana au i te pō, au i te pō. Nā reire, tēnā tātou. Look, I just thought I would take you on a little journey because the prai ki te whero came out of it actually came, we started to think about it during the Waitangi Tribunal hearings in Whangaroa. And I see my cousin here, Kura Te Waru Rewiri, is here. And I looked at her and I thought, that was us when we had that wānanga about what should we show while our people are talking, presenting what's going on in our lives or what's gone on in our lives over many years. And she said, let's do some blankets. And we said, let's do that. And so that was in 2014. So these praikete have been growing and we've got about a mass of about 50 running around the country. So, and if you see the praikete whero, this is where it came from. This is the first time the praikete whero, and I'm going to ask my moko, Maya's grandmother, other granny, to stand, and she's going to show you the very first praikete that came out. And that very first praikete that came out was stitched in Whangaroa and Waitangi. And on there you'll see, and I'm going to ask Maria Meno to hold this one. This one here, it's on the date. I think I've given her the right one. It says 1823. In 1823 in Kaiō, those of you who've been through Kaiō, you'll see, drive through the township. And of course, I think we've got 2 churches on that little 1 mile spread. And in 1823, that's when Marsden came in and he got some land and he paid. And on that, there's one of those, can't get up and down these stairs that great these days. This one here, you'll see, this is the Turner. And this piece of first 50 acres went in Whangaroa in 1823 for 3 cloaks and 2 red blankets and 15 axes. I thought to myself, wow. So that's the first that went. That was in 1823. And I'm going to give this one here to you to hold. This one here in What I'm trying to say is that anything around us tells a story. Tell a story, learn to tell a story. I'm an educator by trade, so my whole thing's about influencing the thinking patterns of our people. So here in 1835, time 1835 hit Whangaroa, there were a few blankets that had been exchanged for whenua, and there were thousands of acres of land before the signing of He Wakaputanga. And that's kept us down. We're in, Anaru, I think you might have said it before me, we're a landless people. We own 5% of our whenua. So that's up to 270,000 acres, not ours. So that was in 1835. Then the next key kind of date, you can pick any dates. The next key kind of date is in 1840. In 1840, every signatory to the Treaty of Waitangi got 2 blankets and some tobacco. Wow, tobacco. So you can see the demise of our people. We'll give them some blankets, keep them warm, and give them some tobacco. And here we are in 2024. It's cheaper to get tobacco. I wonder why. That's 1840. Just an interesting point, in 1940, 100 years later, there were some red blankets displayed here on these grounds. And those red blankets were to do with the surplus lands. It was a demonstration, so our people, and it's mainly the wahine, over time, have looked for ways of showing we don't agree with this. We protest what's going on in our mokopunas and my life as a wahine. So these red blankets tell an incredible story. And then, where am I now? I am in, you better, yes, 2017. In 2017, when the Waitangi Tribunal stopped, that was their final, the final hearing. And so the whangaroa wahine got together and we stitched the tribunal. And we also gave to the Crown lawyer and the Crown co-matua, and his sister's here today, Phoebe Davis, who is also a stitcher and patcher, a comrade. We gave them some red blankets. And we said, tēnā, riro whenua atu, hoki whenua mai. And that was, and actually, that was all about, while they're writing their great big huge fat report that they took our kōrero, I hope they remember while our blankets are on their laps, I hope they remember to give our whenua back. And so you can imagine the joy in our hearts when we saw the recommendations, which was the recommendation of the tribunal was to give our land back. Any land that was held in kawanatanga hands, give it back. So we think, oh, I think we did that. And then the last one is 2023. In December of the 9th, 2023, the tribunal came back to Ngāpuhi. And the tribunal came back and it put this big report down and it said, hey, here it is. So that was also an auspicious occasion. That's a date that's kind of etched in my mind, and now it's patched onto a piece of old red blanket. So the older it is, the richer it is, because it carries all of that with it, even if it's paru. Even if it's paru. I have a very racist blanket at home, and it's very paru, but they're all direct quotes. Don Brash has got a quote on there. Actually, Taika Waititi has too, because he said New Zealanders are racist as fuck. And it was written down there, and so I thought, I like that, so I'm putting that on there. So, but that's what I'm saying, you know, the humble blanket, the needle and thread, one stitch at a time, we'll get it there. But we really need, my thing is that we have to, as a grandmother, and I'm waiting to go to Auckland very soon, as a grandmother, I'm saying to us all, stand up, stand for something, teach your mokopuna. And so with that, last night, my mokopuna, where's Amaya? She's got a bag full of, we've got about 10 of these little things to, I feel like having a party to give away. We've got about 10 of those to give away, and then we've got a packet, Rose is handing, if you want to stitch up take on the idea of stitching, because it's not just the stitching, even just that. And there's a few of those sitting in Parliament now. They've been given out. But there are some of these. Come and see us. We're sitting down there, and just take one of these and get a needle and thread and start stitching, because it's the kōrero that comes with it that counts. So it's, it's the art of resistance. The word art has got so many meanings. So take whatever meaning you need to take from it. But let's mobilise our people, so that we don't have to put up with the shit that's been put on us right at this point in time. Let's make it work. Ngā mihi nui kia koutou.
Homo e te pakipaki. Auntie Frances, ki roto i te whare. Weaving the stories of loss and grievance, landlessness and whangaroa, ngā hapu o ngā puhi e mihi nui ana ki a koe. And I remember sitting at the back of the Copthorne Waitaha room, stitching a little kara, and at the Tūhoronuku urgency. And it's the kōrero when you're sitting with everyone. That's the gold. We're going to turn our attention to Maunga Taniwha. We're fortunate to have a couple of sisters on stage, and one of them's a doctor and one of them's a lawyer. So we're going to go to Hawara and talk, how do we help our hapu to thrive? How do we exercise our rangatiratanga in the health system, supporting our tai tamariki, our hapu mama, and looking at how we can prevent those poor health statistics that we're impacted on. So I'm going to invite up Auntie, I think you're Auntie by whakapapa too, Rose Harris. Ho mai te pakipaki. Tēnei rata o tātou.
Ngā mihi nui kia koutou katoa. I'm really, thank you, Huhana, I'm really in awe just being up here and just being able to sit with these amazing wahine. We've been able to have kōrero every Thursday evening, and I'm just immersed in this beautiful kōrero that happens weekly for us. And the fact that I work in health, that's really been my health for the last couple of months. Ko Waio, ko Rose Harris tuku ingoa, ko te taha o tōku pāpa, ko Maunga Taniwha te maunga, ko tāpapa te awa, ko hokianga te moana, ko te taha o tōku māma, ko ngai tūpoto te hapu. My name is Dr. Rose Harris, and I work as a doctor down in Whangarei Hospital, as well as in ED in Kaitaia Hospital. And what I've noticed, yes, I will get to that subject, Huhana, but what I have noticed in my field is the blatant racism and prejudice against our whānau. I got into medicine because my mother had breast cancer, and I worked through that journey with her, with my 3 older sisters. And it wasn't a nice journey because of the racism implemented within the system, within our hospitals that are harmful for our people. I saw the subjected racist comments daily. And so I wanted to learn more. I wanted to come into medicine to learn, to understand, and to stand in a place where our whānau need me to stand. So basically, health, gosh, what's going on in this government right now is the disestablishment of the Māori Health Authority. And for the whānau who don't understand that, it's basically authority that's been implemented in our government. It's like a little body within the beehive that ensures inequities are in place, because we have the highest mortality rates. We are dying younger. Our moko are taking their lives, and because we are consistently put in these places by this government. And what this government, we need to stand up against them for any disestablishment in anything Māori, because they are going against our treaty. They are going against our authority of our mana motuhake. I'm very passionate with our wahine health. I think there's so much we can do in our hapu, in our whānau, at our marae with our wahine health. There's not all is lost, but there's so much that we can be doing as whānau to whakamana our young wahine and to ensure that they have beautiful lives moving forward. I'm really big in obstetrics and gynecology and ensuring our young wahine have contraception and understand their bodies, their whare tangata. Yes, this is a tapu space. Yes, people do not like to talk about it, but it is so important. It is why all of us are here today. It's why we're alive, because of this fact. And so those are other spaces that I'm really interested in. But just going back to the inequities and the policies that are changing in front of our eyes, that this coalition government are wanting to change. The fact is they are wanting to disestablish this Māori Health Authority because it works so well. It works well for our people. It was a good 5-6 years that they spent a lot of time thinking and planning, and it's only a baby in its little form. It's only been out there for 2 years, and they want to pull it apart right now. And apparently the national government want to put something else in place, like put health out into the regions. Now, what does that look like? What is that? And those are the questions that I'm really interested in. And it just doesn't even make sense. You don't have to be a doctor or a rocket scientist to understand some of these concepts. You just have to use your common sense. When you are working, when an entity, a Māori entity, are working on something that clearly has good outcomes and clearly is working for our whānau, and this government want to take it down, you've got to think something's up here. Why are they doing this? So that's a really important space. I was down in Tūranga Waiwai, and the kingitanga kind of floated a thought down there about a hospital for Māori. And I thought, now this is something interesting. This could work. This actually could work. Now, not to put against the fact that preventative medicine is just as important, because we don't want our whānau to be in hospital, right? We would love to implement all the primary care that we can with our wahine Māori, with our tāne, to keep them out of hospital. However, having a Māori hospital, this is inspiring. Can you imagine Māori nurses, Māori doctors, Māori surgeons, people who truly understand who we are, working with our people? I think that's a beautiful idea, and I'm really supportive of that idea. There's so much in this space that I'd love to talk on and on all day, but I mean, come and grab me. I'll be under the tree there, probably eating. And come and talk to me about more things and anything wahine Māori. I mean, anything you want to talk about your body, come and talk to me, and I'll help you out over the next few days. Ngā mihi.
O mai te pakipaki mō Dr. Rose Harris. We're going to pass the microphone over from the taina to the tuakana, and this is Reina Tuaipini. I have to say, Reina, you've got a diverse portfolio. While you might be a lawyer, you do a whole heap of other things. She was coordinating the hikoi yesterday, and I feel sorry for your husband. He looks a bit sunburnt. But, mihi to our team on the ground, because we need movers and shakers, the mobilisers who do the mahi. And Auntie Reina was doing that yesterday for the hikoi, and mihi to you. Your kōrero is going to weave around Hokianga Harbour. Hokianga whakapau karakia, and I think of our environment, I think of housing, I think about the hauora and the impacts on our people. So Reina's going to share story, pūrākau, and talk about well-being generally. Homai te pakipaki mō Reina Tuaipini.
Tēnā koutou ngā rauranga tirama. And kia ora mihi atu ki ngā kai kōrero that's gone before, and to my little sister. We used to have a song down in the valley called, that all the nannies would sing while they were partying, and it was, little sister, won't you please, please, please. I don't know if you remember that. I might be showing my age. But that was when, down the valley, that's in Te Huahua Valley, and I'm going to talk about that today. I am carrying with me, so first, before I go to Te Huahua and our mahi yesterday, I'm going to talk. I was thinking of writing a poem, and then I've looked back on old poems that I've written in my life, and I think, oh, that's kind of depressing. So I thought, well, I'll just write a little something. And this little something goes like this. Hatred and racism directed to us, the scorn. I can't speak. I hold Ipere's hand. She says, let's sing. We see you now. And though you are emboldened by the kuare people who think they run the country, just know you are here for a minute and we are here forever. And I don't care if I get classed as an angry wahine, because I am angry. And angry wahine move mountains. Ka whawhai tonu mātou. So I want to talk about Te Huahua, and we started yesterday, and it wasn't leading; it was supporting. And when we're poised and people are striking us, we go back to our own whakaaro, our own history, our own tūpuna kōrero, and in the hokianga. In the 70s, they composed a beautiful, beautiful kōrero that went all around the hokianga. So when the upe came through from Panguru, it had to start at Panguru. It has no other place to start. So it came through from Panguru. We were waiting there at Te Huahua. Now Hua is our tūpuna a rangatira who signed Te Tiriti, and he's there at Te Huahua. And what I'm talking about is reclaiming our spaces and reclaiming our places. Now, the places that I'm talking about, there's people that come to the kohu, they don't know these places, but we know every inch of this whenua, every single little nook and every single little cranny, we know. And there's about reclaiming our names, our tūpuna stories and our spaces. So that was part of our journey yesterday. So we stood at Te Huahua, and from there, we hikoed down to Motukraka. At Motukraka, which is the marae there, nā haitu poto Motukaraka, ko te whare nui ko nā huia, ko te teko ihu karaiti e rio hokianga. That's part of the kōrero that was composed in the 70s. So we went to Motukraka, we had a bit of a little break there. So we moved on to a place called the Dairy Factory. It's places that we claimed back under our treaty claims. Under our treaty claims, we got that we had to trade our wahi tapu, our tapu spaces. We can't build on it as a wahi tapu. You know, it was part of our claim. So and we've got plans for that. Then we moved to another place, and the place what people often see is the barge. And the barge you look up, that's our pā site. And our marae has got a caveat on it, you know, because, hello, it's a pā site. We don't care if it's private ownership, you know, public ownership. It's not just the return of crown lands, it's important private lands that are important to us. So we went there, past the pā site, and then we went on, and then Ihutai met us on their rohe boundary. And then Ihutai was standing there, just a small upe woman. And then we went there on the Ihutai boundary, then to Taute Ihi Ihi. Now, Taute Ihi Ihi, just by its name, that has been a special place in days gone by where we'd pull everyone together. And there's a big crowd there. From Taute Ihi Ihi, we went to Pikiparia. We marched right through Kohu. Didn't need to stop because our sacred spaces are actually on either side of Kohu. So we went to Pikiparia, and we picked up Auntie Penny, and she came for a little hiko with us. And it was all about respectful interactions along the way. And then so we went on from there to Omakura, and that was where Saul Chapman was there, waiting for us with his kōrero about the whenua there and about how our tūpuna had to slide down on the road to protect that wāhi tapu that is in private hands at the moment, that they're going for a high court case at the moment, but he's planted a mara, and he fed us on from the mara. He fed us watermelon and he farmed rock melon. You know, no sweat, eh? Feed a whole ope. And then from there, we went to the landing. They called it the landing because that's where Waka landed. We know our places. We're here. Don't forget we're here. Then we went to Mangamoka. And then I hold in my hand this Maori rock that the people of Mangamoka, they hikoid from Maungatanewa to Mangamoka, from Mangapoka to Okaiho before we got there, so we're freed up to they've done the hikoi. So they've done that. So this is about, and when I talked to my cousin last night, and yes, she was a little bit, we're having a bit of a wind down, but I said, and she told me that they'd gone up to Maungatanewa and they'd let off the poo in a 21-gun salute. They'd done that prior to the hikoi. And I said, what did you say about that, cousin? And she's like, that's because, let you know, we are aware. We know what you're doing. So all these people in all these places, they can't be here today. They can't come to Waitangi and do these things. We all play our part. And then they can't do these things, but they are aware. We are here. We will rise up. We are on the move. And that's just the corridor. And I know that, and then it was hard to pass the whānau. They're still walking through. It was so hard, but I understand that this is an important and a privileged position to be in here as well. So kia ora to that. So when we're thinking reclaiming our spaces, that beautiful hikoi was part of that. But also I want to talk about another part. So my Uncle Paul, he's put in the governance structures and got funding so that we could have wānanga about our spaces and our places. All these spaces that we forget about. And so it's about two things. Actually, it's about several things. We've kind of got to be ambidextrous, and don't be afraid of good governance structures, because you can get a long way through those structures. Don't be afraid of non-government structures, because you can get a long way through that too. We all play our part. So yeah, so I'm just talking through that. I don't know if I've got any more minutes left, but that was a big corridor. I'm thinking about the claims also. We have been advocating through Crown Court systems since before I was alive, since the Native Land Court. You've got, recently, Te Paparahi o Taraki, when people have been doing it for 10 years. And then you've got, recently in the Hokianga, with our mates, with our whanaunga on the other side, beautiful whanaunga, we joined together and we met the commissioner there. And we met the commissioner because our people on our side had a cultural impact assessment, but they didn't quite understand what that meant. They thought it was an engagement. So when I read in the corridor that they had a cultural impact assessment that our people used, that they used, their lawyers used that to say that engaged, that was kino to me, So I just, we help in every little way we can. And my key message about karanga hokianga hoki te ki te kāinga, our whanaungatanga is our gold. We need to just keep doing that, and come home. Don't be afraid if someone tells you to get off your high horse. Don't be afraid if someone tells you you're doing too much. We need everybody. So if there's a young girl, a young tāne, anybody, every single person has a role. And our job as Māori is here to whakamana each other, to make sure our relationships are tight, to rekindle our whanaungatanga with each other like we did yesterday, like we're doing now, and then we will succeed. Nā reira, i ngā raurangatirama, ngā wahingima, Tēnā koutou, kia ora mai no tātou katoa.
Kia ora, humaits Pakipaki. Is she going to sing a waiata? Okay, hit me.
Ko ngā wakae nei I hoia mai rā, ki te nuku o te whenua I Hawaii ki Pamama, haka whiti mai rā, te moana nui a ki wā ki a te aroa, hiki nuku hiki rangi, ka eke ki runga tai nui te aroa, toko wari taki timua o te amata tua, kurau pōrai tanga toki mata whaoru. Ko ahau tēnei e tu atu nei, he tanga tuku I hono ngā tipuna, he uri no ngā waka I hoia mai waho. I hoia mai waho, I waho te moana, hoiara e hine, hoiara e tama, hoia, hoiara.
Kia ora. Me te mihi ki tēnei mokopuna o te aho matua. Kia ora. There's a theme. Sorry, I need to give a preface to my kōrero. It's a disclaimer. I me wahine, they're all mobilisers. They're all kai kōkiri. So every time I want to introduce, I want to say, this auntie is doing this, and this auntie's the doer of that. And the next one is the boss of TBC, Tai Tokerau Border Control. This auntie is the one who was organising the logistics for our marae opening at Mātangiro. This auntie is always worried about the health and well-being of our taiao. So, kore muti ngā mihi ki taku tuakana nairi, homai te Pakipaki, mō whangaroa anō.
Ai, kia ora mai tātou katoa. Te mea tuatahi e mihi ana ki ngā whānau e hiko I runga I te huarahiri nai nei. E timata hau I te ata nei ki whangaro, ki te hikoi, mō tātou iwi, ki te tautoko, toitu te tiriti, toitu he whakaputanga, kōtahitanga. Ko ai au, ko nais menio au, e uri au no whangaro, he mokopuna au no o tupe. Tupe wrote he whakaputanga alongside our other tupuna o whangaroa and of Ngāpuhi. It took him 18 years to do so. So everything I do now that I think about it is quite logistical because they were smart. They were so smart. And then I have people like Ruben and Hone who just like make me think even more. And then they're like, go do the job. So I'm like, go do the job. So I just want to have a bit of a kōrero about resilience. So we're always in a reactive space. So I want to talk about being resilient, and that means us being proactive, not reactive. So at the moment we can see the damages of climate change, and we're always having to pick up the pieces. There's even Māori, the response to COVID, te aka whaiora being disestablished, the politicians running us over every single day. It's really, really hard work as a ahika to always keep our people thinking in a proactive space. So I'm going to start in the space of food resilience. So our kai. So our taiao is a big part of that. And as Huhana said, you know, I love our taiao. I'm the current chair of Te Runanga Papaata Whai o Te Tai Tokerau. I love our ukaipo. Everything about our whenua is our kai. It is our pātaka. I see our whānau out there, our tāne out there, pushing those waka out. You know, we get in the boat every day, do the same thing, go down, set the net, catch some mullet, and lately, there's been none. So, you know, having those tohu, those whakaaro in my mind all the time as to how we can be better and do better, and that's why I get involved in so many different kaupapa across the board. I don't just do one thing. I really can't turn my back on something. It keeps me up at night and I won't sleep. And I don't sleep that much, but it's okay, because somebody told me, do it while you're young, while you've got the gas in the tank. So yeah, around our kai and being resilient in the way of Marakai, But not only that, is our kaimwana, protecting our kaimwana, our pātaka kai. So we're all coastal people in Whangaroa. Our pipi beds are dying. You know, our ika are disappearing. Our kina are barren, so they're skinny. Our koura are disappearing. We're having to keep lowering the tax rates, the commercial rates, and all of that kind of stuff in Tangaroa. So for me, I'm thinking on a preventative measure. You know, how do we do better at this? How do we get better at this? He rahui. Rahui has always been a tool that our tupuna have gifted to us to conserve. And I think we need to really, really think about how we utilise rahui. Rahui o te whenua, rahui o te moana, rahui. And as you know, Pango has no scallops left, no tipper left. We used to be able to get 90 in 1 square metre. Now you'll be lucky to find 1 or 2. So, and they're disappearing at a rate that is just crazy. So I'm thinking along the lines, rahui, mātaitai, I mean, up at Maitai Bay, you know, they have done a great thing with their rahui. Their kaimoana is coming back. So whānau, what I'm saying is exercise the tools that our tupuna left us, he taonga tuku iho, and they did it for a reason. That's why it's there. So yes, we may not be able to fish or get our raku kaimoana there at the moment, but our tamariki and our mokopuna will be. It took 15 years from the time that I left it to the time of coming back to it again for it to be depleted. And it was really sad, so that's what really, really got me focused on Taiao. Our food is everything to us. It is us. We're too dependent on supermarkets that pump their kai with so many things that are bad for our tinana. And we need to return back to the ways of our tupuna, but it will look after it. It will look after us if we look after it. The other thing I wanted to talk about was around climate change. So the last cyclone we had, me and my whanaunga, our beautiful wahine of TBC that are out there in our tāne, no whangaroa, they're so hearty, man, so hearty. Cyclone. We're down at Matauri Bay, and there was a wave coming over the top of our uncle's whare. And I thought to myself, you know, our people are so, I don't know, they'll never leave their whenua, and that's a given, that's because all our whenua's been stolen. I get it. But at a time like that, we need to start really thinking about how we are going to do things better. And it's been a pleasure for me to work alongside Oriel and her team at NRC, Jane Francis, multiple wahine across the country. And I do say it's wahine. I don't see any other tāne in there. And these wahine, I mean, Jane, she was in Treasury. She has got a mind like I have never seen before, but it's just amazing. Auntie Shirley and Brown. And they wrote this resilience plan that just makes absolutely sense. But right down to those whānau down the dusty roads that get left behind, that don't even be thought of. And then we get a phone call, hey, Nise, we got no road. And I'm like, eh? And they're like, we got no road, we can't get in and we can't get out. And it just gets us thinking. So I get to sit in a collective with wahine and design this and then share it with the rest of our people. What does resilience look like for us in these hard spaces, especially around te taiao and climate change, when half of our coast is actually eroding at an extremely massive rate? And it looks like this. It's simple as sitting in your room. So for me, when I sat at this table with these extremely amazing wahine, I sat there and they're like, how do you see things, Nise? And I said, for me, when I think about resilience with a logistical mind, I want the message of whatever the message is, as simple as it can be, to be able to put a magnet on the fridge and say, whose number am I going to call? What do I have? And are we ready? Simple as it gets. There's only 3 steps you need. Who am I going to call? What do we have? And are we ready? And as a whānau living on coastal line, and we're used to the water being this high or this low or no water at all, you know, these are the things that we need to discuss at the kitchen table when we are with our whānau. Have we got enough water? Do we have enough kai if we are blocked out? We need to have those conversations. And who can we ring if we are in trouble? How can we ring them if there's no phone? You know, so keeping the lines of communication open are so, so important, but don't depend solely on modern technology. E kōrero a kanohi. Have your plan in place, whānau. Have your plan in place. The last thing is political resilience. So, political resilience is us no longer depending on this government, the Crown, and taking back what is ours, because that's our tino rangatiratanga. Toitu te tiriti, mobilise Eru. If Eru is here or Hemi is here, mobilise in 72 hours across a country. Across a country, it just swarmed the nation. And it was such a beautiful thing to see. It's up to us to actually turn around and say, enough is enough. But we've got to stand up and do it. And I know our whānau hate voting. You know, first time I ever voted was like 2 years ago. That's because I had no faith in anything that happened, because we're a minority. So for me, how do we become politically resilient? There's a step to take back, you know, to take back what is ours, what is rightfully ours. And as we can see, we've got a government trying to tutu te tiriti. I sat in the iwi chairs, looked at him and just really, really wanted to pick up a chair and throw it at his head. And that's the honest truth. The more I sat there, the more I was like, oh my gosh, this is so painful. Shoot me now. Because that's how it feels in that space. So why the hell would we want to be in that space? I believe that we build our leaders of tomorrow, which we are doing now, which we are seeing rise up, and there's some magnificent ones coming through, and we keep the fight handy, because they're going to be here for the next 3 years. So we need a multi-pronged approach to become politically resilient, and it's only together, ko tahitanga, that we can do this. I don't care who you are, tangata tiriti, tangata whenua, e tangata katoa. Tū mai, whawhai tonu mātou, ko ahau ngā rangatira, ko koutou ngā rangatira moa pōpō mō rangatira inoa nei. Nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa.
Kia ora, homai te pakipaki. And mic isn't working, but that's all right. Mihi to you, Auntie, and thinking about planned retreat. We have both coastal and inland whānau that have been impacted and still are impacted since Cyclone Gabriel. Whānau still can't drink fresh water. Roads are still broken, and we have infrastructure issues. But also, thank you for raising, let's make this government a one-term government. I'll say aye. And NICE is voting, yes. And there are many of our whānau that it's disillusioned. And yes, the commitment on Monday, the 5th of February, is the government pōwhiri at 11 a.m. up the top. So I just wanted to raise that with you. If you wanted to attend, let's go large. But also acknowledging the hikoi, e whakaeke mai ana. The hikoi will come through over here to Te Waitangi and then come up around 10 a.m. You'll see them, hear them, smell them, feel it. Join the hikoi, kia ora tātou, and whakaeke onto the whare runanga. We're going to head to another auntie of mine, actually by whakapapa, talking about wahine narratives, wahine resiliency, he ahi ki roto I taku puku. And the exciting thing is the mana wahine that's coming through in the next generation. Because you're right, rangatira a popo, engari he rangatira anō I naia nei. Nō reira, homai te pakipaki mō Oriel Ruka. Kia ora.
Tēnā tātou katoa. He mihi aroha tēnei kia koutou katoa. Ko wai e tū I a koutou katoa I te taho tōku māma, ko Ngāti Manu te hapu. I te taho tōku pāpā, ko Ngāti Toki, Ngāti Horahia, Wōku Hapu, ko Ngā puhi nui tōnu ahau, nō reira tēnā tātou katoa. Kia ora. He mea tuatahi mihi anau ki ngā mana whenua o tēnei rohe. Kei rātou te ia tau, hoatu te rākau, kia hau, kia tātou katoa ki te kōrero i o tātou mana. Nō reira, nā mana wāhine o Ngāti Rāhiri, o Ngāti Kawa, tēnā tātou katoa. Kia ora. Ko Oe Ruka ahau, ko Ralph Ruka tōku hoa aroha, no tētahi poi tō hokianga. Kei konei māua ki te kōrero i a koe, i a koutou, i tā mātou huarahi, i o tātou whānau, i roto i te tikanga o te tiriti o Waitangi. Nō reira, tēnā tātou katoa. I woke up this morning. You know, the last couple of days I've been trying to put kupu down about, trying to think about how I can impress you all, how I can share my worldly knowledge, and I fell short. I woke up this morning feeling like an imposter. It's the way the taniwha from Te Ao Pākehā impacts us. And it sits on us, eh? Every morning we wake up, it sits there, heavy. And I lie there in the dark, and I think, for your mama, for your mokopuna, that's the roadmap that keeps us well to get up, claim being Māori, claim being a wahine, tuhuturu. And I grew up in Kaikohe. Yeah. My grandfather was a man from the Mangaka here. I'm not good with sewing. I can't cook to save myself, but I can hold a shovel with any man. And even though I don't have to now, I can match what I need to do when I have to do it. So I think of him too. He passed at 58, heart attack. And I was there, the guitar parties, all those things that they do, what they did to survive, the way they were treated. So, ka tū au, ka riri, ka tū au, ka riri for them. So that imposter this morning, I shook it off. I shook the cobwebs off of that spider Dame Nada spoke about to the crown when we were at the last day of the Iwi Chairs Forum. It fell on deaf ears. What we know is actually they're not smart ears either. Right? They are not smart ears. So we should give them no concession, even though it takes every day shaking off that spider, that punga were were sitting on us. Right? So when the light comes through over at Kairetu, my mama, Aira Te Ao, Pirihi Kaka, and my grandfather, Kemureti, Te Tauri, lie together in love forever. They are proud grandparents of my sons that are represented here in our whānau. So what does tiriti mean to me? Starts with our whānau first. Starts with us looking after our own and then looking for those that are struggling. But it's like anything, being a wakaama wahine for a long time. Put your life jacket on first. Sort yourself out first before you try and rescue and fix others. Okay? So that's a lesson for me. Here's what it looks like for our whānau. We started a charitable trust in 2006. Our name was given to us by Papa Winiata Morunga, Uncle Puna Mātinga, Te Puao. Choo-choo! Te puao, the center of the universe, because they understood, where it all came from us. And ever since then, among other things, we've evolved, we've coped, we've survived, and we've thrived as well. What does thriving look like? We've started businesses, we've hustled. You know, when you're pohara and you don't know how you're going to get to where you need to get to, you buy a hangi cooker. Our whānau, when we go, okay, how are we going to do this, whānau? How are we going to fundraise? We go, no one say hangis. We're just over it. But it's a lesson that we've learned, no matter how pohara, no matter how much people are suffering, you can put on a good hangi and you can make $500 just like that. Right? It's the simple things. So from there, we've gone into what I want to share, our kaupapa-driven careers. We talk about the mana of wahine. Our wahine know how to clean a toilet, right through to being the first wahine Māori to win a Te Tai Tukaro seat. You see? I want to finish on that because also this morning I said, keep it short and sweet like you, Oriel. Keep it short and sweet. And my whānau are going, please, please, do that, Mum, do that. Because there'll be much more kōrero to share. But I want to share this. Our whānau in 2019, 20, accepted the challenge that Tāriana Turia laid when she asked Maria Mino Kapa Kingi to stand for Tai Tokerau. Now, we went out to the markets, the flea markets, everything. We got a hiding because it was like, where was Pāti Māori? What happened? Hey, and we just went, well, actually, we're here for Tai Tokerau. And have we got the wahine for you? Right? And we lost. Right? We lost. But we came back fighting. Now, I want to finish on this. What does fighting look like? We had Pou in Hokianga. We had Pou in Kaipara. We had Pou across the motu, and they were wahine tūturu as well. And it was about getting our aunties and everyone to get our young people on the Māori roll and to vote. If there is ever a chance to disrupt, disenfranchise, disconnect from a coalition government, our young people have the answer. But they need us to put the petrol in the car and buy the noodles when they haven't got any kai for their whānau. That's what I'm committed to. That's what my whānau are committed to. And I know all the aunties, all the nannies will put $2 down with me to make $1 million if they have to. You see, because we have 1 million young people that could go on the party, I'm not waving the Pāti Māori flag, sorry. They could go on a literal roll and absolutely disrupt that government. And all the issues in take we talk to, we would have our own kapa kingi, you name it, the rukas, you know, nā tangata, nā young people katoa. 2040, we won't be doing porphyry for dickheads like David Seymour. Sorry, whānau. Sorry. Do you know, it's hard to sit there and be beautiful and be quiet in respect of our taumata when dickheads like that get a say. It's hard to swallow, but we do because we look to shift the landscape and we look to do it now. So that's me, no longer the imposter, ready and willing to stand. But I want to say one thing. Wahine Māori are first in so many things. We have our first in Māori Land Court judges from Tautukirau. We have our first lawyers. We have our first doctors. And they are so much smarter. That's all we need to do is get them in those roles and awhi them all the way. So in saying that, I want to be able to recognise that I am of service and a pononga for Maria Mino Kapakingi. I will die and fight for her with blood, sweat and tears because she will do the same for all our mokopuna until we are no longer needed and required on this earth. Oh. Nō reira, ko nawhi tērā kia hau, short and sweet, tēnā tātou katoa. Kia ora.
Kia ora, homai Pakipaki. And want to recognise Oriel as a heavy lifter, and I think about Cyclone Gabriel and the work that we all did to awhi our whānau. And in particular, I think about whāngarei te Rangaparawa, our urban populations, homeless, whānau who were flooded, those who were destitute. Whāngarei te Rangaparawa and Auntie Oriel and whānau were there to manaki anyone. So, you know, just paying tribute to some of the heavy lifting that our panel does on the daily. So thank you for sharing that. And you've got big shoulders and you can dig any grave alongside any man. You've got big shoulders, yo. We're going to go to Hokianga because Auntie Maria Mino is our last speaker. And knowing that we've got our Whatukura panel coming, I'm sure Julian's got it all organised. Yeah, we're going to Dallas, yeah. We're going to Dallas, we're going to Hokianga. And thinking about really he whakapūtanga me te treaty, but also the distractions, the many distractions to striving for that rangatiratanga and manamotu hake. So I'm going to pass the time over to Dallas and appreciate you coming and your expertise. There's lawyers on this panel, another lawyer, kia ora tātou. Engari he kaimahi ki roto i te hapu. Kaimahi ki roto i te hapu, he kaitiaki tai ao ano hoki. And there's heaps going on in Hokianga, and I think about our harbour, and I think about the paru that's going in there, all that tūtai. Anyhow, work in progress. Homai te Pakipaki, mo Dallas. Let me just make sure I'm not having a wardrobe malfunction. And come over here. Oh, I don't want to stand in front of... You know, hopefully I don't make this thing go off. Sorry in advance if I do. Mihi nui kia koutou. Mihi nui. A koutou, ngā kaumātua, ngā kuia, ngā tuhunga, ngā tangata tiriti, ngā tangata whenua, akuhoa, ngā kaiwhakahaere o tēnei kaupapa, mihi nui, mihi nui, mihi nui kia tātou. Ko Dallas King tōku ingoa, kai te kai kōrero o Ngāti Kaharau me Ngāti Hauhapu, i tipu ake au i roto te kurutai o Hokianga, ara hiuri tēnei no te Hokianga nui a kupe. Nō reira tēnā tātou. The instinct in me is to start by remarking how wild is the world that we're living in today. How wild is it? As we sat here, me and my friends and my whānau, I couldn't help but look out across and see so much to be pleased and inspired about. I watched as our kaihoi hauled those incredible waka taua down into the water, and at the same time and in the same space of my brain, it wasn't lost to me that all around the world we see leaders making despicable, reprehensible, dishonest decisions. Decisions that are leaving and drawing their people down a drain of destitution at a rate of immorality that we haven't really witnessed before. Why? Because it's happening massively. The repercussions of which we feel here even today. I cannot sit here and not think about Lahaina, the constructed way that those fires took so many lives. I cannot stop thinking about Congo, about our tuakana in West Papua, and of course we cannot let go of Gaza and our Palestinian whānau. And I say whānau because there's a point at which you turn around and you recognise the colonial tools that have us in the grips
of their mechanisms, and you start to see the brotherhood, the whakapapa, in a way, that exists between Indigenous nations and Indigenous peoples all around the world. And then, somewhere out there is another awesome whanaunga named Jade. Kei hea koe, Jade. Oh, there she is. Awesome. Oh, mai te paki mo Jade. Woo-hoo! She's going to bring up this paper. Another beautiful te mahure woman. Engari, I tēnei rā, ko au te kai kōrero o Ngāti Kahara o Ngāti Hau. Sorry, Mum, if you're watching, I forgot. Temporarily. Thank you, my cousin. She's amazing. Even today, we're getting this kind of rubbish. This kind of stuff. So today, even here, this kind of brazen, dishonest, disruptive stuff floats around in our world. It's not true. But most of Aotearoa, the voting ones at least, as we saw in October, think and are vulnerable to this kind of rubbish. So, what we start to see is not only is there a recognition of despotic leadership, but we start to understand what despots do. Stuff like this. Stuff like this. So, I'm going to leave that there because, yeah, hang on, should I jump on it? Bam. Bam, you're welcome. When Whai Maiamino tells you to do something, you just get on and do it. That's how we were raised in Hokianga. So I want to say this, sorry Francis. I want to say this though, it's like a symphony of distractions. That's what despots are very good at. They've got a lot of people that curate a symphony of distractions like this. These kinds of distractions are curated purposefully, delivered specifically to the audience that they need to shape the minds of in order to ensure that the mechanisms that they rely on to stay in leadership remain. When we think about Lahaina, we don't just think it was a tragic situation. No, it was a constructed system that rendered our tuakana in Hawaii unable to respond. Unable to respond. Resources that would have always been there because nui and a tahua ngā repo o Lahaina. But they weren't there. So it's not actually okay for us to become too enraged, despite the fact that we might have a little tap on it, by these kinds of distractions, because there's work to be done. And if somebody asked me what the work is that is to be done, kia u tō tātou kōrero tuku iho. Don't get distracted by other things. When you look for answers, when you look for direction, kia u tō tātou kōrero tuku iho. Mahia. Work at it. Tiro, ngā tohu o te taiao, ngā tohu o te rangi, ngā tohu o te moana, ngā tohu o te whenua. Ako, ngā tako o te marama. Learn those things. Because when you start to use those things to shape the paradigm of how you think, you become less and less distracted by this kind of garbage. And I tell you what else, the way you make decisions in your family become more and more and more informed by our taiao. And so instead of having things like anxiety in response to leadership, despicable leadership decisions, we do other things like we grow kai and we become less dependent on them. And when they come out with their reports that absolutely denigrate our own Indigenous views, our kōrero tuku iho-based views about our taiao, we let them go on, and then when they're finished, we're like, well, when you're finished. I want to tell you one small example. Lots of my whānau and friends work in beautiful places, and there's lots of them, but I'm just going to name smash, not drop one now, in Niwa. Sorry if you're out there, my whānau. You guys are awesome. And Niwa does amazing mahi, but you know what else it does? It enjoys a position of authority when it comes to making decisions about our taiao. And I want to say something. It really gets to me that someone that sits in Auckland makes leadership decisions over an awa in Hokianga. Someone who's never been in there. Someone who's using data and statistics from a desktop study of an awa that I live, see, breathe in every day. And there are lots of kawau in there too, just while we're at it. That is the kind of construction that allows despots to distract us from our true destination. But if we allow our reactions to them to completely guide the way we go after that future destination in 3040, 2040's there, 3040's there, those kinds of things, then we start to understand not just that we love our kōrero tuku iho, but it's very practical. It's very, very practical. We sat there one time at a hui where they told us somewhere between this 6-month scope in Hokianga, the kanae will spawn. And we were like, oh, we feel a bit bad that that's totally wrong. You feel awkward because they're saying porani stuff. And then you start another version of imposter syndrome. We're like, well, shit, we don't want to boast your bubble, but flip. Haramai te rangimari, we're sitting in there. And then eventually they say, so this was the plan we were going to put in place. And I was like, well, I hate to bust it to you, but actually it's the third warm, taiwhanake on the third moon on the third high warm tide after the Oturu moon, blah, 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 you'll find them here. It's not a maybe. It's there. Every single year accurately on that day. We know the time, the tide, the place, what they're eating, where they're leaving their heki. And no, not all kanae are ocean spawners. I'd hate to break it to you if you've been growing up in that university, eh? I hate to break it to you. Maybe our kanae and Hokianga are different. I like that idea. So that brings me to the last little bit about how do we go after that destination. Pai te rere kētanga. Pai te rere kētanga. Don't be afraid to allow the yeses and the nos and all that lies between them in the room. Because then and only then will we have robust and resilient decisions being made. But the key thing is, tūake ki tō tātou kōrero tuku iho. Tūake, tūake, tūake. Sing about it, write about it, speak about it, talk about it at the dinner table. Do all of those things. So, if you're not sort of practiced at it, I'm just going to invite you to join me in it. So, there's this song, and there's one thing that really annoys me about it. Every time we sing it, everywhere, everyone thinks of the All Blacks. And I know Julian would have you think about the Hurricanes, but we're going to go one step further with that H and go to Hokianga. No, I'm kidding. We're going to go towards the idea, what does it look like to two? Tu tira mai ngā iwi. Oh, no, start again. Tu tira mai ngā iwi. Again. No, louder. Tu tira mai ngā iwi. Tātou, tātou e. Tu tira mai ngā iwi. Tātou, tātou e. Whai a te maramatanga. Me te aroha, kia ko tāpatahi, kia ko tahira, tātou, tātou e, tātou, tātou e. Hi au e hi, ka pai, ngā mihi.
Hamai te whakiwhaki mo Auntie Dallas. Kia tū tira mai tātou katoa. And just weaving and thinking about the themes about our one-term government. Me pōti marika tātou. First of all, rehita, then pōti. Anyhow, Thank you for sharing. Thank you for particularly showing us the document that was distributed in the Northern News today from the New Zealand Research Council. It's like there's a Facebook group of kakiwheros, and like Julian Batchelor, you know, his co-governance tour, there's like a whole tira of them that seek to undermine the shared spaces and the mahi that we do. And mahi tahi is just a part of what we do. So thank you for bringing that document. I've received it from 3 or 4 different cousins saying, did you see this? It's in the news. We don't need to be educated by that because we need to move forward together as a country, and thank you for bringing tūtira mai ngā iwi. We're wrapping up now as Kauau Koroki, but we can't wrap up without providing the platform for our first Wahine Māori MP for Tai Tokerau. Kore kai he kupu tu atu I tērā ko Maria Mino Kapakegi. Homai te Pakipaki.
Tēnā tātou katoa, he rā no, he rā hau, he rā ātāhua. Ko te ātāhua, ko tāku whakaro ko tai mai koutou. Nō reira, tēnā tātou katoa. I want to have a quick shout out to Hone and Hilda and Ben and the like, because it is because of their fight and their energy. Ngā Huia is having to carry the journey on, but it's also to Ben was describing the other day when they first dared to have a forum tent at all. It probably wasn't called a forum tent, it was probably just called a tent. And they were rejected. In the number of places that they first went to, they were rejected by our own. And I don't know whether that's the happiest thing to start with, but it's the truthful thing to start with. Because often what we can do is that we don't back the horse or the whatever it is until it's just going over the line. We go, that was a great idea, Minnow. But way over here, it's like, oh, I don't know, you fellas are making too much noise. I don't know whether you fellas should. Oh, and then ko haere, ko pai te haere, and tata ki te mutunga, that was a fantastic idea. Thank you, you fellas, good on you. Thank you, because we now benefit from that idea. So I just want to remind us of our own stunning and good history, really. It's important as we reflect back and tell it in our own ears, so we remember who started all of this and what our job really is to take it forward. So tātou mā e tikana maranga mai. We can't just sing maranga mai in our waiata and then kamoi. At 11:30, maybe 11:45 last night, our mokopuna was born. I know. Just to show off there for a minute. But to prove the point that it is because of all of you amazing women sitting here, and nihi atu ki wa tātou tāne, engari ko te wahine, it is the single time in where women hold the balance of life. It is we are the only part of our species that can do that. At that time, we hold the balance of life, where either life will occur or death will occur, which makes us the portal to a future. That's wahine. He mana anō tēnā. He mana anō tēnā. And prior to that moment where life and death is the possibility, he tapu anō tēnā. But just prior to that, that mummy is holding her heartbeat and at least one other. So let that sink in. Mama, you hold the balance of life and death. The fact that it happens so often, we think, oh, it's a piece of cake, let's just do it again. But the fact is, every single time it occurs, it is a miracle. So every woman in this room, whether you have or you haven't, you are a miracle maker. You are a miracle maker. You don't have to go to any church or any religion to tell you that. I've just told you that. Let that sink in. Let it sink in. And in that space, the power that you hold within your breasts and between your legs, those are great places. They are great and powerful places. They are great and powerful. Understand that. Name that. Don't let any other human being tell you otherwise. And if they do, you send them to me. because I'm up for that conversation. But I guess what I'm wanting to discuss really is to share being first, which many of us are one way or another. Being the first for te tai tokerau is that's a powerful and great thing and a huge responsibility. But what I do not think that it is held on my own. I am not the kind of on my own gal. I know that there are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds that'll be on my back, either stroking it or poking it, one way or another. But that's us. That's us just being Māori. My dad and I used to talk about heading back to Te Kao, right? This is some years ago. And we'd go, oh, it'd be so wonderful, Dad. Wouldn't it be great if we go back to Te Kao, you know? And he turned around and he said to all of my siblings and I, you fellas are so romantic. Yeah, exactly. And I'm like, what a terrible thing to say to me. I'm trying to really get myself into this Opodi life or the whangaroa life. And he said, you're a romantic, Mino. He said, this is why I'm going to tell you this. When, he said, you know what, I like it when my driveway is there and the milk bottles are just there and all. That's when milk bottles are around, tātou mā. And he says, all I have to do, Mino, is walk out my driveway, pick up my milk bottles and bring them inside. When I was 10 and 11 years old in Te Kao, I had to whistle the horse, catch the bloody horse, saddle it, get the cream can, and then 2 hours later bring the milk home. So, but yet, I know now that my dad would be thrilled and he'd have to say, oh, Mino, you were right. Because we just built 16 homes in Te Kao. You know, and it's those types of realities which are a new reality. But they weren't a reality for my dad. But they weren't a reality. My mum started a kohanga. It was a way of liberating herself. So we are all in different places on different journeys, whether it's personal, political, or otherwise. We are all getting ourselves to that place where at some point you will be this panel and we'll be the audience. So I'm not saying that just to be cute. I'm saying it because I believe that to be true. What I did the other day was e pono ana au ki te kōrero, but it was as much a privilege as it was significant, was to take this rākau, which is a bokken, by the way. This is a bokken, right? It is a simulated sword. So I went and lived in Japan for some years to learn how to swing this thing around. And it's my friend, and it is my tokotoko. And Kipa Munro made this for me. Right? Kipa made this for me. And I took it out for a walk the other day. And then, of course, katuo irungi te marae. Now, what that does is it raises a pool of potential, and then suddenly things start to swirl, and all number of amazing things can happen. But the important thing about that moment was that there was work done to get to that point. There was work done. All of this taumata here, kōrero, it was by their hands and their effort to lay the conversation down, to be daring enough to even put it in front of our amazing people and say, maybe ko tēnei te wā. So that morning, it was neat, actually, because the morning before, we were quietened and we weren't able to take to our feet. But on the second day, you know, I bring this thing out for a walk, and at the grace and the kindness of a number on the taumata, ana ka puare. Ka mihi mai te tahi, mihi mai te kaumātu kia mātou katoa, e tātou mā, kaua koutou e oho, he kai korora no tēnei mo tēnei wā. Ana ko, and then ka tītiro mai ia, ana ko Maria Mino, and e whakai ana te katoa. So those moments don't happen out of nowhere. There is one, you toil, you do the work, you bring yourself out, you step through, and you make that result occur. And so, bueno, I wanted to share those things with you all, so you've all got a context about, from my point of view anyway, the journey in front of us. I want to wrap up really now because actually I'm more inclined to hear from you or questions from you. So I'm just going to cut my kōrero short. I am more grounded than most, which is why I am so short. And just to say to you all, and because of that, because I hear funny remarks, people say odd things, but there we go. I want to just wrap it up there now, e huana. And we're going to impress you with the waiata, so here we go.
Hara mai te puo.
Oh, okay, there we go.
Kia ora.
Oh, kore.
Ai rāna mahu ki mai, ki tēnei o ngā pāpā hotanga atu i te whare wānanga, ki konei te whare waka o Waitangi, te peo whairangi, kei konei a māua ko taku whanaunga rupene. Koia rā ko ngā kai kōrero mai i te kāwau koroki.
Ai, ka pai, ka tahi te pānara, mana wahine ki tēnā, ko ngā mana wahine o te taitoke rau i tu atu i whakaoa mai. Ngā kātou nei kōrero, hakakapi atu ki ko tātou minita o te taitoke rau, kia Maria Mino, Kapakini, ka mutu e mihi ana ki tēnā pānara, mana wahine ne, me te huhua o ngā kōrero i puta, ka mihi hoki ki a Uhana, London, te minita, te memararangi a ngā kākāriki, nana tēnā wahanga i haupu ka mutu, te hihiri, te hiko hoki o te momo o tāna hautu i tēnā wahanga.
Ai. Me te whakahono pea i ngā kai kōrero ki warātou kaupapa kōrero. Francis Galton, Hinerangi Himiona, Dallas King, Nais Manuel, Reina Tuai Pini, Orioroka, Rose Harris, me tō tātou minita, Maria Mino Kapa Kingi. Me ngā kaupapa huhua katoa o te wā.
Ka mutu, mai te tahi pānara māreikura, ka huri atu ki te tahi pānara whatukura i nane, ko te wāhanga te taumata whatukura te ingoa. Ko ngā ingoa kei te pānara nei, ko Penetaui Teskovich, ngai takoto te au pauri, Rani Era Kaio, Ngāti Kahuki Whangaroa, Ngāpuhi, Kingi Tinauga, Tumau Harawira, te tungane o taku whanaunga e noho tata nei.
Kia ora te mamau.
Ka mutu te tangata, te tangata pāpāho, Julian Wirikoke, Wilcox e mihi atu nei. Koia te pānara e haere ake nei e huama, kaua e haere tawhiti, engari ke noho tata mai, ki a mātou e tuku atu nei tēnei kaupapa ki a koutou. Atu i Waitangi, rua takau mā whā te whenua o Waitangi, kei konei mātou. No mātou te whiwhi, kia tai mai i tēnei wā. Ka mutu noku te hono renui, ki te noho tahi, ki taku whānau o Tautoko FM, taku whānau o te reo te Taitokerau. Ka mutu taku whanau ngā noho ki kia koe.
Tēnā koe, tēnā koe. Ai rei, hoa maka watu hoki tātou e wareware he maha tonu ngā kaupapa e haere ki nei. E whanga tonu ana mo ngā kai kōrero mo te pānara te taimata whatukura. Muri mai tērā hei te takiwa o te toru whākaraka pia ka huri anō tātou ki te Y262 Tiaki Taonga te rōpū whakapūmau. Ko ngā hiwi tomo ana ko Henare Kani, ko Sheridan Waitai, ko Hema Wehongi. Ara ko te taumata ringapū hoki ko Maui Solomon, Leo Watson, Ella Henry, Lanelle Hudia. Ko te kai hautu mo te raunga kaupapa o Y262 Tiaki Taonga, te rōpū whakapūmau ko Tasha Hohaia.
Ka rawe hoi nāno tēnā, he timatanga mā tātou. He maha tonu ngā kaupapa i te rangi nei, hei a pōpō noki, kapi atu a te tūrei, te rangi nui whakaharahara mā tātou i tēnei wāhi o te ao, tēnei pito o te whenua ki Waitangi nā reira. Hono tonu maira e hoama, ko rupene piha hau e mihi kau atu ana kia koutou.
Era, tēnā koe taku whanaunga, kua hau tēnei, ko te reo tēnei o anima ki ha e mihi kau atu ana kia koutou katoa, ngā hunga whakarongo. Nora hoki ngā hunga mātakitaki i tēnei wā, ia māua ko rupene e noho ana, e āta kite ana, e āta whakarite ana te papatu waiwa, te ātāmira. Kua muia katoa te whare i tēnei wā i te tangata. He mahanga momo kaupapa ka āta whira i tēnei wā tonu. Engari, me whai wā ahi ngā mihi ki ngā kai whakahaere o te kaupapa nei. Tō tāua whanaunga ngā hui a harawira. Ona kai hāpai, hine wai pumare. Ko Tasha Hohaia hoki tērā ka uru mai. Tātou katoa e noho nei, e whakarongo ana ki ngā kōrero o te wā.
Ka nā rātau tēnei kaupapa i tuku ai, ki te mutu whānui. Kua tīmata ngā kōrero ki te taumata whatukura. Kua hau tēnei mo tēnei wā, ka hoki maro i anoa hau a te ata popo. Hoi, he mahi tonu aku e haere ake nei, nā reira. Ka mihi kia koe ani, tō whai wahi mai kia hau, te whanau o te reo te Taitokerau a Tautoko FM. Kia hoki atu tātou ki te wānanga whare i nai nei, ko Rani Rakai o tēnei ngā puhi, ngā tika huku whangaroa, pautikanga i te runanga o whai ngā roa e mihi atu ana ki aia, kia tahuri atu tātou.
I kōrero a Rani era i runga anō i ngā hia i runga anō i ngā kōrero mo te akaputanga me te tiriti o Waitangi. Tātou mā. Takaputanga me te tiriti o Waitangi ko tāku kia koutou. My only advice, I guess, is to just live it. Live te akaputanga, live te wakamenenga, live te tiriti o Waitangi. It's very easy for someone as privileged a Māori as hanga elite Māori to say so. Kai ahau te reo, kai ahau he tūmahi, kai ahau he motoka, kai ahau he wāreti, kai ahau he whenua. I know it's very easy for someone in a position such as my own to be able to say, go and learn your reo, go and be radical, go and be hakaputanga, go and be tiriti o Waitangi. For someone who has got a job, who has got a house, who has got this, that and the other, ko hanga elite Māori neina. That's not always the priority for everybody. It's not always an availability to everybody to take time off work to go and learn te reo Māori, to take time off from whānau to go and join the kapahaka group, to take time away from your own responsibilities to find more responsibilities, because mea ki taku kōrero, he nui te haipapa i tēnei mea te reo Māori. I tēnei mea te noho tūpakari ki ngā kaupapa tiriti, ki ngā kaupapa hakaputanga. Hoi no ko tāku kia koutou, mena hia hiana, hara mai ki te hunga, kai a mātou e nā āhuaranga. Haere mai ki ngā hunga pēnei I waku tuakana nei. Haere mai ki wēnā wahine pērā I waku tuahine waku whāia. Tai anō ko wātana I tēnei whatarangi. Should you wish to live a life of hakaputanga, to live a life of tiriti, to live a life of reo, haere mai te noho tahi. Because I can tell you, the only way I was able to do it was to go and talk to some of those whaia, to go and talk to those matua, to go and talk to those that had that ability, to go and talk to those that were raised in those auspices, that were raised within Te Tiriti, in Whangaroa, were raised within Hakaputanga. There's only two places in Ngāpuhi, as far as you ask me, and that's Matauri and Mangataipa, and maybe Mangamuka. My relations from Mangamuka, Mangataipa and Matauri. Oh, he mana? If you want to live Hakaputanga, you go to those three places. You want to live Te Tiriti, you go to those three places. You want to live with a sense of tikanga and a sense of reo Māori, you go to places like that. Because you will only hear, you will only see, you will only feel Hakaputanga and Tiriti o Waitangi. Hoino, back to my point. Make up pahu a rāniera. I understand, all three of us, four of us, apparently Penetaui can't get in the front gate, must be on a list. So, whanaunga, if you're listening on the radio, taku aroha. I understand that the priority for a lot of whānau isn't te reo, it's bread. It's milk, it's fruit, because fruit, homa, fruit. Ai marika, pakahanga ki ngā kōrero taku whanaunga, taku klanga maha Dallas. Live whakaputanga, live tiriti o Waitangi, go put some seeds in your backyard. Live hakaputanga, live tiriti o Waitangi, go learn how to fish. Live hakaputanga, live tiriti o Waitangi, go learn how to dive. Again, it's easy for Rāniera to say because it shows up on his doorstep every other morning. Wait no, hina kōrero ina. Tū pakari, tū Māori, tū tiriti, tū manamotu hake me e nā āhuaranga katoa. Kataia, ina e he heana. Kataia, ina kei a koe e nā pūkenga. Kataia, ina kei kona ngā kaumātua ngā kuia. And when I say your kaumātua and your kuia, I don't necessarily mean those that you are genealogically linked to. There are kaumātua and there are kuia. As much as it saddens me to say there's not many, there are still a number around. And for all of my aunties and all of my uncles who don't like to be sandwiched in that particular category, sorry about it, you fellas, you're kaumātua and your kuia. Ko koutou ko mātou. Nā reira, I runga no I tēnā kia wāwahihi ana ngā kōrero. Mihi ana ki waku tuakana e noho neina. Tēnā o ngā whare mātauranga ki te tino refe, tēnei o ngā whare mātauranga ki te tā ki te ture, ki taku refe nei, nei anō ngā mihi kia tātou katoa. Me e noho Māori, me tū Māori, iara, iara, iara. Iara, 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 ao te pō te ao. Ka tai mai, ko mana mai, tēnei kāwanatanga me wā rātou hia hia. Nei ngā kōrero a ngā iwi I te huiwinga mo ngā hea mana a iwi I te rā. I nanahira. Oh, e hatara I tēnei? I nanahira I te praere. Oh, I koren, mihi ana. Tū Māori, tū Pakari, tū Rangatira. If you come for the treaty, watch out. We're now in the courts with judges and lawyers aplenty. Iwi have very, very deep pockets. And what was said to the government by the iwi chairs on Friday, if you come for it, watch out. Nā reira me tū tātau I runga no I nā āhuaranga, tū Pakari, tū Māori, mihi ana te nā koutou, mihi atu ana ki taku tuakana pene taui kua tai mai, mihi atu ana ki waku tuahine E pato ana i ngā wāia, e pato ana i ngā hakaritenga, e mihi ana kia koutou katoa, tēnā koutou, ko pāsi hohi peratu kia kingi.
Tamati, we're waiting for you.
Tēnā tātou katoa. Ko tēnei ngā kōrero pia. Haere tonu ngā kōrero, a kau he uri whakaheke no Ngāti Hau Pihi Aori Marae. E mihi ana kia koutou, ko Kingi Snauga tōku ingoa. Ko tōku mahi he roia I akarana engari. Mihi kawana ki aku tupuna, I aku tuakana ko tai mai nei. I just wanted to talk briefly about something I think that I've been thinking about lately a lot is Mātike Mai. Can you put your hand up if you've heard of Mātike Mai before? Yep, so Mātike Mai, just briefly, was a Iwi Chairs Forum directed kaupapa led by Professor Margaret Mutu and the late great Dr. Moana Jackson, where they went around the motu, spoke to over 250 different hui, over 10,000 people about what their aspirations are for the future, what their aspirations are in terms of New Zealand's constitution. And the message and report is available online. I'd really encourage you to have a read of it. But the message is consistent, that Māori want to take back authority over all things. And that is, I think, a key message for us today, that Mātike Mai remains a cornerstone, in my mind, for the pathway, for the solution to address what is ongoing colonisation. Because for me, it's about what are the solutions, how do we stop the Crown attacks, how can we protect ourselves in the future. And for me, it's about taking back the sphere of kāwanatanga, which is basically the Crown has control over everything, taking it back to our tino rangatiratanga sphere. So, for example, by 2040, my aspirations are that we have a country that doesn't have prisons. We have a country where mokopuna are not cared for by the state, by our hapu and marae. We have a future where we're not reliant on the Crown anymore to take care of any of our affairs, our health, etc., etc. And the way that we do that, in my mind, is through the lens of Mātike Mai. That's a good starting point. The second thing I just wanted to mention is treaty principles. And why is it that we have principles and not the text in New Zealand? Because I think that's a real important, I know a bit of a law geek, but being a lawyer, I often wonder, why don't we use the text more in the way that we argue cases te mea? I think that the time's right now for us to take that challenge to the courts and to, throughout the motu, to say, you can have your kōrero about the principles, kei te pai, because we actually prefer the text, the Māori text of the treaty, because that is what our tupuna signed, that is what guarantees our tino rangatiratanga in exchange for your kāwanatanga, your limited governance of your people. So yeah, that's just a couple whakaro that I had. Yeah, I won't bang on too much, I'll give it to Penetaui.
Kia ora tātou. I te mea nata wahine anō I wa wai ake te ara kia mātou me pene inoa ake te kōrero. Wai te wahine hiki te ngutu hei tāu nui te tapu o te tagata. Te ranga hua nui ke te tai rāwhiti e taka mai ana koroka mai wahine. Nānei whai te pi hau pāua ka hungunu ka hukura nui rā kai hikuroa tū purupuru rangi tuehu tua kā ko mahina rangi. Ko te wahine I popo rā ki te hinu raukama kā rero I a waikato horo paunamu kia tūrongo ko tū heitia te haere mai nei a tai hoa ake. No reira waihoma te taitama wahine tū heitia e whakatau ko noho I ho mātou hei ngāpuhi ki tēnei wānanga, ki tēnei huihuinga kia kōrero ngāpuhi kia ngāpuhi kia ora tātou. Kia whāia tunu ko te urunga o te rā ki runga hikurangi kia hine mati oro. Ko te uri te pairua poraurangi nānei a ki mai ki waho ko ngā rangi kahiwa. E ko te kangi a takirau nāna te kōrero e haratana maunga I te maunga neke he maunga tūtunu e tūtunu ana ngā pūpau o te wharetapu o ngā puhi tēnei rā. Kia whakawairu atu rā taku re ki runga o ko pūtau aki. Kei raro I hora ko te wahine nāna noa I whakatāne ia ki runga I te waka o mātātua ko muri wai rānei, ko wairaka rānei whakatāne rā ia ko te waka o mātātua e mohi ana tātou kei koe ia tātou e takoto ana. Kia whakaroko rā ko taringa ki ngā waia poutu mai rā I toro turu I a kahu. Ko hina moa kau pō I tuatuana kia tau tūkana kai, kia tūtane kai. I te tangi mai o tana ko wau, ko te arawa māngai nui, te hara mai nei, te hara mai nei, te hara mai nei. E whakaau ka puana taku rere ki runga kia tongariro kia rua pehu kia rauru ki tahi. Ko rua pūtahanga te wahine rawa ki te hāpaitai aha ko tau kākā te kawe atu ia kia whati hua I te tiorotanga o te pipi whanauroa kui, whiti ora ki te tiriti o Waitangi ko te akaputanga e. Kia whai atu au I te ara ki te tue hutanga mai o te wai ko whangaihu. Ke reira rā mere rikiriki ko te wahine tai mua I te hunga poropiti. Poropiti tia mai rā ia per hama taune I te wā ia poropiti tia mai ia mere rikiriki. Ko te tohu o tana ringa kaha, ko tahu pōtiki wiri murātana ko tōna rā I te rā wikira. Kia whai tonu atu au I te wāwai kapititanga ki te rohe o Taraika. Te wahine whai mana nā no I kiri moko I te tiriti o Waitangi, ko rangi tope ora I kau anō ki runga ki te mana nui, ara o kupe tai atu rā ki ka apiti e. Ke whai tonu atu au I te mona o rau kawakama katoa tau ki roto ki te Waipounamu. Ke tai kau atu au ki te mātenga nui o te motu ki runga ki Aorangi, e te siro whakaipu po mai ana ki tana wahine. Ara ko te wahine I ka haki aka, I te ika mau I te waka mau I ko Pautini, e pupuru mai rā ko te Pounamu, kia whakapapa Pounamu te moana ki mui a tatau. Ki hoki kōmuri ake au ki te tawiho te waka mai wei ka whakawhiti atu rā ki tangi te keo mai ana te manu e keo, e ki ana te kōrero a wahi kai pōneke rā kairaro I hoko te kāwana, ko te kāwana ka whakaeki ki runga ki a Waitangi ngā rā o te rā a pōpō. Kia huri ake au kia ngā puke hawangi ki te wairarapa ke huru mai kauata. E puta I te kōrero a kura marotini e ki ana nāna noi ki te nei mautere ka ao, ka wate, he ao te aroa. Ke tai kau wake rā hau ki te teko o te whare tū mai rā ki a kupe. Ke puta ki waho ko matu ko mākoro ko mai ko mahu kunu ku tawhiti. Nāna noi whakatere te waka o ngā toki mata whaurua ki roto ki te puna o te amarama ki te hoki anga nui a kupe. Rā kia tai ake au ki te kuini o ngā puhi kia wai mirirangi. Ke whakawhiti atu au ki raro. Ka rongo au te reo te prehetini I tuatahi o te rōpū wahina Māori toko I te ora kia whina ko te whae o te motu. Nā noi whakawhiti atu rā I te kāngatu o te whare. Nā wai no te whare whakapuare nā hoki a ngāe. Kia hoki mai au ki runga ki tāmaki makaurau e ki ana te kōrero ko mōkau ki runga ko tāmaki kiraro. Ka whakamaharatia au ko te ariki nui te atairangi kāhu nāna I aki mai ki waho ko tuheitia te haramai nei. Nāna no te karanga ki te motu ki tūranga wāwai I te rā te wikira kia ko tahitanga mai ai tātou te iwi Māori. Ko tahitanga te kōrero, koe rā te kupu mai anō I te timatanga o te hui tainoa ki tōna otinga. Ka tai ki te otinga o te hui, aha koa ko te kupu ko te kotahitanga. Ka tai ki te otinga o te hui, ka puta te karanga kia ngāpuhi māwano I tuku I te tono ki haere mai ngai iwi ki runga I ākoe. Ka tua ngāpuhi ka tahi kāha. Aha koa ko tahi te kupu ko te kotahitanga, ka tua ngāpuhi ka tahi ka tūwehe. Ka tahi a ngāpuhi ka tohe ki a iano. Ka tahi a ngāpuhi ka tau kume ki a iano. Ka tahi au ka whakaaro airai nei ka whaia ko te kotahitanga e kōrero hi ake nei. Airai nei ka noho ko te mana motuhake te tahi ki te tahi. Airai nei ka taia ko te kotahitanga me te mana motuhake I te wā kotahi. Meheme e taia ai, me aha. Ko te wainga nui rā nei te ara me whai, mehe mea ko te wainga nui te ara e whai ana I wainga, I te kotahitanga me te mana motuhake, heha te rāra. Mehe mea ko te ara e tai ai a tātou he ara hou, hei whakatatuki I te kotahitanga I te taita me te mana motuhake I te taita, heha te mahere rautaki, e whakatatuki ai a tātou, e rā mea erua, I roto I te wā kotahi. Ka tahi au ka whakamaharatia, ko te waiata a tō tātou matua pāpā a Piripi Kaup, nāna no I tito, I mua, I te tahuritanga mai o te motu whānui, ki tōna huringa tau ko tahi rau e rima te kau, I te tau tahi mano, iwa rau, iwa te kau. Ko te waiata e kienei ko ngā pua wai o ngā puhi. Nā, I ara ki a marea meno I mua tata kenei te kōrero mo ngā pua wai. Ara, maranga mai. Ko kōrero hia, a matige mai. Taku mahara, hei iwi kuare a ngā puhi. Ko wareware tia a ngā pohi, heha te tino tikanga o te waiata nei. I te mea mōku ake, ke roto I te waiata a Piripi, te mahere rautaki. E orotunu atu ai a ngā pohi hei ngā pohi, e orotunu atu ai ngā hapu o ngā pohi hei ngā pohi. E whakatatuki ai te kotahitanga me te mana motuhake e kōrero hi ake nei. Ke wete kine e tātou ko ngā rerenga te kaumārua o te waiata. Ti mataake I te whiti tuatahi. Ko te rerenga kōrero tuatahi e mea ana whakarongo mai ki te reo e tangi nei. E toru ngā pātai matua ka arake. Heha te rāreo. Nō wai te rāreo. he hate reo e tangi ana. Patai tuatahi, whakarongo mai ki te reo e tangi nei, ko te reo e kōrero hi ake ana, ko te reo e kōrero te atu ana ki a koutou ia nei. Ka aroha ki a io. Ka tai atu te Māori ki a io, ka kore mōhio ki tana reo, ka ki atu a io, hara mai ki au ki rota ki tōku whare ki a matangi reia. Ka ki atu te Māori, thank you very much. Ka whakaru au te kōrero e tahi e mea ana ka mate te takata ka haere ki a i hukaraiti ki te atu e nui i te rangi. Ka pātai atu te atu e nui i te rangi, hara mai ki tēnei whare, nau tēnei whare. Ka ki atu ki te hipi. Pā, ko te hipi ka pā atu. Ka ki atu i te kau, mū atu, ka mū atu te kau. Engari ko te ngāpui ka haere ki a io, ka ki a io, hara mai ki toku whare, ko te ngāpui ka ki atu. Thank you very much. Ko wai te reo e kōrero hi ake ana. Kamutu e tika nei nei kōrero. Ko wai te reo e kōrero hi ake ana. Mōku ake, he oranga nui kei roto i te ako a te tangata i te reo. E harei te mea, he oranga reo Māori anahe, he oranga tuakiri, he oranga tikanga, he oranga marae, he oranga hapu, he oranga iwi. Nā mōku ake ko te reo e tangi nei, ko te reo Māori. Kā rua, no wai te rā reo. Whakarongo mai ki te reo e tangi nei, no wai te rā reo. E harai au te nā reo. Ka hore, ko te reo e kōrero hi ake ana, ko te hunga i mua atu. I te kiri mokotanga o te akaputanga, me te tiriti o Waitangi te tautahi manu warurau whātekau. Nō rātau ke te rā reo, mōno kia kaheko mai te kapua o te ringa. Ka toru, he aha te reo e tangi ana. E tangi ana te reo i te kore o tātou e aro atu ki aia, ka tahi. Ka rua, e tangi ana te reo, i tēnei mata ki te hia e rātou i te wai a rātou, ka ahatia tēnei whenua whai muri i te kiri mokotanga o te tiriti o Waitangi. Rā te kōrero a mohi tā whai te tekau mā toru o ngā rao pēpuere whai muri, i te kiri mokotangi ki te māngungu ka kiake, ko mātou kupu ka te toru ki te papa o te moana. Koe rau te tikanga o ngā kōrero ai kia nei, whakarongo mai ki te reo e tangi nei, e tangi ana i te mei mata ki te hia rātou he wā tōna ka kore tātou e aroha ki tō tātou reo, o tātou tikanga, engari kei konei tātou e karanga ana he ngā puhi tātou. Ka huri ki ngā whitinga whai muri ake. Whakarongo mai ki te reo e tangi nei, e ringi hia mai ana mai aku kamo ngā roe mata e. E ringi hia mai ana mai aku kamo ngā roe mata, te ahai. Te hunga nā rātou tātou iako, te hunga nā rātou tātou i tautou, te hunga nā rātou tātou i whakangungu, ka hore i konei tēnei wā kua ngaro i te hahatanga o te whenua. Ko tā tātou mahi ai nei hea, he kimi. Kia pono taku ki atu ki a tātou, he iwi kimi a ngā puhi. He iwi kimi mo te tupono ka kite e tātou he tikanga. Ka waihanga tia he tātou he tikanga mo te tupono ka tikanga marika mai a taihoa. E hoa kua huri koaro e taihoa tātou tikanga. E harai te mea no ngā mātua tupono e taihoa tikanga e mahi ana e tātou. Mōku ake, koe rā te tikanga o te renanga kōrero e kia ana, e ringi hia mai ana mai oku kamo ngā roi matai. Ko te kōrero amuri, whiti mai te rā, ngaro ana te mamae, te tiro whakawaho, kia tamu i te rā me tōna whare mura rōri whāte ao, e ata ki te ana e tātou i aia nei. Aha koa te rā pā mamae, whiti mai te rā, ngaro ana te mamae, ngaro no te pōuri, kaua e mauriri anei ano he rā. Ko te wairua ngā kōrero e kōrero hia ana i roto i ngā rā nei, he kōrero riri. E kōrero ana tātou i runga i te riri, i runga i te nguha kia wai. Ki te korohe nei a rāwiri ki te ngā tua atu. Rāua ko te kiri topa rakitanga, tainoa ki e tahi atu. Engari, mā tērā riri kāha, ai ka takatū tātou, ai ka kōrero tia e tātou, ko te kōrero e mea nā toi tū te tiriti. Engari, ka mahua i a tātou. Ko tētahi āhuaranga e tai a tātou, i tēnei rā, i tēnei wā. He aha tērā takunetanga e kōrero hi ake ana, e hau. Ko te whakarite whakaruhi waiu i a tātou, me aha tātou, he tika te kōrero a Dallas no tata ake nei. Ka warawa tai atu ki te tau 2 manu e whātakau, ka hore engari ki te 3 manu whātakau, e hare ake nei. Ka ta huri ki te kōrero a piripi ka whai mai, maranga mai, ka hore a piripi ki ake e ara, ka hore hoki ake a piripi ki ake matika, ka hore, ko tana kōrero, maranga. He aha te tikanga. He aha te tikanga, ka me e tai, maranga i te moe, ka hore. Ka hore, maranga I te mea e takoto ana tātou pēnei me te tūroro. Engari e tae tātou te whakaraura ake I a tātou anō. Koe ai ki ai, maranga mai, e te iwi o ngā hapu o ngā puhi. Ne? Maranga I te mea e noho tūroro ana, e takoto tūroro ana tātou I ai ane. E te iwi o ngā hapu o ngā puhi, kia u, kia ma. Nā koe nei te kōrero, koe nei te tūwhiri. Ki te maranga tātou, ka tahi ka aha, kia u, kia mau, ki ngā akoranga nui. Rā ko te kōrero te awasi ki ana mo te kōrero tiku iho, ai. Engari ko ngā kōrero, heke iho, mai anō, I anuku tawhiti. I te wai mai ai, te waka ngā tuki mo te whaurua, ki kone waka tungi e ia, ko tōna ware wānanga, ko tā te punga, ka whakahare te ngā kōrero ngā mātua tūpuna, kei reira ke te oranga. Ko ngā kōrero whare wānanga, e kōrero hi ake nei. Kia u ki mau, ki ngā ako ranga nui. Koe rā te ara. Na he haka whainori mai. Takahia te ao. E harai te mea I kia ki ia takahia ngā ruri o Waima. E harai te mea ko tana kōrero takahia rā nei e koutou ko ngā uri ki Waitangi nei e kia ana I ngā motoka o tāmaki makaurau. Ka hore, he hatana kōrero takahia te ao. Ai marika. Ko konei tātou mea ngā pui kai tāmaki makaurau e noho ana e noho ki tāmaki makaurau. E mea ngā tātou ngā pui kai pōneke e noho ana e noho koutou ki tāmaki makaurau. Nā I te mea I tino pai ngā kōrero, ngā kai kōrero I mui au, here ma miniti noa ione, e tae mau ko pene tawi te whakaki I te haura kotai. I kia ke kia pui, koutou ngā mea kei waho e noho ana e noho koutou ki wahora. Ka mahu e te kōrero, ngā puhi, takahia te ao. Ko te tawira te rā ngā kai mātua pene me patu mara, I aha I puta ki te ao. E harei te mea I puta ki te ao ki te kimi I te rongoa mo te au kāinga, ka hore I puta ki te ao, ka whakarauora I te ao. E harei te mea hare ki te tiki kōrero, ka whakaoki mai ki te kāinga, whakaora ki te kāinga, ka hore. I puta atu ki te ao, ki te whakaora I te ao. Ka tahi te ao, ka te siro mai ki a tātou, anō nei, e tai a tātou ko rātou mā te ārahirahi, te aratakitaki. Kia pono tātou ki atu ki a tātou anō. E pono ana koutou e taia ngā puhi te arahi ake I e tai hau te iwi, e tino pāma mai ana I ai anei. Mehe mea e whakapono ana koutou ki tērā kōrero ka pai, harei te mea whakahea nau I tēnā whakaaro. Engari kia kāra tātou. He au te kōrero whainuri, takahia te ao kia ki te iwi, e tū tangata mai, ai rā nei hau tahitei, e tū tangata mai tātou. E harai te mea ki ake e tū atua ai tātou. E harai te mea ki ake e tū ariki ai tātou. E harai ka hinga koe ki tō wākainga. Ka hore I ki ake e tū tangata ai tātou. I mai tana mātou. E kore tae e tātou. Te tū pēnei me te ariki. Pēnei me te atua, he tāta noa. Tangata pai tū, pai hinga, tangata rā tū, rā pai, rā kino, rā aha. E rā tū hai ahua tanga katoa, ko te tangata he toi heke, he toi te pū. Tērā kōrero, tērā takahia te ao, ka ki te iwi, e tū tangata mai e tātou ngā uri o rātou, kua mene ki te pō. Tēnei, te mihi ki ngā kai āwhina e, nā koe nei te kōrero whakamutinga. Tēnei te mihi ki ngā kai āwhina. Ko wai ngā kai āwhina I a tātou, e tai ai a tātou te ara te takahi, ke whakaraora tātou, ke whakatutuki a tātou, ko te kotahitanga me te mana moutu hake, e ki ana ia. Tēnei te mihi ki ngā kai āwhina e, ki ngā whaia, ngā mātua. E harai te mea kōrero ana a tangata nei, e kōrero wānanga ke ana. Ki ngā whaia ngā mātua, a nei rā ko ngā hua e puawai ana mai. He wā ona ka whakaoro ake au ko te hua pē kōrero si ake ana e akara piripi ko te sumata kuru te tala o ngā me te kai katoa ka hore. Engari he wā ona ka pērā ngā whakaoro. I te ahuara ngā kōrero ka puta I a ngā pui e te iwa mea tata tikanga, engari mea nei a nei rā ko ngā hua e puawai ana mai. Nō reira ngā pui maranga. Ki te whakarongo rai te tūroro. E tahota nei. Maranga. E taia te whakatutuki te kotahitanga me te mana mutu hake. E harai te mea, rā te whakaputanga noi honei no te tautai manu warurau, turu te kai marima, noi honei te rā whakaputanga. Uru mua ke atu, te pūtake tanga mai o te rawaratanga e tai ai, e te tuki ai a tātou, ko te kotaitanga, me te mana motu hake, mō ngā puhi me ona hapu, e ora i tātou, i roto i te ao, e huri a mio mio nei. E whiti mai ana te rā, anei anō he rā, anei anō he wā, ko kiritia, kia ora hui hui mai rā tātou katoa.
Kia ora tātou. That's why you don't speak after Julian. I won't make that mistake again. Tēnei anō te waka māturuturu a te rangitu a tea kia papatu anuku e hora nei. Tēnei te tupu kia hau, tēnei te tupu kia rea, kia hau ki te ukaipo, te rā te kunanga mai o ngā hua o te one one, kia pihi i te ao, kia toko tonu i te pō, kia awe awe o ie. Tahi a te puehu, tahi a te pū ngā were were, e pungarehu tiana o tapu wai ki te ao tūroa. Mā he ake kia puta whakaritorito i te papa whānake nake. Kia rangona te mana hau e whiti te rā, te pāmamai e mo i te pō, ko rokia wa tea hui, me he kāhui manu ki te manga tū tapa a te rā kaunui a tāne, whakamahuru ana a rongo, whetete mai a tū, he matenga whare, kāhore he oranga kāinga. Whiria te kātua tini e tāmara mā, ke eke ki te rangi tuatahi, ke eke ki te rangi tuarua, ke eke ki te pai roa, tūturo whiti whakamaua kia tīna, haumi e hui e. Ka tiake rā tēnā tātou katoa. Tēnei anō te tuku i te mihi, i tō tātou nei rangatira o te aupauri, a muru pāinga, maranga wairua. Te rākau mātua, i para i te huarahi, ke riro mai a tātou, ngā taonga nehe, ngā taonga ngā whainga. Te whakairo, te toi, te tito, e nā huatanga katoa. Nā reira, kia ea nui, kia ea roa, o koutou mate, o tātou mate, tangi hia, ko koutou e tangi, ko tātou e tangi, ko tātou tēnei, rātou kia rātou, ko tātou kia tātou, e te iwi e tau nei, e pai nei, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Ko te reo tēnei, o te one roa tohe, o ngā pāpāringaringa o pārengarenga moana, i roto i te whare tātai, tō tātou kuini, a Waimirirangi, te kuini o te taitokerau. Nā reira, e whaapani tēnei au ka mihi ki a koe, ka kete au i a koe, ka maharake au ki taku māma, kua ngaro mo te kautau i nāne. Te ihutai tēnā koe. Ngā hapu o ngā puhi, tēnā tātou katoa, ko whakatōpū nei, i runga i te kaupapa i karangahia, kia huihui, ngātahi ai tātou i tēnei rangi. Nā reira, ngā kai whakarite, e ki ana ko Y262, ko te kaupapa whakapūmau, tēnei anō te mihi, mō ngā rawa, mō ngā hiriwa, me ngā kaura, i tae ai te whakatika, te whakatū i te tei whare, pēnei rawa, te matotoru, pēnei rawa, te ātāhua. Nā reira, ngā puhi nui tonu, a tātou e noho nei, tēnā koutou, kia ora tātou katoa. Me huri au ki te reo tāhai whenua. Look, I want to make a few introductory remarks. To start with, I don't really know what the kaupapa is other than I got a text about an hour and a half ago from Ngā Huia with a few things that I should talk about. First and foremost, the first thing I want to say is that in order for us to grasp and attain kotahitanga whakapapa is not enough. It's insufficient. Now, I also wanted to start, Auntie Pani, because I've been on Facebook for about 6 months. And it's probably been a good thing. But recently I made a foolish mistake. And I put my foot in it. And I made a comment on my Tuahine Hinewai's page. And then I had 4 of my sisters attack me, and her 4 sisters also. So I mua I te maria, Hinewai me tāpai o kukupu ki mua I te aroaro ki a koe taku ripene tā. Tēnā koe. Look, for the last hour and a half, at 11 o'clock last night, I was picking Shane's tours on the 90 Mile Beach. And we've been showing them. So I wrote some notes, and I'm not this kind of person who reads off cards or anything, but I wanted to give it my best shot. So this is what I've come with. Whakapapa isn't enough to create unity. I want to make a few remarks, and I want to elevate the level of the kōrero to a taumata that I don't ordinarily operate at. So just a bit of background about myself. The Croatian tarara, came all the way from Lini, married the Opodi princess, and consequently I stand before you. I am Opodi, and my mother is a full-blooded Ngāpuhi. Her bloodlines are in Te Ihutai, the tupuna Pari, Haka, and Wharepapa. I descend from those tupuna at the Tautihi marae. That is the marae my mother comes from. My mother's mother, she comes from Ngātirangi, and her tupuna are the ones who were at the Ohawai battle, and that's how I got the name Penetawi. I'm a councillor for the Far North District Council. For those of you who know me, thank you for voting for me. For those of you that don't recognise my name, you obviously chose not to vote for me in the last election. Look, I'm a strong advocate for my iwi, and you probably know I'm in a funny position at the moment. And so are my siblings, given the fact that our father is one of the men in the crown. But I made no mistake for that, because we don't choose our father, we don't choose our parents, whānau. Some of us are born into the spotlight, and others got to go looking. So look, one thing I accept and really treasure is diversity. I'm one of 7 kids, I'm in the middle. And I got 2 brothers and 4 sisters, and we have distinctive ahua. Some of us talk a certain way, some of us live a certain way, but we're all one whānau. When we talk about kotahitanga, I want to ensure that everybody here doesn't overlook the fact that we all have our own sovereignty and our own rangatiratanga. Kotahitanga is driven generally by an external threat. You look around the world at all the kotahitanga movements, they're driven by an external threat. I don't want to delve too much into the politics because the iwi leaders have already addressed their take. But if we want kotahitanga, we all, as Ngāpuhi, need a stake in kotahitanga. Because if you win or you lose, it motivates you. We all got our Ngāpuhi whakapapa, but we need a glue amongst us because at times we do crazy shit to each other. And in order to grasp kotahitanga, you need trust. And in order for the Ngāpuhi tribe to stand like my tuakana was saying, you need equity. So let's be really honest here. The Tūhoro Nuku movement, I'm not talking about the Manuaute of Rahiri. I'm talking about the political movement that was led by the Ngāpuhi Runanga and was killed off by many of the hapu here in Ngāpuhi. And it was killed off because some of the hapu and people in Ngāpuhi, they favoured their own hapu over the broader Ngāpuhi community. Sure, Tūhoro Nuku wasn't perfect, but neither is the ACT Party. And if we want kotahitanga, we're going to have to ensure that our own hapu blinkers don't blind us from creating something bigger than us. Because no hapu in Ngāpuhi, and I won't name them at the moment, can exclusively shoulder the burden of the Ngāpuhi tribe. That is the responsibility of the many hapu of Ngāpuhi. So, some of you may not agree with what I have to say, but I know all of you, your fellows marae. I've spoken on all of your fellows marae. I've spoken on all of the marae. So when I say this stuff, it's generally because I'm living at home and I have a fair indication of how people in the hapu are feeling. Look, for myself, I'm into building something bigger than the koutou out the back of our hapu marae. You cannot have kotahitanga because your hapu You'll never attain kotahitanga if you feel that your hapu should be at the top of the pile. That's not kotahitanga. You know, you should quote me on this. Kotahitanga is a relationship, it is not a contract. Kotahitanga is a relationship, it's not a contract. And there's a famous saying, keep friendships in good repair, which means in order to have a prosperous ngāpuhi that thrives and is strong, like the words of our matua Piripi Cope, who I made the mistake of trying to teach the song in Auckland, Auntie Mary Cope was there, and Jesus, did she have a moment. Yeah, well, mene moana go tu kia mere, kia tu pato. So, look, everybody celebrates the demise of Tūhoronuku. Well, not me, but most of you. And the other thing is, nothing's grown back to replace it. And I'll tell you this, it's very, very easy to tear something down and tear someone down. Very, very difficult to build something back up. Very, very difficult to build something back up. You know, amongst ngāpuhi, when I see some of our men or our wahine and they want to get their moko kauai or their mataora, but they perhaps weren't raised in their culture or they don't know their language, that what they want is they want validation. They seek validation. And I want to ask those of us here, when they're seeking validation, what we tell them is the only validation that you need to get the moko is your whakapapa. So when I was at the iwi chairs the other day, ka tū mai Kipper Munro, and he was extremely disappointed at the entire crowd who was at the iwi chairs. A man very humble, modest, easygoing, stood up and said, David Seymour is a Ngāti Rehia. If he is a Ngāti Rehia, then he is a Ngāpuhi, and if he's a Ngāpuhi, he's a Māori. And just because David doesn't look like us, or doesn't say the things that we like, and is pushing an agenda that causes our whānau to be incredibly fearful, that doesn't make him any less Ngāpuhi. And then I see kōrero about, no, we should strip his whakapapa from him. No, it was Mana Ipiha. And I said, I'll tell Mana to his face when I see him. You wait till I see you on the marae, Mana. That kind of talk, that's not kotahitanga. That talk is division, and that is the type of thing that will cause great confusion and a tremendous amount of raru amongst the Ngāpuhi tribe. You see, probably the guy who's done the most for the Ngāpuhi hapus is Winston Peters. And I challenge anyone here, if you know someone that's done more for the hapu of Ngāpuhi than Winston, put your hand up. Because no one else, not even Ngata, gave $100 million to the maraes and Māori, the maraes throughout all of Māoridom, gave them $100 million. Remember the free Wi-Fi? Remember the Wi-Fi to all marae, the security cameras, and they finally say, oh, we don't want these, they're watching us. They're not watching you. Tinfoil hat, they're not watching you. So if we're Ngāpuhi and we're all about kotahitanga first starts with yourself and starts with your whānau. Tinana, wairua, hinegaro. Look, in order for us to achieve kotahitanga and unity, when we live in a world of diversity, our differences must never ever be swept under the carpet, because it's our differences that make us unique. Kotahitanga isn't going down to Tūranga Wawa and having Wikatana stand up and then having Uncle Hone stand up and then having Pita Tipene stand up and then someone else stand up. That's not kotahitanga. Kotahitanga isn't having Ngāti Hine trying to have a separate settlement and then leading everyone down the garden path because they want their own settlement. That's not kotahitanga. While they manipulate all the other hapu and make them believe they've got the capacity, they've got the administrative skills, and the expertise to drive their own hapu agenda. They don't. That's not kotahitanga. And I want to tell you all, the settlement of Ngāpuhi will be settled in this government in the next 3 years. And it won't be turned into confetti. There won't be many, many different settlements of Ngāpuhi. There will be one big Ngāpuhi clan. Because unless we can find kotahitanga by ourselves, kotahitanga will be forced on us by Shane and Winston. So whether we agree with that or we don't agree with that, at the end of the day, there's a new government. And there's a new agenda, and there's a new regime, and there's a new kaupapa. And all the hugs and all the kisses and the fairy dust, that's all finished. Now we've got $100 billion of debt, and we need to get our debt ceiling right down, empower people, drive economic change, ensure that our infrastructure can keep up with the number of whānau that want to move to Te Kao. And when he says, taka hia te ao, I'm like, taka hia te kao. Like Auntie Karen knows, the cousins, get out of home. Like go for a ride to Ho or something. Jesus. Look, I don't have much more else to say other than, for me, kotahitanga can happen through seizing our opportunities, creating momentum and forging ahead. Trust and reliability is key to unity, and this takes time to build the relationships, whether it's Pākehā, it's Māori, tarara, whatever, because whakapapa is not sufficient to creating kotahitanga. And if you wonder why Ngāpuhi never ever fell under the regime of the kingitanga, tonight read about the reason why that flagpole is standing on the hill in Maiki. That flagpole is a direct opposition to the kingitanga. And the great kōrero is, when Maihi Kawiti said to waka nene and them, whakatū mai te rā pauhaki, he said, nāhau i tū pāpaku ai, mau te whakaara-ara ake. Because it was Kawiti and Heke who chopped it down first, te haratua. And his toki was te kaikora nui, but that's another story for another time. But tonight, read and find out why the Ngāpuhi chiefs put that flagpole up on that hill as a direct opposition to any other Māori movement, and said that the Ngāpuhi tribe is under nobody's authority. The Ngāpuhi tribe is a tribe of its own. Ngāpuhi kōhaurau, Ngāpuhi te aiwa, Ngāpuhi ārerorau, Ngāpuhi waiwairoa. Koe a Ngāpuhi nui tonu. Nā reira, kanui pēr wene kōrero māku. Pēne he pāte anō wā koutou, kōrero mai. 2040, let's see how the kaupapa ngāhui asked about. My biggest concern for us in 2040 is that our population will be at about 8.5 or 9 million people, because that's what the ACT Party want. Do you think that what's happening now is a massive threat? I'll tell you what's a big threat. When 9 million people are living in this country and the percentage of Māori is about as big as a grasshopper's ure, then you'll know that it's incredibly difficult to protect what is unique. A lot more difficult for us to protect what's unique about ourselves. That's why I said when we had our hui in Auckland, for those of you who love the language, want to find courage in the language and the culture, you want to treat it with a great deal of respect. Just rest assured, if you don't, no one else will. Kia ora.
Three of us, 1 hour. The Wahines, 8 of them, 1.5 hours. So, you know. But the last thing I just wanted to say is what I don't hear a lot at the moment is what tree are we planting? Because here's the raudu. When we start thinking about the tree that we want to plant together, we want it to be a kauri that bears lemons. And peaches, and everything else. And the other thing is we want it tomorrow. What we're not prepared to do is plant the tree today knowing we're never going to sit in its shade. So let's have the philosophy that they who water be watered. And let's think past the tree that we're going to plant tonight to bear fruit tomorrow. Whakatōkia te rākau kōrero I tēnei wātunu ake. And I haven't heard it. Whakatōkia te rākau kōrero I tēnei wātunu I runga no I te mahara. E kore tātou e whai wāhi atu ki te ata o tērā rākau I roto I ngā tau. Ka mate rāno. Ka whai wāhi atu a tātou mokupuna ki te ata o te rākau. So let they who water be watered. Kia ora hui hui mai rā tātou katoa.
Akatia ki koe rā tērā ko tērā o ngā taumata whatukura. Ko ngā tangata o roto, ngā kai kōrero ko Kingi Snelga, ko Julian Wilcox, ko Penitaui Kliskovic, ano hoki ko Raniera Kai o tētahi o ngā kai kōrero o mua. Nō reire, mihi kawatu ana ki ngā whatukura nei I runga I te taumata kōrero I tēnei wā, I roto I tēnei te tēneti wānanga. Me te miharo pai o ngā kōrero, especially mai te koroke rā Penitaui Kliskovic, e kōrero ana e pāna ki taua rangatira me ki he rangatira, David Seymour. Me tōna kōrero e mea na ai, he tangata porotiki ia, ano hoki he ngāpuhi ia no reira he Māori ia. Ahakoa tōna hanga, he Māori tonu. Engari, kia kaua tātou e whakawehewehe I aia I te mea mo ona ke mahi, tōna momo mahi I roto I te ao tō rangapū. Engari, ai, ka awhina tonu tātou I aia ahakoa ona ke mahi he Māori tonu, he ngāpuhi tonu nā reira. Tūkotahi wehe ka ngaro koe e tērā tētahi o ngā kōrero o mua, tawhito rawa, hei hāpai ake I a tātou anō, especially I runga I tēnei o ngā rā, tēnei rā, arahi nei I a tātou tai atu ki te rā whakanui, whakahirahira o Waitangi, hei te tūrei, hei te rātū e heke mai ana. Hoi no rā e tātou mā mehe mea, noho ana koutou I te kāinga, e whakarongo mai ana tēnā koutou, nau mai hara mai ki tēnei pāpāhotanga. Ano hoki te nui o ngā mahi ko whakaritea mai mō te rā o Waitangi I roto I ngā rā e heke mai ana, ano hoki. Nō reira e miharo pai, he karanga tēnei kia koutou kia nau mai haere mai ki tēnei o ngā rā, tēnei o ngā wāhi ki te whakanui I te rā o Waitangi. Hoi no rā I tēnei wā e whakangāhau ai te rōpū o te whānau manihera, I te hunga e mātaki mai ana I konei ki roto Waitangi. Hoi no, ka te tiro ake ki ngā mea ko whakaritea mai. Ka whakawhiti atu ki ngā tamariki nei, mau tonu mai.
toitu he wakaputanga. Te reo irirangi o tautoko e hakapāho atu ana i ngā kaupapa katoa, mā runga pokamata me te taupānga ngā whare kōrero me ngā iarere, iwa te kau mā iwa irarima, iwa te kau mā whetu irarima, tahirau mā toru irarima ngā iarere. Waitangi, 2024 mā whā, are are taringa mai, kia kotahi ai tātou.
E aku rangatira mena tahia nō koe ko hono mai ki tēnei pāpāhotanga ki roto o Waitangi, nei mai whakatau mai rā ko au tēnei te tahi o koutou nei kaikawe kōrero, ko puta mihi tōku ingoa e mihi atu nei ki a koutou hoinora. Ka te tiro ake ki te atamira i tēnei wako, eke mai wetahi atu o ngā kai kōrero, ko whakarārangi hia ki te kōrero ki te hunga, no reira e whakawhiti atu tātou.
Tēnei kaupapa e roto ngā kupu ki tō tātou mate nui te rangi. E te kāna nāna nei, te tēmatanga nāna nei, te motunga. E nā reiro ko tēnei te mihi atu kia koutou. Nā reiro ko tēnei te karakia pēne ana. Nā reiro ko i o te pūkenga, ko i o te matua, ko i o te pūtake. Ko tāne te wānanga, ko tāne te whakapiripiri, ko tāne te tuamata. Tūpai whakarongo wānanga. Ko rua te pūkenga, ko rua te mahara ki ngā mahara e nuku nei. Rau take a ki tā maua. He toko ka āpainga. Ki tō nuku, ki tō rangi, ki tō whakarere ka tau rawa e. E rongo whakairi ake ki runga. Tūturu whakamaua ki a tīna. Aumi, ui e, tāu kiri e. Kia ora mantata.
Tēnā tātou. Te runga tapu te mauri tū, te whiwhinga nuku tū, te whiwhinga rangi tū, te whiwhinga waho puriti a mai, waho tāwhi a mai, waho tēnei, te mauri ka whakapiki tēnei, te mauri ka whakakake, te mauri o tō tūpuna, te mauri kei runga, te mauri kei raro, te mauri kei roto, te mauri kei waho, te mauri ka puta ki te whai ao, ki te ao mārama, uhi, wero, tau mai te mauri, haumi e, hui e, tai. Te mihi tuatai ki tō tātou nei matu te rangi, nāna nei te timatanga, nāna nei te whakamutunga, nāna nei hoki ngā mea katoa. Ka huri aku mahara kia rātou mā, ko whitirangitia i te pō. Ia rā, ia wiki, ia mārama, ia tau. Haere, haere, hare atu rā. Ka huri aku mahara kia rātou mā, kei Palestine. Tino mamai tōku ngākau, mō ēnā tangata. Tūtonu, tūtonu, tūtonu. Rātou ki a rātou, tātou ki a tātou, tihei mauriora. E mihi kawana ki a koutou mā, ngā mana whenua o te rohi nei, te rohe tino a tāhua, ngā pui, te whare tapu o ngā pui, me ngā hapu katoa, o te tai tokerau, e mihi ana, e mihi ana, e mihi ana. E mihi ana mō koutou manakitanga, ki a mātou ngā tangata katoa, tēnei wā. Ko ai tēnei tuake nei, he uri tēnei no te tauihu o te waka Māui, no ngā iwi o Ngāti Koata, Ngāti Kuia, Ngāti Toa Rangatira, Te Awa, Ngāti Rārua, Ngāti Apa ki te Rātō, Rangitāne hoki. He mokopuna tēnei no tētahi original claimant. No reira. Ai, tēnā koutou katoa.
Ko tai claimant many whānau ko tai how this white is a the so akui
mai whakatau mai. Ai ro pu whenua tōpū, I rongo I te whakanui o te tiriti o Waitangi I tēnei tau. Nē reira, kani ro karanga tēnei o Ngāti Kahungunu ki a koutou. E te moho konei, ai mōna, I mua tōna ki te tairāwhati. Nē reira, tēnei te moho. Katahi anō. Te kawemata o Mona Jackson, ki te ti, ki te wahi o nā no hoki e tuhi tuhi te kremu wai tu. Te ki ai ai nā engari anō hoki, ka puta o Ngāti Kota, e whakatō te wihunga I me sana mari, e tō rawa wā. Ki te pa o tō mātua ke whakapapa. Nā reira tēnei te mihi ki a koutou. Ko tahi tanga doesn't mean it means we get so hung up on ko tahi but it's a continuum from one to the other. With the claim that came along, we thought it was the unique opportunity to whakapapa and divides us. Because you can't, like Penny was saying about, you can't have a 30 seconds of a mokopuna. And so the claim, we had 1,000 years of splendid isolation. The pupu harakeke. It squealed when enemies were approaching. It's a bit like you fellas. A bit like, Julian, as soon as you approach, whatever. Well, that was a pupu harakeke. Come through the flax and these pupu harakeke start squealing. And alerting that the enemies were coming. And so on and so forth. Tom Puata from Ngāti Porou, he was in London and he saw our tuku and faces of our tipuna on a biscuit tin and on tea towels and other things. So he lodged that claim. And so we have this claim, we have these claims about mātauranga Māori, we have these claims about whakapapa, we have claims about our reo, and we have claims about future relationships. How do we maintain the integrity of our kaitiakitanga over our whakapapa when we know there's other regimes that are trying to undercut us? And the other story, of course, is the korimiko. There's more korimiko grown in France and Belgium than there is in Aotearoa because they had a diarrhea epidemic in the Canterbury Hospital. And one of the wards maids, whose auntie was in there, brought some kuramiko for her, and she healed in a couple of days. So she brought it for the rest of the patients in the room, and they healed. She healed the whole hospital. The physician there was from France, so he took the kuramiko back to France, and now they have the rights for it, and we don't. So it's all those sort of things that we just have to keep on moving on and keep on moving on. Reira tēnā tātou katoa.
E mihi ana matua. We're also lucky to have Sheridan, who is a direct claimant, whānau mukupuna of the claim. And so she's going to share with us a little about how some of their aspirations we're actually walking in now, walking in tupuna aspirations, and the importance of applying Y262 to our mahi, with our hapu, with our whānau, and everything that we're doing. And so, can you tell us and share with us a little bit about the taonga protections, tiaki taonga, and that journey that you've been on over the last few decades? Tēnā koe.
Kia ora tātou, ko Sheridan Waitau tōku ingoa no Ngāti Kuria hau, he au he mokopuna of Te Kreme. So I'm talking about just simplifying it, like what has that meant for Ngāti Kuri in the past 33 years. So Waitangi is a really cool place, because it has real big talk, which requires lots of big walk. I was writing down, but for Ngāti Kuri, it's always been around kotahi, te tapu wai he mano. So walking that big talk requires thousands and thousands of small steps. And I think for us, some of the cornerstone things that we've laid the foundation on is that everything we do and our whole wellness is really about our taiao. So without a well environment, we are not a well people. So we've done resets around establishing our own Te Ara Whānui Research Centre, undertaking our own research and privileging our own mātauranga Māori and the protections of that. We've set up protocols around what shared benefit looks like. So we currently roll around 26 million in research programs. We also roll around 30 kaitiaki all day, every day across our whenua. We do multiple biological audits, so we know every island, every crook and cranny of our whenua, and who's in there and who shouldn't be in there in terms of pests and weeds and all sorts of stuff like that. That hasn't taken, I suppose that is for us having and exercising mana motu hake all day, every day, and expressing what that means to us as Ngāti Kuri, has been largely because we've positioned ourselves to be in a state of readiness, if that makes sense. Readying ourselves in terms of how do we behave towards each other. So we all know what it's like on our marae when we have a big kōrero and everybody has an opinion about each other. Yeah, we've done quite a lot of years of role-playing and resetting our behaviour towards each other. Kind of weird. It could be weird for some. It's certainly been weird for me, acting out what my auntie's behaviour looks like when our whānau return to our marae and half of them are going, oh, who are they? What do they want? What are they doing here? And so we've had to role play saying, kia ora whānau, haere mai, hara mai kaitahi, moitahi, kōrero tahi. You know, we've really literally gone down to that granular level, because if we don't know how to treat ourselves right, how can we collaborate with other iwi? How can we be good friends? How can we be good partners if we can't even be kind to ourselves? Yeah. So our success has been actually premised on actually walking the pauura of Y262. And we actually have a whānau, we have a whole lot of whānau we call pauura. And in the pauura, all our values, and we've described them of what they look like if you're doing them. So what does it look like if you're exercising manaakitanga? So they're not just things we talk about, we're actually things we do. And then we took that to our taumata, our iwi trust board, and we made them write that into every single job description for every member of our tribe. Because it's about the behaviours we have in order to actualise the aspirations of Y260. So as a mokopuna, I'm really, really proud. I'm really, really proud when I'm jumping off a helicopter with all my nephews and nieces onto the most remotest part of the island, knowing that my nanny dreamed of that. My nanny, my uncles, my papas dreamed of us being on our whenua, exercising kaitiakitanga and knowing who our kaitiaki are. So that would be me.
E mihi ana, and it's a privilege to hear from Whaesana, Murray's mokopuna and whānau. And now we move over to our te rarawa whānau. So as you may already know, this claim was also initiated through whānau relationships and the whakapapa and whanaungatanga across Te Nota as well as the motu. And so Waihima Wihongi will now share with us the journey of her mother in halting some of that commercialisation of the kumara and some of that story, the journey, and ngā haue whā wahine tautoko to that kaupapasa. E mihi ana.
O tēnā koutou. I te wā he tamaiti tonu ahau ka rongo te kōrero i homai e taku matua tūpuna tuki pāngere ki i whakaingoa i taku māma kia Dal. Ka kōrero tia ia pēnei ana ka moia patitiri i a tangata ka puta ko hema. Tā hema ko tāwhaki, ko tāwhaki ko Maui. And she said to me, she thought, oh, tino pai, what a great ingoa to be given. But what that meant was that she also had a very heavy burden to carry. And but it's those kōrero that to me is the most important because they're the stories of how we connect to the environment. And she had said that as a little kid, she was quite a nutu patere. That's her pseudonym, and that's what we call her too now at the moment. And so she was one of those children that would always go around asking questions all the time. So nutu patere, and she used to ask Toki, her grandfather, all sorts of things, and why do you talk to those tui, and what are those tui saying, and why do you talk to why do you tātai all the time, Toki? And why do you tātai for the winds and all the insects? Because he would tātai everywhere he went. No one was missed out. And humans and tangata, they were always last. And he said to her that everything in this world has a reo, has got a whakapapa and has mana, everything. And the problem is that because we can't hear it, because we don't know that they've got a reo, it's because we can't hear it anymore. We don't understand and we can't hear what they're saying. So this journey went on from a small child to the day, just before she passed away, and she went through her warewaretanga, and then she passed away. But she was all about connecting us back to our environment, because whatever happens in the environment, Sheridan, is a reflection of what's happening in the iwi, always. So if you've got nārara, if you've got invasive species there, that's what's happening inside your communities. And it's always the environment that will tell you what's going on, and sometimes we just don't know how to listen or to hear or to see that anymore because we've forgotten, colonised out of it. And one of the things that I remember as part of her hikoi was when, that I want to share, was when they were having the land march in Nani Thina. They were coming through Auckland. And before we could pass through the boundary between Ngāpuhi and Waikato, we had to stop at Rangiriri. And I saw there again one of the aunties, one of our fire, stopped there and lift the tapu from that boundary to allow Ngāpuhi to cross over safely. So it's that kind of experience that I don't think that our tamariki or my mokopuna get an opportunity to see or to be part of. Another kōrero was when, another story was when they were bringing the, so in the towns, in the cities in the 70s and the 80s, there used to be quite a lot of friction between Tūhoi and Ngāpuhi, because it goes way back to the waka. And so my nannies and that, they've got really hoha with that. There was fighting in the pubs and all sorts of things. And so they decided that they would form Ngā Haue Whā. And there's 4 sisters. So ka moia arangi nui o poko haru at the pō ka puta ko hānui o rangi. And then that tātai comes down through to Tāwhiri Mate. Then he married the 4 sisters, which are the 4 winds. And so they decided that they were going to bring and connect all our people, wherever they were, and put a memorial up at Tākau Bay. So it's all about writing, or reconnecting everybody back with the stories, that whakapapa why we're doing what we do, and putting some the story behind it. One of the other things that was as growing up was one of the stories that they talked about, because she talked about the tuatara, Anahiri, and so one of the stories was that when Ranginui and Papatuanuku, they separated, some of the tamariki went up into the ocean and the sky, and tuatara, the mako, the sharks, the lamprey and the tuna, it got too hot up in the sky, so they came to the cooler oceans in Tangaroa. So it's that kind of kōrero that we don't have anymore. And so what I'm saying is that if anything, if you were able to go home and listen or write some of your stories down, write some of your kōrero from your whānau down, that I remember my auntie saying this, and I remember my nanny saying this, and remember that they all taonga that in 100 years might be very, very important to your heke. You just don't know it now. And so this is really what the Y262 was about. It was uniting the kotahitanga, but not just something that's got a bit more substance, the story behind it. You know, all the people, the relationships behind it. There was one other thing that I was, I better not, because sorry, I can talk on for ages. So, nō reira, tēnā koutou, kia ora tātou katoa.
And we are so lucky that our claimant whānau and taumata have brought this kōrero forward to the opportunity that presents us I tēnei tau, and for our reanga. And so one of the privileges that we have today is having some of our iho pūmanawa original legal counsel who were there right when it began and who are still here. And so we're going to ask Maui Solomon no Rekohu if he can share a bit with us around what are the implications for this claim for us as Māori moving forwards. What are some of those mechanisms that are being discussed for us to tiaki ao taonga, and what are the implications for Indigenous people at an international scale? So tēnā koe Māui.
Use the mic. I've always been a non-conformist. Tēnā koutou, te mana whenua, Waitangi, te whenua tapu, ka nui te mihi kia koutou. Koe mā koroma rangatira o te motu, tēnā koutou, ka mai anake me rongo. So I firstly want to start by acknowledging the descendants of the original claimants who are with us today, and also the representatives who are up here. You know, it's still an honour and privilege for me to sort of be involved, not like I was back in the day, but sort of coming in supporting that kaupapa. And, you know, for Leo and myself, when we represented the three tribes from Tai Tokarau, starting with Ngāti Kuri in the far north, and Te Rarawa, and also Ngāti Wai, so Hori Parata. And Hori's been there like everybody else right from the get-go. So, yeah, it's really been a privilege. But I also want to just take a moment to talk about, you know, Del Waitangi and Sana Murray, especially the other two kuia who I had most to do with. And I learned so much working with them. You know, they were the heart and the soul, along with the other claimants, but for me, those two were the popo. And this ngahiwi was talking about the pupu harakeke, and I've got this little pupu harakeke that Sana passed on to me here. Actually, I grabbed it while I was sneaking through the flax bush. I couldn't before it could scream, but no. But they were amazing. They were visionaries. Those two women were visionaries. They could see way out into the future. And this Y262 claim, you know, the government say, oh, what's it about? It's nonsense. Right from the time Del went to Japan to bring the kumara back, she was criticised by Prime Minister David Lange at the time. The claimants were ridiculed all the way through. And even as legal counsel, we faced opposition from the Crown because they wanted to scuttle this claim. They knew the significance of this claim and they didn't want it to go ahead. Well, it went ahead. And it went ahead with the kaha and perseverance of those original claimants and now their descendants. So, you know, we've got Ngahiwi Tomona here, we've got Sheridan, Hori, Hema, and there are others who aren't able to be here today, but Ngāti Koata is represented over here behind me, and of course Ngāti Parau. So what is the Y262 claim about? That's what people want to know. And in simple terms, as Whaia Sana Murray said, it's Māori control of things Māori. And that means taonga katoa, okay? Ngā taonga katoa. And those are the express words that were mentioned in Article 2 of Te Treaty. Tino rangatiratanga over ngā taonga katoa. It wasn't, as some politician at the moment is saying, as everyone was promised rangatiratanga under Article 2. That's nonsense. That person has to do Treaty 101, right? So what are these taonga we're talking about? In terms of the Y262 claim, it's the indigenous flora and fauna and the associated mātauranga that goes with that. And all of those other things, all of the intellectual property rights, the cultural property rights, the images, the names. If you think about, you know, how a lot of millions of dollars have been spent by the Manuka honey industry trying to trademark Manuka. If the government had listened to Māori 30 years ago, there wouldn't have been a problem because we would have trademarked Manuka back then. But the government have been very slow to react. The same with our sister Moana Maniapoto, who's sitting here. Moana was touring with her band in 2000s over in Europe, in the year 2000. And, you know, she got contacted by some German lawyer to say she couldn't use her own name as part of her group because they had trademarked, a German company had trademarked the name Moana. You know, so these are very real things. But it's not, the claim isn't just about commodifying, you know, taonga Māori, because if it's just business as usual and you're trying to extract every dollar out of that taonga, you're going to be left with dry husk. And when I listen to Sana, and I listen to Dell, and I listen to all of those elders from Ngāti Wai, Raukura Robinson, who was an expert on rongo Māori, they were talking about the wairua, the tapu, all of those really key values that go into making those taonga taonga. And another thing I want to say is before rights become responsibilities. So when I'm listening to those claimants, what they're talking about is responsibilities come first. And under the law as we know it, you need to have, before you can exercise responsibilities in a meaningful way over your taonga, you need to have control, right? You need to have some degree of control. And in a Pākehā sense, that means ownership. And so this is what, in a Pākehā sense, is talking about ownership. Not so that you can extract every last dollar, so that you can exercise your obligation and your responsibility as kaitiaki over those things. But that's not to say there isn't a dollar value associated with those things. And in fact, I would suggest that mātauranga Māori and these taonga are probably one of the most valuable assets New Zealand has going forward. I really believe that, because it's a point of difference for Aotearoa New Zealand. And that's why you have companies like Lego wanting to use names like Tuhunga. That's why you have companies offshore wanting to replicate moko on shower curtains, on tea towels, on commercial products. But there's no way at present to really effectively protect those things. Okay, and so the Crown say, oh, well, there's copyright, there's trademark, there's patent. But that's a Pākehā system. That system was set up to allow people to maximise investment they make in developing products. It doesn't take account of collective intergenerational knowledge that's passed on, or collective ownership that's passed on. And this is what Leo will talk to you later about, as what's called the tiake, the taonga tiake taonga framework. It's a legal framework. That's what we need. It's not an answer to everything, but at the moment we don't have one to protect taonga Māori. Māori control over things Māori. And it doesn't mean to say that that will only benefit Māori. What benefits Māori benefits the whole country. And you see that with treaty settlements. You know, the fishery settlement, the forestry settlement. Ngāi Tahu are now one of the biggest players in the South Island, Tainui, in the Waikato. And so despite all the negativity and backlash, Māori are still, they're 20% of the New Zealand economy. And so there's also a commercial benefits that will flow from Y262, but it must be owned and controlled and managed by the kaitiaki of those taonga, who are the Y262 claimants, and in fact all hapu and iwi who have these taonga. I just want to conclude, because I've been asked to talk a little bit about the international component of Y262. And it was, in fact, when New Zealand signed up to the GATT TRIPS bill, the agreement, the General Agreement on Trade, Tariffs and Trade-Related Intellectual Property Rights, in 1994, that's when we sought urgency in the Waitangi Tribunal, because what the Western countries were doing was seeking to standardise intellectual property rights right throughout the world. And a lot of those intellectual property rights have been taken over Indigenous knowledge and Indigenous proprietary rights and Indigenous biogenetic resources. So we sought urgency, we got urgency, so the claim began its hearing in 1997. We concluded in 2007, and then the report came out in 2011, and here we are still talking about it. So the government really has missed a huge opportunity, because New Zealand could have been decades ahead of the rest of the world, because the rest of the world are grappling with these things too. And in fact, in 1998, we brought both Indigenous and non-Indigenous experts from around the world down here at a hui in Rotorua to give evidence on what Y262 is about, what they're doing in their countries, all over the world. The Crown, of course, opposed it because that's what the Crown do. But, you know, with the, and of course, in the World Intellectual Property Organisation in Geneva, they've been working for the last 25 years plus to develop some sort of framework to recognise and protect traditional knowledge and traditional cultural expressions and those sorts of things. But it's just gone round and round in a circle because those countries are really just about adhering to the status quo, the existing IPR system, because they control it. They control it, not Indigenous people, not Māori. So what the 262 Rōpū are looking at doing is developing a special framework in which these taonga can be recognised, protected and managed. And Leo's going to talk about that. But about 5 or 6 years ago, Moana Maniapoto and Peter Tipping and a number of others filed a claim to stop the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement. Many of you will probably have heard about that. That then led to a mediation agreement being developed and the establishment of Ngā Toki Whakarururanga. And Moana is the co-chair of that along with Peter Tippini. And there's also other groups that have been set up like the Taumata, not this Taumata, another Taumata, and a couple of other groups, so FOMA and so on. So engaging with Ministry for Foreign Affairs and Trade to ensure that those free trade agreements that are being negotiated are treaty compliant. And I just want to acknowledge Professor Jane Kelsey, who's sitting out here in the audience. And Jane is just a power of strength when it comes to that because that's her forte. So we're very fortunate to have Jane helping with Ngā Toki. So in 2021, and I'll be brief, in 2021, New Zealand hosted APEC here in New Zealand. And out of that came the Indigenous Peoples Trade and Economic Arrangement. And basically what that is a partnership council set up between Indigenous peoples from within APEC countries and representative of governments who can sit down and talk about what are the values that Indigenous people bring to the table in international trade. Now it's not perfect and there's a long way to go and it's very difficult trying to negotiate with the government because often they just ignore you. But progress is being made on that front. And this is part of the Y262 kaupapa as well. So I'm involved as I work with Jane and Moana on Ngā Toki Whakarururanga, and it's a huge minefield in itself. And there's a lot, I assure you, there's a lot happening out there in the free trade world that we need to keep a close eye on. And one of the things that Māori and Indigenous peoples bring to the table is it can't be just business as usual. If it's business as usual, has led us to the point of extinction down the track, right? Because the God is the dollar sign. And Indigenous people are saying, no, that can't be the end game because that means the end game for everybody. So Indigenous people and Māori and tangata whenua all over the world have something really important to say and really important to offer to the rest of the world to help the world save it from itself. And I truly mean that. I'm not just sort of making this up. Look in the last 200 years since the Industrial Revolution, you know, we're heading off the brink. So how do we actually step back from that? So this kind of kaupapa and other kaupapa like it are really vital to ensure that we do the best to look after the beauty of Papatūnuku and Ranginui and Tangaroa out there. So I want again to acknowledge Hori and Hema and Ngahiwi and Sheridan and all of those because really this kaupapa is, you know, I listened to you, Julian, you said, oh, who's going to plant that tree? Well, actually the tree was planted by those koe and kaumātua back in 1991 when they filed their claim. And we're hoping now that that tree is going to start bearing fruit in the future. Kia ora tātou.
So on that note, we've heard that, we need to tiaki our taonga, but actually there's so many areas to respond to, whether it's moko kauwai being sold online, whether it's our taonga being commercialised without the right people making those decisions, or whether it's the wrong people in Ngārohe. And so rather than responding to every single issue, we have our kahu aronui who are developing a tiaki taonga framework. And Leo Watson has been also involved right there from the very beginning, and been listening to the whakaaro of our claimant whānau, been listening to the whakaaro of all our hapu and whānau actually who have been turning up to these engagement hui and saying, this is what we need. And so based on that whakaaro, a Te Aki Taonga framework is being developed, as well as something that you may have heard called sui generis. So Leo, e te rangatira, would you mind sharing your whakaaro on, and an update on some of that mahi and how that will help us as whānau and hapu to protect our taonga? Tēnā koe.
Tēnā tātou. He mihi ki te rangi, he mihi ki te whenua, he mihi ki te kaupapa nei, tātou e tihei mauriora. Ka tautoko nā mihi kua mihi anō reira e te mana whenua. Tēnā tātou I tēnei wā whakahara. Kia ora. Just building our kōrero on layers. So just supporting everything that's been said. We've heard about the importance of the kōrero, about whakapapa, about the taiao, and the kotahitanga that the claimants had as their vision for how their mātauranga and their kaitiakitanga over their taonga could lay a platform for our well-being. Sana used to talk about the Māori order as being the central aspect of this claim. And the mechanisms to get there, others have talked about that. Te tino rangatiratanga, control over taonga held by you as kaiti. My role really is just to be part of the ringawera at the back of the kitchen, along with other technicians that we're bringing together to try and find some solutions. So I've got a couple of, I guess, key points, and I'll keep it nice and short. Firstly, we've got a tent over there, and we've got an open invitation to walk with us on this journey. We need you to be helping us as part of this to find solutions that fit for you as kaitiaki. You might be a rangatahi involved in coding and aware of the use of mātauranga in a negative sense in the AI space. You might be a therapeutic practitioner using rongoa and concerned at the way in which internationally and domestically that knowledge, but also that access to plant varieties that are so critical for our well-being are being appropriated by others, and not having the benefits go back to those who brought the mātauranga through decades and decades and decades and centuries, in fact, to where it is today. We think of all those who are artists who may be wishing to also use natural resources within their art. I acted for a young woman who was using feathers, a fantastic Māori artist. She was unable to sell her works because under our current legislation, the resources that she was gaining for those artworks are not hers to commercially benefit from. We have a system at the moment where there has been a misappropriation of your knowledge and your taonga. There has been environmental degradation, which has reduced your access to your taonga. And then to cap it all off, we have a legislative scheme, both domestically and internationally, which does not require those who are using your knowledge and taonga to bring the benefits back to you. So there is a real issue that the claimants raised in a visionary sense back in the 90s. It's been a privilege to be part of the journey. I was just saying to Maui, it's sort of from 1996 as a young man, sitting with Del and Sana and listening to that vision of theirs. Where we are now is trying to find solutions. So one of the key aspects of the solution is developing a model that sits absolutely within your tikanga, not tinkering around the edges with current legislation, like an amendment to the Copyright Act, an amendment to the Trademarks Act. We need more consultation. No, Y262 stands for the principle of essentially constitutional change to bring the decision-making authority back to you as kaitiaki. And that is why the Y262 kaupapa for me, and I know for others on the stage, remains the central mahi that we do. because it goes to the heart of the treaty promise that this is the tino rangatiratanga of your taonga in your control. Therefore, what role is there for the Crown? We push the Crown back into a position where they are actively protecting your rights to control your taonga. At the moment, that is not the case. So I'm really excited about a sui generis model. What is sui generis? A Latin phrase essentially meaning standing on its own 2 feet, distinct. And the distinctiveness comes from your own tikanga. So actually, as we've listened to the kaumātua, Henare, I want to acknowledge you and others, Te Warahi, Hori, Tohe, who have walked this and shown us that actually the answers are already within your tikanga. How do we give expression to that in terms of the wider legal system? All right? So that's what the platform that we're building this momentous journey on and asking for your support. There are 2 aspects to that. There is a Te Aki Taonga framework which regenerates again the values that you know of anyway in relation to your mātauranga and taonga, to instill that into our law and make it a requirement. The other aspect of that is the regeneration of your own mātauranga within your communities. It's, I think, naive to think that we could put a protection system in place and we have a healthy mātauranga system and a healthy taonga system that exists now to hit the road running. In fact, there has been huge degradation, loss of our kaumātua and kuia over many years. It needs a regeneration program to make sure that if a legal system is put in place, and it will be, we're going to win this, then we have those within your communities ready to live it and breathe it. So I want to just mihi to those who have been guiding us as practitioners to say, don't compromise, we've got the answers, put in place a structure to allow our answers to breathe. And that's the really exciting thing. We're asking for those of you who may be touched by some of this kōrero and have had bad experiences or good experiences in terms of the use and respect of your mātauranga to come forward, give us the data, give us a chance to help you also grapple with some of the challenges you're facing. At a very basic level, you might be an artist or a contractor, and you are faced with a contract for services which says, we want you to give us some knowledge about your hapu community, and that's going to feed into a project that we're doing. By the way, when you've given us your report, the intellectual property will be with us because we've paid you for it. Right? That's very, very common. So we're asking for examples like that where we also can be assisting you to provide both what we call soft law and hard law options. A soft law is simply knowing there's a repository here, there's a group of people who are living and breathing this who can help you to push back on that. It may be renegotiating that contract to say, actually, no, there's no basis for that. There's no basis for you through a contract to assert that the results, the outcome of my research is now held by you at law in an ownership sense. So part of the movement is raising the capacity of us all to think, actually, there's another way here. That's not right. That's not tika. The other aspect in terms of our work is around the sui generis model, and I'm really keen to be able to explore with you as we go forward on this journey what those solutions will look like. We are solutions focused, and we've talked about the urgency of this. The current government has caused anxiety by the way it's approaching this, but there is an opportunity as well, as Maui succinctly said, this particular government seems to us to be focused on outcomes for the benefit of Māori and the country. Well, actually, there is no greater system that could create the benefit for Māori communities and the country as a whole than the protection of this distinct, special, tapu, and awesome kete of mātauranga and taonga that you hold as ngai Māori. Nō reira, he mihi atu ki a koutou, because this is a big challenge ahead of us. I just want to acknowledge these two as well. We've got a large group of practitioners in their different fields, and I know they'll share with me this pānui out to you. You're all experts in your own way. Please make sure you find out what we're doing and become involved. The tent is really, really wide open for you. Tēnā tātou.
Ai, so nui rawa te kaupapa. Engari, this is a journey that we are all moving forwards in together. So as Matua Leo mentioned, we have many skilled iho pū manawa that are involved. And next up we're going to hear from Lanau Huria Tafri, who is actually the leading Māori lawyer for war copyright and patents mahi. She has been serving our whānau and our hapu and Māori organisations when things go wrong. She's been addressing that kaupapa and seeing where are the gaps and how important this claim, Wairua Unorua, will be to support our whānau and our hapu in protecting our taonga. So if you could share a bit with us around what you've seen, how important is this claim, and also what are some of the international models that you think might work here? You've seen a lot across Māori, across Indigenous. What's some of your whakaaro on that today? E mihi ana.
Tēnā koe Tasha, o te rā tēnā koutou katoa, tautako ngā mihi kua mihi ki te whenua, ki te kaupapa, ki te mana whenua o tēnei rohe, kia koutou katoa. He uri tēnei no te Aotea waka ko Ngāti Ruanui Ngā Rohine, Ngā Rauru Ngā Iwi, ko Lanau Tawhihuria tōku ingoa. It's lovely to be here today, this afternoon, on a very special day and for a very special purpose. What I'm about to talk about is not what I've written in my notes, actually, so I might be winging it a little bit because a lot of what I was going to say has already been covered. But I was a lawyer working at an intellectual property law firm who, and in that firm we worked in IP, registering trademarks, registering patents, and there was no real concern about the overlap with Indigenous rights and the issues that were raised in the Y262 claim. And when the claim was filed, and it was filed before I started working as an IP lawyer, but as later on in my career, the profession became aware that this claim was going to impact on the intellectual property framework. The profession kind of freaked out a little bit and sort of thought, hey, what is this claim? What's it going to do to our frameworks? And they threw it at me knowing that I was Māori and said, hey, Lanau, you look after this. And what it raised for me was, it raised some real challenges for me as a lawyer and working in that field of having to work in a space that really conflicted with some really core issues of being Māori. And so I spent a lot of time in that profession trying to rationalise those differences, trying to educate my colleagues on why it was important that we consider Y262 and consider the implementing what was being recommended by the visionaries of this claim. And it was really hard work, it was really tough. And so as a consequence, I've now moved on from that profession and doing a lot of the mahi that Tasha talked about, getting to work with these amazing people in the kahu aronui, strategizing and coming up with a new framework, possibly the Te Aki Taonga framework, and we're hoping to get everybody's input into that framework. What I would like to also acknowledge is a lot of the other work that's gone on. You know, the claim was filed in 1991, the report came out 30 years later, and here 13 years later, we're still sort of waiting for some sort of significant, comprehensive response to that report. But in the meantime, we haven't all been sitting here twiddling our thumbs. We've heard from Sheridan about what Ngāti Kuri's doing in their space and setting up an access and benefit sharing arrangement. We've seen Ngāti Toa, not the Haka Kamati Act, although that's an important piece of legislation, but they've been expressing what their tikanga is. If you want to use the Haka Kamati, then you must use it in this forum. We've seen many examples of tino rangatira being expressed in relation to our taonga. And that's what I would really like to encourage all our whānau, our hapu and iwi, that you can express your tino rangatiratanga now. And nothing is stopping you from doing that. And it's your taonga, you can develop what the tikanga is, and it's just really up to you to build the infrastructure or build some infrastructure around it to ensure that that tikanga is followed. And I think it's really important that we set the standard. We need to set the standard. We've seen a lot of misuse by our own, and we need to be correcting that. We need to make sure that we are all sticking to that tikanga, because if we all stick to it, then our knowledge benefits, our tamariki benefit, our mokopuna benefit. Because as we all know, what benefits Māori benefits all. I do also need to acknowledge the Ngā Taonga Tuku Ihu conference that had the privilege of being part of the organising committee with 3 other amazing wahine Māori, Aroha Mead, Miriana Stevens and Te O Kahurangi Waka. And that was held in Nelson and Whakatū. And we pulled together, that was in 2018, we pulled together about 300 from across the motu, researchers, creatives, government, lawyers, from across the motu, and we had an amazing conference and we explored what needed to happen to help address some of the issues that were raised in Y262. And we had some amazing kōrero. From that conference, it really became very clear that our creatives need a lot of support. Our creatives are facing misuse and misappropriation of their works, every day. And it's really important for us to understand what's happening for them, build a forum for them to explore, how they can ensure that their works are not misused and misappropriated. And that's sort of what's led into the 100 Māori Creative Survey that we're going to hear a little bit more about in a second. So just on that, I'd just like to wrap up and sort of say once again that I just really encourage our whānau hapu iwi to explore what their tikanga is in relation to their taonga. Start promulgating it. The sooner we start promulgating it, the more that people are going to live and breathe that tikanga, and then that is more likely to become the norm, and it becomes an expression of our tino rangatiratanga mō ngā taonga katoa. Tēnā koutou katoa.
Oh, that's exciting. And this Creatives Kaupapa is for anyone who is willing to share and come on this journey. So you can meet our whānau, our kahuarunui and the taumata at the tent after this. That's to protect our ringatoi, our artists, our creators. And what's also exciting is to introduce our next speaker, one of our princesses from Muri Whenua. She's been on TV, she's a Māori academic, she's been supporting whānau across iwi spaces, but she's also got a lot that she's taken on and learned and is willing to share on how Australia stole our reo with Manukahane and how our creatives kaupapa can protect our ringatoi moving forwards. And so we're really excited to hear from our Princess of Muri Whenua, tēnā koe e whae ala.
Ai, ngā mihi mahana kia koutou katoa, kia koutou ngā tamariki, tēnā koutou, kia koutou katoa rau rangatira mā, tēnā koutou, kia ora mai tātou katoa. I'm standing up, but there's no difference. But anyway, it's better for my diaphragm. I just want to say thank you all so much for being here at this late hour of the day, because if your circadian rhythms are anything like mine, you would rather be sitting under a tree with a mojito right now. Am I right? Right. So thank you. I'm also going to say that if you're the last person to speak in the last panel, somebody somewhere in organisation hell hates you. Because that's what I am. And finally, before I get to the guts of what I'm going to talk about, I want to thank, speaking of intellectual property rights, my mates who've stolen all my lines. So that means I can spend the next 7 minutes telling jokes, all right? Ka-bye. So I'm actually on a serious note. What I'm part of, which I'm really proud to be part of, is a project with Dr. Aroha Mead entitled 100 Māori Creatives. And you know what? It doesn't matter if more than 100 Māori creatives fill out our survey. In fact, we'd quite like 875,000 Māori to fill out our survey, because that's how many creatives there are. Because we are a culture that uses stories to tell our truths. For thousands of years, we plied our way across Te Moana Nui a Kiwa with nothing but stories to tell us how to go, where to go, and why to go. When you think about it, about 1,000 years ago, couple of fellas standing under a tree going, "Sure, bro, those birds are back again. Must be something over the water." And because of their bravery and their curiosity, they waged away across there and they came here. And when they got here, it wasn't the tree that's sacred, it's the name we gave that tree. It's the mātauranga that we gained from that tree. So the flora and the fauna, a tree is a tree is a tree. It becomes a taonga when we tell the story of it. That is the taonga. That is what has to be protected. When our babies sing the waiata, those kupu are thousands of years old and they link all of the tangata moana. Our cousins up the hill who stayed behind. Sure, look at us now, bruh. Oops, did that come out? Sorry. So it's that we need to protect. So our survey, the thing that we've created that we hope you will all take the time to at least have a look at, is about where are the examples of appropriation, misappropriation, or protection in the telling of your stories, in the protection of your arts, whether it is carving, weaving, boat building, telling jokes, whatever. Everything we do that is creative embodies some sense of the knowledge and the taonga that we carry within us. And I say that as somebody who is standing on a piece of dirt that exactly 184 years ago our tupuna were standing on, having precisely these kinds of conversations. Do you think we can trust them? Do you think we should, I don't know, we've had like 70 years, they've been all right, British Parliament, they said our flag was okay, so we've got the protection of the British Royal Navy when we ply our trade across the South Seas. I mean, it could be okay. And some of them are sort of cute, So yeah, okay, let's have a go. Let's suck the salve and sign this thing and see where it takes us. And here we are 184 years later, and do you know what? We are still here. Despite rumours to the contrary, we are still here. And those beautiful little treasures over there are testimony to how fabulous we are. Because 1,000 years from now, their mokopuna are going to be right here. And with a bit of luck, by then, the sui generis model might have kicked in and everything will be working perfectly. Because, as I like to say, because I'm from that Catholic lot up the road, we got colonised by the French. Like the French Catholics came up to Ngāti Kahuki Whangaroa, ruined us. I've no doubt that some of my tupuna would have been here 184 years ago going, yeah, the British, can we really trust them? I mean, what about the French? They got better bread, If they'd had their way and we had signed a treaty with the French, I would be standing here speaking to you in French. I would probably be prettier. But my whakapapa would still be here. All you tangata tiriti probably wouldn't be. So you need te tiriti as much as I do. It's your reason for making this place your home. We were the people who were here before the treaty. You are the people who are here because of the treaty. And together, we make a dynamite combo. Toi tu te tiriti. I'm just going to finish with a conspiracy theory. Because every good speech should finish with a conspiracy theory. Now, let us be clear. This treaty claim got its report 13 years ago. 4 governments. So it doesn't matter whether they're red or blue or yellow or black. 4 governments have not been able to settle this claim. Do you think there might be a plot afoot? That somewhere in the mix, rich, powerful, vested interests do not want these taonga protected. They want to be able to keep on mining. They want to keep on exploiting, raping and pillaging the vegetation, the taonga. That's what they want to do, and we have to stop them. And we're going to do it by every peaceful means possible. We are going to walk together, we're going to believe together, we're going to sing together, and pai kare, we're going to change this, all right? Kia kaha.
Bonjour, bonjour. Yes, mihi ana. We have Matua Henare Kani, who is also going to share just a little bit about what is happening in Ngāti Kahungunu and the loving people, I guess, who love everybody and who are here to share the aroha. And so he's going to share a little bit about their kaupapa. Mihi ana.
Ko te wiwi, he beautiful koe. Ela, tēnō ata. Kia ora tātou. I just want to finish the session by saying that when we got together in Ngāti Kahungunu, we thought the only people we can talk about is ourselves. We can't talk about anybody else. And in this room today, we have a lot of collective wisdom on tēnā o tātou. And the focus that when we look through all the claims that were presented within Ngāti Kahungunu, 3 things came out. One was protection, the other one was access to mātauranga, and the other one was how do we advocate for ourselves. And so we wanted to start there. And I guess that's one of the learnings of this Y26 journey, is that I've just come from Taurangatira, and every corridor is one of those taonga tuku iho. And so it's not up to me to protect those ones that were spoken there, only my own and my whanaunga, and work together like that. But what we can do is to support each other to do that. That we recognise each other's mātauranga in a mana-enhancing way that we do every time we go to a hui. Every time we go to a hui and reciprocate, that's the sort of guidelines that we have. But I just want to support what everyone has been saying, to be involved, because kaya koutou te tikanga. Kaya mātou te tikanga o Ngāti Kahungunu, and we've still got to start where we are in Heretanga. We've still got Wairoa to go and all the other places within Ngāti Kahungunu. It's a big job. It's a big job just for us to do that. But with that kind of tikanga behind us and a team of technicians to help us to build robust things for ourselves, we can help each other to do that. So that's what excites me about being here today, is seeing all this mātauranga here. Tēnō rangatiratanga, mana motu hake, nā koutou, nā tātou te tikanga. Tēnā koutou katoa.
So we've heard about the claim, how huge it is, all the taonga that it covers. And actually there was a significant moment today where we acknowledged Pamoana Jackson for his mahi, that he supported our claimant whānau alongside. And some of his words that he said, which have been echoed by our kahu aronui today, he said, I would hope that as we develop the process of recognition and reconciliation, that we do so bearing in mind the sacrifice that those original Y262 claimants made, and so that their hope for some advancement would come to pass. Not in some diluted and crown-controlled idea of intellectual property, not in some way that restricts manakitanga to the current ethos of copyright and so on, but in an imaginative way forward that preserves tino rangatiratanga as a sphere of influence over which Māori exercise control. Ko te kaupapa o Y62, Wairua Onorua, Y262, ko te mana motu hake, me te tino rangatiratanga mō ngā taonga katoa. Tēnā rā tātou katoa.
tēnā rā koutou. Hoki mai ki tēnei o ngā pāpāhotanga. I tūki Waitangi 2024 i te tēneti wānanga nei.
Hai, nānau mai hoki mai e ngā hunga whakarongo. O tira ngā hunga mā taki i tēnei o ngā pāpāhotanga. Kua hei tēnei kwani mā ki hā, kua hoki mai, paku paramanawa.
Ai.
Te hāre, te putatu, te kite i ngā whānau, ngā hoa, ngā toa, hoko kai.
E ni pēhea.
Yeah, reka. Shout out Miss Foodies, I think.
Taua traka rā.
Ai, taua traka, rongo nui mō te kai moana. Mr. Whippy. Yeah, me ngā... Let's Cafe, i pai hia. Yes, me mihi ka tika ki aua wahine. Kaha, ngā wahine Māori i hanga kawhe mō mātou, te tīma o te reo irirangi o te reo taki, o te reo o te tahi tokerau. Yeah, mihi kawana ki ngā Pākehi Māori, ki ngā whānau Māori, ngā marae, e kohi pūtea ana. Yeah, no, kei pai te papa whenua i Waitangi i tēnei rā e hoa?
Ai, koutou e whakarongo mai ana i rongo koutou. Reka ngā kai konei me ngā enu no reira. Nau mai, hare mai ki Waitangi, mo te whakanui i te rā Waitangi. Tahi anō ko oti taua taumata kōrero i runga i te Atamira, ko Y260. Me taua whaia kei roto i taua ope ko whaia Ella no muri whenua.
Ella Henry?
Ai, me te atahua tana kōrero.
Ai.
Me kōrero ana e pāna ki wātātou tūpuna i konei ko tahirau warutukau mā whā ngā tau ki muri. Engari kei konei tonu mātou te iwi Māori.
E ka noho tonu koe rā te toitūtanga ne. Ai, kei konei mātou, moa ke tonu atu.
Tērā te tikanga. Hei, pēr, toitū.
Ai, e mihi kawana ki tērā o ngā pānara, panels me ki. Taumata whakapūmau Y262 tia ki taonga, te rōpū whakapūmau, ngā hiwi tomoana, henare Kani, Sheridan Waitai, Hema Wihongi, Maui Solomon, Leo Watson, Ella Henry, rātau ko Lanau Tafari, Hūria me tā rātau kai hautu a Tasha Hohaia. Kia anga mua tātou I roto I ngā whakaritenga, te hononga o te tiriti me Palestine. Tērā o ngā kaupapa kōrero e haere ake nei. Kia hūria no tātou ki te papatū waiwai, anei rā.
Kia ora tātou. Just, ka puta te whakamā, ne? So I was like, better do a waiata. It is such an honor and a privilege just to be speaking on this stage. And it is my honor and my privilege to be able to bring a kaupapa like this to our people. When it comes to talking about Palestine, me mihi atu. Me mihi atu au ki ngā hapu o tēnei rohe Ngāti Kawa, Ngāti Rahiri, tēnei te mihi atu. Kia kōrua ngā hapu o ngā pohi, ngā mātou te mihi nui. Kia koutou ngā tangata katoa, I hui mai nei, tēnei te mihi atu. Kia koutou. Te whakamā, ne. You got to call it out, otherwise it just takes control. So, kia ora tātou. Yeah, like I said, such an honor and a privilege to be able to bring this kaupapa here to Waitangi. Whenever I see what's going on over in Palestine, it breaks my heart because it makes me think about our tupuna and what they would have gone through when facing settler colonialism, you know, the impunity, settlers acting lawlessly. You know, and I know there's different opinions, but for me, Te Tiriti o Waitangi, we put that together to address settler colonial violence. And now here we are again needing to address lawless settler colonial violence. I saw it on the news the other day, just from the settlers that are over there. These are the civilians living in Palestine. What do we even call it? The occupied territories of Palestine. The settlers living there, they themselves have displaced 1,200 Palestinians just in the last 2 months. Imagine if you had some settlers here in Aotearoa forcing you off your land today. And you'd be thinking, oh, damn, that's what my tupuna went through, and now I'm going through it again today. So for someone like me, when we're thinking about our ancestors, our tupuna, what they went through, and then we're seeing it on social media, what's happening to people in Palestine, oh man. You know, violence anywhere, you know, we have to call it out. We have to address it. Injustice anywhere is injustice everywhere. I don't know who came up with that quote, but it's a really good one. And so there are too many similarities to actually talk about when it comes to Te Tiriti o Waitangi or Te Ao Māori and what's happening in Palestine. So what we've done today, we have a couple of our Palestinian whanaunga here, and they're going to be sharing some of their stories. We have Omar Hassania. Yeah, thank you. So Omar, he's a proud Palestinian Kiwi, originally from Gaza. Omar has been working with Palestinian Youth Aotearoa for 3 years, which is an inclusive group that aims to celebrate the Palestinian culture and raise awareness of the Palestinian cause through culture. Then we have Rand Hazu. Homai te piki paki paki, homai te piki paki paki. So Rand is a Palestinian theatre maker. Theatre maker and scholar. His research explores theatre engaging with rights and social justice. In 2004, he was commissioned by the UNDP, which is the
United Nations Development Program.
To travel to the occupied territories in Palestine to run workshops with Palestinian youth. In Aotearoa, he leads teaching and creative projects engaging with prison, aged care, and street communities. Homai te paki paki, homai te paki paki. Next up, Aramarata, and she didn't fill out the bio, so she's going to introduce herself later. And then, likewise, didn't fill out the bio, Bianca Ranson. Homai te paki paki, homai te paki paki. Ka whai. So, I'm really excited because we're here at Waitangi, seeing so many familiar faces, so many of my heroes, meeting everybody. It's just been amazing, and you can see how excited I am. But this is a very, very, very serious kaupapa. My understanding is that 30,000 Palestinians have been killed. I don't know, since October 7th? 30,000 in the last 2 months or so. This is a genocide. A genocide. It's not a war, because that suggests two sides. And language is very important, very important. 30,000 people killed. It is a genocide. And if you ever find anyone who, we're talking about similarities here. I've got to stay on the kaupapa. We're talking about similarities. David Seymour, and I hate to say his name, but when you look at the biggest enemy at the moment for Te Ao Māori, for our Palestinian communities, it's the same guy. The same characters, the same colonial white supremacist males the big enemies, they're the same for us as they are for them. Okay? Colonization, white supremacy is running rampant all over the world. When we learn about them, we learn about ourselves. We each have, it manifests in different ways everywhere. Colonization. Normally here in Aotearoa, I'm used to talking about it and how it's trickled down through our healthcare system or in our education system and things like that. But for them, they're facing a different kind of colonization, literally being forcibly pushed off of their land, bombs being dropped daily, ceasefires been broken, sanctuaries been broken, the sanctity of places, nothing is respected. The Israeli government, the Zionists, absolute monsters. And so I just want to just bring it back a little bit, to lower my excitement just a little bit. And I just want us to all hold in our minds the 30,000 people who have lost their lives, those who are still under the rubble this second, right now, under the rubble, people crying and screaming to save their loved ones. So, just for the sake of, for our aroha, for them, a 30-second moment of silence. Ka pai. Ka pai. Kia ora koutou. So, Omar is going to share some stories with us, some historical matters that have occurred in Palestine to help give context. We've got to look back so that we can understand the future. So please, omai te paki paki, Omar, over to you.
Kia ora. Assalamu alaikum. So today I decided to tell a story, but it's not my story. This is going to be the story for every Palestinian. So probably you've heard the term Nakba before. It's not a single event. It's an ongoing displacement of Palestinians from their land. Today we'll be following the story of Sabir, who is from Jaffa in Palestine. He was born before the occupation started. Before he was born, after World War I, the British mandate took place and controlled Palestine. Palestinians in that period thought that they wanted self-determination. And they went for protest, and that's when the kufiya actually became a symbol for the protest and the resistance against the British. When they went for protests, they demanded a stop of the Jewish settlers moving from Europe to Palestine and taking over land illegally. They demanded that. Sabir's father was one of those who actually went out for the protests. Unfortunately, he was captured. He was in jail, and Sabir never got to meet his father. Towards 1947, the British decided to leave Palestine, and that's when the UN decided to do a separation plan. The separation would give 55% of the land to the Jewish and 45% to the indigenous people, the Palestinians. That was so unfair. So let's take a step back and talk about Jaffa. Probably you've heard the word Jaffa or the name Jaffa. In Arabic, it's been Jaffa, and it's well known for oranges. Jaffa is on the port, on the sea, and it's been, since the 19th century, one of the biggest exports was oranges, the Jaffa oranges. That was a special fruit that they grew up there and they used to produce and send it all over the place to the rest of the world. And towards the end of the occupation and towards the end of the story, you'll see how the Israelis, once they took over the land, they started exporting these oranges, changed the name from Jaffa's oranges to Jaffa's oranges, a way to remove and delete the culture and the identity of the people who existed there, a way to erase it from history books, a way to tell people that we've been here, we've made the desert bloom, which is a complete lie. So after the UN decided to split the land, the Arabs, of course, the Palestinians, of course, rejected. Like, it doesn't make sense. Why would I give more than half my land to people who owe almost nothing, less than 10%? And in that period, some Israeli paramilitaries started attacking Palestinian villages and displacing people from the villages. One very famous incident is Deir Yassin. In that specific village, they had a truce with their neighboring settlement. And they said, we're not going to fight throughout this fighting period. We have a peace treaty among ourselves, and we'll tell like the soldiers or whoever comes from our side that we're not fighting. But a Jewish paramilitary, a Zionist paramilitary, to be correct, attacked the village regardless of the peace treaty between the two villages. In that period, everyone in the village died, was killed. All the males were killed, and the paramilitary started spreading lies about the number, so they started increasing the number. So if it was 50, they said it's much higher number to spread fear among the Palestinians. So in a way, to force them to leave their villages before then. And until this day, no one actually knows the number of people that were killed in Deir Yassin. And it was a landmark in the history of Palestinian before the Nakba, or before the state of Israel even was created. That was in April 1948. When Saber's family heard about it, his grandparents, his uncles, his aunties, all decided to leave the village and to leave their town in Jaffa and try and seek refuge in a different Palestinian city. They were heading south, leaving to Gaza, where I'm from. And on their way to Gaza, Saber was a kid. He thought they were going for a holiday, like they always traveled to go to holiday in different towns and cities and villages in Palestine. He thought it was another trip, like any other. But he was surprised that in the way to Gaza, his grandfather stopped on the side of the road. His aunties and his mom went out of the car towards the orange trees group. They started collecting oranges and crying. He didn't get it back then. He was like, why are they crying? It's oranges. And his grandfather told him that when the hand that waters the oranges stops or it changes, the oranges will die. They made it to Gaza. They lived in a refugee camp. Saber grew there his entire life. He has kids, he has grandkids, and they all grew up in the same refugee camp since 1948 up until today. Sadly, if you've been keeping up with the news in Gaza, they went to Jabaliya refugee camp, which was bombed in November. So even after they were displaced, more than 75 years ago, they weren't safe. They were attacked, and whoever survived from Saber's family, they were forced to move to another refugee camp or to another spot in Palestine. A lot of them moved to the south, which is supposed to be the safe zone. A lot of them were bombed as well in the safe zone. So Saber had a big family, and one of his grandchilds wrote a poem. We don't know when he wrote it, and we don't know details, but I'll say it to you now. My grandfather was a refugee. His right of return denied. A military force controlled his life. Checkpoints everywhere. Roads are blocked all the time. Detentions and arrests every day. This is not okay. Houses are demolished and people were displaced. International law is broken. Identity stolen. Arabic forbidden, places forgotten, and villages completely wiped. Water, land, and life supervised. Humanitarian issues are on the rise. As more land is taken for illegal settlements to be built and more Palestinians to be killed. Our voices are censored. Theirs are amplified. We call for our freedom. They call for our demise. No justice, no peace. My grandfather was a refugee on his ancestral land, where the oranges has wrinkled and dried. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Omar. Beautiful poem. No justice, no peace. That's the quote I was trying to think about before. The art of Palestinian culture is something that I really appreciate and really love, and the love that Palestinians have for their culture. Something very similar that we all have in Te Ao Māori, the love that we have for our culture. And it makes me reflect on the Hui a Motu with the kingitanga, and how the outcome of that was, how do we protest? Well, it's by being Māori. It's by, living our culture. And it's what I see Palestinians do. And I take a lot of inspiration. Being true to your culture, being strong in your culture, I think it's very important. And I'm very proud of Palestinians for that. And I'm very proud of us for doing that as well. So kia mau, kia mau. Next, Rand, the stage is yours. Kia ora.
Ko Jebel Zaytun te Mawanga, Mount of Olives. Ko Nahr al-Urdun te Awa, the River Jordan. Ko Palestine te Whenua, Palestine is the land. Ko Tuma Hazu Tōku Pāpā, I whānau ia ki Hiro Harama, Jerusalem. Ko Virginia Gill Tōku Māmā, ko Ngāti Pākehā tōna iwi. Ko Rand Tuma Jamil Tuma Hazu Tōku Ingoa. Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for being here. I'm a Palestinian Christian. We're Syriac Orthodox. Our church is one of the oldest churches in Jerusalem, in old Jerusalem. We still pray and speak in the ancient language that Jesus spoke in, the Aramaic language. I introduce this here because I want to reject completely the Israeli narrative that this struggle is a religious one. They paint it as a religious war between Zionists on the one hand, bolstered by evangelical Christians, and Muslims on the other. That is not the reality of my family, or my grandfather's family, or my dad's family, growing up as they did in Jerusalem, living alongside Jews, Muslims, Christians all together. My father's a Palestinian refugee. He was born in Jerusalem. In 1947, when the hostilities started to emerge, we had Jewish Zionist terrorists taking potshots at my grandfather's house. My grandfather decided to move the family to Cyprus. Cyprus is the island of love in the Mediterranean. It's the birthplace of the Greek goddess Aphrodite. They spent 10 years there, and then they moved back to Jordan, along with many Palestinian refugees moving back to countries in the region, waiting and waiting and waiting for the hostilities to subside so they could go back to their homes. And they've been waiting for more than 75 years. I was born in Jordan, in Amman. You have the Jordan River and the Jordan Valley. You have the West Bank, Palestine. You have the East Bank. And if you go onto the hills on the East Bank of the River Jordan, on the mountains, you can look, on a good day, you can look out over the valley and you can see the lights of Jerusalem. So I grew up in a country that I didn't belong to. I could see my homeland just over there, but I couldn't go back to it. My homeland was only a stone throw away. And if you know anything about the Palestinian resistance and the popular uprising, it's mainly youth using stones against the military might, tanks. So home is only a stone throw away, takes on several meanings in this context. So I grew up with this sense of dislocation, that's common to the refugee experience. The sense of being out of place, the sense of not belonging. And that's what colonialism does. Even if you're born into your own land, colonialism tries to make you a foreigner in your own country. There's around 6 million 6 million or so Palestinian refugees scattered around the world. My family shares the same experience as 6 million other people. The United Nations in their General Assembly Resolution 194 laid the framework for resolving the Palestinian refugee issue. It's called the right of return, haqq al-awda. And it's a right that Palestinians hold really dear. That's the idea that Palestinian refugees should be able to return to their homes, to live at peace with their neighbors, or to be recompensated if they don't want to return. Yeah? This haqq al-awda, the right of return, is really important. It's become, the key has become a symbol of the haqq al-awda. Many families still have the keys to their homes that they locked when they ran away in 47. They still have deeds to their homes that they keep and pass down now, generation to generation. So the thing is, even though Palestinians continue to have the right of return denied, Israel actively promotes and helps to subsidize Aliyah, the immigration of Jews from the diaspora to Israel. So the Jewish Agency, which is part of the the World Zionist Organization, the Jewish National Fund, they buy land, they appropriate land, they build settlements. As a Jew anywhere in the world, you can get a flight today to go to Israel. They'll put you up in a settlement, in a house. They'll subsidize you. They'll give you benefits, right? So any Jew in the world today can claim citizenship in a land that they don't belong to, whereas Palestinians like me have had their citizenship stripped and denied. Just briefly, I'll just finish by talking about the kind of rights. So colonialism in this context is about the disparity of rights. It's about giving one group of people rights at the expense of another. And you can see that disparity in the occupied territories and in Gaza, right? One of the ways that we've seen more recently, since 2005, is the restriction of the right of movement with the building of the Israeli separation wall. It was deemed illegal by the ICJ, the International Court of Justice, in 2005. And what Israel has done is built this wall. It's about 8 meters high. It's surrounded by barbed wire, surveillance, and it pushes into areas beyond the 1967 borders, beyond the International Green Line. So what that wall has done is separated whole villages from each other. It separated families from being able to access their orchards where they should, where they grow their food, where they grow olives, things like that. It stops people from getting to schools, right? This is a common feature of colonialism, right? It suffocates. It wants you to stop, to stay immobilized. That's what it does. That's what settler colonialism is. So speaking here today, I guess I wanted to just reiterate those key messages about settler colonialism, that it's about destruction, it's about dislocation, it's about a division of rights, and it's about suffocation of movement. Thank you for listening to me. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Kia ora, thank you, Rand. He's better at his pepeha than I am. Just listening to the description of the wall. Just imagine having a wall between you and your maunga. Hey, a wall between you and your awa. I've got the luxury and the privilege of being able to go down to my awa every day. So my heart goes out to everyone experiencing that. And just something I was thinking about as well, when we, iwi Māori, really push for our motuhake, our tino rangatiratanga, what's to stop our, these colonial entities, Britain, America, from funding the New Zealand state to continue our oppression here? That's why we have to learn about, I hear this kōrero about this not being our fight. It's just ridiculous. It's koretake. The more we learn about each other, the more we learn about ourselves. And hopefully that's something that we're going to hear from Arama about. The stage is yours. Kia ora, homai te paki paki.
Tēnā tātou, he uri tēnei no Taranaki, no Ngāti Maniapoto hoki. It's an honour to stand with my brothers from Palestine here today and to have stood alongside you these past 4 months as the full depraved genocidal violence of the Israeli Zionist state has unfolded in its most violent form. Thank you for sharing and helping us to understand the context a lot more. And I'm sure as I heard people reacting to your kōrero, a lot of us have a very implicit understanding of some of the experiences that you've had without conflating our experiences. They are, of course, very different, but there are certain things that we recognize because our tipuna have experienced those things, and certain things we recognize because our people still fight for our own survival and our own rights here in Aotearoa. We've heard a description of the Nakba, the catastrophe we've been through, our own versions of Nakba here in Aotearoa. As many people in this room will know, our population halved between 1840 and the turn of the 20th century due to colonial imposition, due to colonial violence, due to disease, warfare, due to displacement, impoverishment, the devastation of our economic systems. And it's so important for us to share these stories and to learn what are those common threads, what are those common challenges. And then once we do that, we start to see the picture emerge more clearly, what it is that we're dealing with. If many people here went through mainstream school as I did, then we're given, you know, I'm from Taranaki, and there's this big debate about, you know, was the land sold, was it not sold? You know, we can fixate on these little details, but when we understand colonialism as a global project that has specific aims, we come to realize it wouldn't have mattered. It wouldn't have mattered because the goal was always to eliminate us. The goal was always to dispossess us, and the goal was always to replace us with white settlers. And, you know, as we watch the violence unfold in Gaza and in the West Bank and in Jerusalem, we see what took place here as well, which is not just the military, but the involvement of settlers. And we see in that settler colonial project that the role of the settlers is to garrison the colony and to protect the spoils of conquest. And so once we start piecing these things together and seeing this not as, you know, individual sets of events, but as a structure, we stop asking questions like, why are we so poor? Why is our health bad? Why are we so imprisoned? Why did we move to the city? Why did we lose our land? And we start, as Moana Jackson and many others have pointed out to us, once we do those comparisons across Indigenous experiences, we start to ask the better questions, which is, why do settler colonize criminalize our people? Why do they take our land? Why do they dispossess us? Why do they force us into poverty? Why do they allow us to die? And so by doing that, we see as well, and it's been highlighted very clearly, how colonialism operates as a global project. So we're never just fighting the settler government. We're always fighting the whole of the colonial allied West. And we've seen that international law is a total joke. It's set up by Western imperialists. It can never serve our interests. We can only use it cynically to make small gains, but we cannot imagine that the system that's designed to oppress us can liberate us. We can learn a lot from decolonial movements around the world, Indigenous peoples who have achieved political independence but not economic independence, and we see that they are still suffering under the foot of imperialism and remain slaves in their own lands. And we also, once we start looking at these systems as global, we can start looking at the rise of the far right and what many people have come to Waitangi this year specifically in response to. You know, even on our way up, we heard our kuia, our kaumātua, slagging off David Seymour. We all see that. We're horrified by it, how they're coming for our treaty rights. But this is not disconnected from what is happening at the moment in Palestine. This rise of the far right, the funding of it, the strategies that they use is part of the rise of the far right globally. And there's a reason for that as well. And it's because their system that they're trying to hold on to is under extreme crisis. The Western capitalist colonial project is in crisis. So the reason for that is because their economic system requires growth. You always need to be able to oppress more people. You always need to be able to extract more wealth, exploit more resources, destroy more whenua in order for that capitalist wheel to keep turning. And it can't anymore because we've reached the limits. The earth has reached its limits. There are no more people who are not already oppressed. The income inequality is outrageous. And so their system is in crisis, and we have only two choices ahead of us. And that is to rise against that, to have a new economic model, and that must be an international project, or, as the far right are trying to do, crush every popular movement by creating a global police state. So that's why we're seeing the rise of militarism, the tech sector, the rise of the securitization of the world. Space technologies fit into that as well. And their goal is to have like a AI, fully automated drone and satellite kind of system to repress and police us all. That sounds extremely dystopian, but we see these security alliances that the US is trying to make across the world. And at the moment, here in Aotearoa, that includes something called AUKUS, which is a pact between Australia, the UK, and the US at the moment. But our current government are trying to drag New Zealand into that suicide pact. And that's what it is. If you live here in the Pacific, AUKUS is a suicide pact. Because what it's setting us up for is war with China staged here in the Pacific. We see the US making all of these bilateral security pacts across the world, things like, with different nations, but also things like the Quad. And, you know, although that's terrifying, they're not doing that because they feel strong. They're doing that because their system is in crisis and they are weak. They can see Indigenous peoples, they can see third world revolutionary struggles that are succeeding at the moment. We're seeing the US economy in crisis. We're seeing de-dollarization around the world, the rise of third world collectives like BRICS that are really challenging the US. They now have a peer competitor with China's economy growing as it is. And so they are militarizing out of a position of weakness. And so we're seeing countries like Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Palestine rising up against colonial oppression because they understand that this is a pivotal moment that will have consequences for everybody as we move forward. And many people have said this. We can see that when it comes to colonial violence, Palestine is on the front lines of that struggle. But as Fred Moten has said, we cannot allow Palestine to stand in for us. We cannot hide behind them. If we want to support Palestine, then we must wage our own liberatory struggle here in Aotearoa against colonialism. Yep, I think I'll leave it there. and she's going to tell us how to do it.
Thank you, Arama, and spoken with such clarity. That's amazing. Yeah, we can't be complacent, e hoa ma. And yeah, like we've been saying, there's so much we can learn from these two struggles. Bianca is going to walk us through some of the more practical things, and maybe we're going to hear about some of the rallies that have been taking place in Tamaki. And yeah, hopefully some things that we can do as individuals, so that we can contribute to this kaupapa. Kia ora, Bianca.
Kia ora. Tēnā tātou katoa, he uri tēnei o ngā puhi nui tonu, ko Ngāti Kahu ki Whangaroa te hapu, ko Bianca tōku ingoa. Kia ora everybody, it's a real honour to be here speaking today alongside our whānau from Palestine and alongside Arama and Pere and everyone who's joined us today. I guess, I'm just here to kind of share some of the whanaungatanga and connections and responses that we've had in Tāmaki Makaurau to what's been happening specifically since the 7th of October, which is kind of the start of what was a very significant uprising against the oppression, against the apartheid, against the siege that 2 million people have been under for many, many decades. And as a response to that, we can see the genocide that is currently taking place in Gaza and also the settler colonial violence that's playing out in the West Bank. I guess one of the things that I just want to acknowledge is that before we came here, we had a hui with some of our Ngāpuhi leaders, and particularly with Tai Tokerau Border Control, and our cousins Nais Manuel, Ruben Taipari and Hone Harawira who are leading that. And the reason for that is because when we're coming here today with the kaupapa of Te Tiriti and Palestine, we really acknowledge that we're here at Waitangi this year for Toitu, Te Tiriti, Toitu, He Whakaputanga. That is the main kaupapa. But we were really privileged and honoured to be able to tie this in to what's happening in Palestine, but we wanted to make sure that we connected in with Hau Kainga, with those of us that are mana whenua here, by offering our tautoko, by coming here to mahi as well. And the way that we've been able to do that is through the development of our kaiawhina. So kaiawhina Tāmaki, actually, if you look behind you, or I know they've been walking around, they're all in these green vests around here. And what we learnt very early on is that when we were having those rallies in Tāmaki and we have 10,000 people marching down, or we have snap rallies, we had one yesterday. You know, David Seymour and his constituents in the Epsom electorate, those ones that sit in Parnell on their balcony sipping their champagne and eating their cheese and crackers and throw us into turmoil when they come for our rights, when they come for our treaty, they often don't get challenged. We went to Parnell yesterday. You should have seen the police turn out to protect them. 2 paddy wagons, 20 police cars, I don't know how many police officers. But we gathered there and we marched up. Tangata whenua and our Palestinian whānau and all of our tangata tiriti and all of our allies took it to their neighbourhood. Because they can't come for our treaty rights and not expect resistance. And that's the message. You come for us. You've been coming for us since the signing of Te Tiriti. You have never honoured that. And now in 2024, when our whānau for generations, for our whānau here in Ngāpuhi, from Whangaroa, for us that have had to live through our parents fighting this, our grandparents, our tipuna, and now here we are with David Seymour. And as Waihoroi Shortland said yesterday, he's done what no other Māori has been able to do, and that's unite us. He's done what no other Māori has been able to do, and we have all come together. We have all come together under kotahitanga. But the bad news for David Seymour is that we have all come together, but we are not behind him. And so he is in serious trouble. This country is in serious trouble, and the bare minimum that we need to see is constitutional transformation coming out of this. So just to come back to some of the things that we've been doing, the whanaungatanga between our Palestinian whānau and us as tangata whenua, as us as communities across Tāmaki, we've been mobilising for 17 weeks now. incredible turnouts. A way for people to express their aroha, their mamae, their solidarity with what's going on, the settler colonial violence, the genocidal, psychopathic behavior of the West that has been inflicted on children and civilians in Gaza. Shame. That's what they did to us. That's in our history. So we know that's where our connection comes from. So when we know that we're standing up for Te Tiriti, we know that a government that is led by that would never deploy troops to the Middle East to back a genocide. A government that is Te Tiriti led would never cut funds to humanitarian aid. A government that is led by Te Tiriti would never allow the continuation of settler colonial violence, which we here in Aotearoa are still living in today. It has never ended for us. So, it's been an incredible journey with our whānau. It's been an incredible journey, and we have recognised the need for our own community self-defence, our own community protection and care, which our kaiawhina team has been kind of born out of. And we're here working alongside, we've been invited by Taitokero Border Control to work for the next few days to help keep our whānau, our kuia, kaumātua, our community here at Waitangi safe as well. The other thing that I just want to talk about is that it's not just genocide that's happening in Palestine. There's ecocide being committed against Palestine as well. And when we think about the climate crisis and we think about where we are today as a direct result of capitalism, colonialism, and imperialism, and the tip of the spear right now is Palestine. When they come for the treaty, it's about extraction. It's about resources. It's about their ability to continue the project of colonialism, but also because they know, as Arama has said, that the system, the current system, is under threat, not just here, but across the globe. So they are desperate. They are desperate to have power and control over our resources here in the north in Whangaroa with the mining. Many people may not know one of the biggest mining moguls in the world, Clive Palmer from Australia, has a permit for a huge area of Aotearoa in Whangaroa to extract from, including Puketi Forest, including on whenua Māori, including on conservation land. We need to completely end the extraction from our whenua. We need a complete phasing out of fossil fuels. What's happening, what's playing out globally, and even if we just need to, any of the answers of the motivation for anything look no further than what's happening in Palestine and the desperation that they're currently facing. So I know someone said, can you talk about how we're going to take down the government? I would love to talk about that. Because I think that Arama again just said it so very clearly. The system is not going to liberate us. This colonial system is not going to liberate us. We need to unite and we need to come together, all of us, all oppressed people, all people who have been colonized. That is our strength and that is our pathway forward. A change of system. Capitalism is not going to be able to exist. It's not going to be able to continue because we live on a finite planet with finite resources. So we need to be thinking, we need to be uniting and really step into our imaginations and also our past to inform us of the way that we need to move forward. And here in Aotearoa, unlike many other places in the world, we have a very unique opportunity to do that. And we must do it urgently. But first of all, we're going to start by this government not even seeing a full term. Not even seeing 3 years. And either they will implode because they are so dysfunctional amongst themselves that we may even just be able to nudge them into doing it themselves. And if they continue on this pathway that they're on, they're going to see the people of Aotearoa rise up like this country has never seen before. And when we do that, we're not just doing that for tangata whenua, we're doing that for our Palestinian whānau too. We're doing that for all indigenous people across the world. Tēnā tātou katoa.
Whoa, whoa. Kia ora, kia ora, kia ora down the back, kia ora. Bianca, thank you so much. That was amazing. Wow. Again, round of applause for Bianca. That was just incredible. Very inspirational. And just, well, we still have about 10 minutes. If anyone has anything they want to add before I throw in some closing remarks? No? We could open it up for part-time. Always a risky kaupapa doing that one. Any partai? Any partai? Maybe from one of the Greens. Maybe. Any partai? I hope this mic can go over here without.
Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Kia ora, everyone. My name is Sameh. I'm from the West Bank. I'm a lecturer in architecture and I write poetry. I love Arabic. And I have been diving into the Maori world for quite a few years, trying to study the karakia and find the spiritual connection between the two cultures. And the way you recite your poetry and your waiata, the melodies you use and the melodies we use. I had the honor to work with Tami Iti on his show in December and write a poem with the New Zealand Symphony Orchestra for Gaza. I just wanted to add one additional point to your point. Unite, yes, but there is another thing. We need to start picking the right people and get rid of a concept in Arabic. We call it al-hamiyya, which is standing for your brother and not your cousin because he's closer, for someone from your iwi and not for the Maori people. We have this problem in Palestine, unfortunately, and it is a very important problem. Palestine is more important, way more important than my city and my tribe. I will go, I will nominate whoever does good and whoever has mana to do the work. That is what we need to do, humbly sharing this, because this is coming out of pain. And war is difficult. No, war is not easy. So the kind of oppression and colonization we get to, we need to be easy on ourselves. That's why our people are doing that, because they don't understand. And who's taking benefit of this separation? Who's taking benefit of that? We need to be careful. Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you.
Any partai? Thank you, Samir. Thank you. Any partai? Kapai. All good. Kapai. So for me, we got partai down the back. Partai down the back. Oh, we got a runner. Kia ora.
Kia ora tātou, not so much a partai. Tuatahi mihi kau atu rā kia korua. Mihi kau atu rā kia korua, aku tuakana, akua ono paratenia, nā koutou I whakatakatohia e nā kōrero, kia mōhio pū waho tātou katoa ki ngā pēhitanga, kua taukinui a koutou mā, o tira e aku tuahine, kua kōrero hia I e nā momo oritenga, I wainganui a mātou o te iwi Māori, kia rātou mā paratenia, mihi kau atu rā kia koe, o tira, kia koe hoki e pere, mihi kau atu rā. Hui anō, I just want to, it's not so much a partai, but I want to reiterate what's already been said. But when I'm here, things kind of flow over my head. And if it's happening to me, then surely it's happening to someone else. So what I want to say is that this fight that's happening in Palestine is the exact same fight that we are experiencing right here. Okay, you may not see it so explicitly, but what it is the same concepts of white supremacy, settler colonialism, calm down a wee bit. Capitalism, those exact same things are happening right here in Aotearoa on a smaller scale. Ka pai? In Palestine, we are seeing very explicit, very confronting examples of colonization, and it hurts. It hurts when you can actually relate that kaupapa to us. Let's take it back to 1917. In 1917, under the Balfour Declaration, there was a promise by the British that if they fought alongside, that if the Palestinians fought alongside to take over the Ottoman Empire, that they would be guaranteed their land. Did that happen? Cow. In World War II, the Māori Battalion went overseas. They fought their battle there. Under this idea of the price of citizenship that was sold to our people, sold to my grandfather, Arapeta Awatere. They gave land to the crown. So when those soldiers came back, they were able to have a place to come back to. Did they get their land back? The only ones that got their land was European Pākehā. Our land was thrown away, given to other people. We served in that war just as much as they fought in that war too. So the same thing, the Balfour Declaration, our efforts, and not only the Pioneers Battalion in World War I, but also the Māori Battalion in World War II is the exact same thing. It's the exact same thing of ethnic cleansing. We've experienced those same things that you guys have experienced, brothers. We've experienced ethnic cleansing where they wiped out all of our people. They pushed them into small pockets of land because they dealt with one person. One person never owned the land. It was communal ownership. So to me, free Palestine is the same things that we're fighting for as Māori. It is those same things, the right to ownership of your own land, right to undisrupted, being able to live your life undisrupted on your own whenua. Returning back to those things about communal ownership. Free Palestine is about us. Free Palestine is the same thing as what we're fighting for in terms of tino rangatiratanga, self-determination, that Palestinians get to determine the future of Palestinians. Tino rangatiratanga is Māori determining the future of Māori. I got this. So yes, we've been through our genocide. Our genocide may not have been us being bombed. Our genocide was by blood. They wiped us out, and they admit it themselves. Oh, there's no full-blooded Māori anymore. Well, that's because you did it. Something to be proud of, right? I don't think so. Hoi anō e te iwi, nika rā he mihi ka watura ki a tātou mā, kua taipai mai ki konei, ki te tautoko ana i ēnei kōrero, ara, ko tōu manawa paratenia, ko tōku manawa o Aotearoa, tēnei te mihi atura ki a tātou, e te iwi. Hara mai. O ti hei uri uri, ti hei naka ka tū katau haha, te papaia takato nei ka tū katau haha, te rangi atu ake nei. Katau te mātuku mai i rarotonga, koe aruku hea manawa pau waho. Koe aruku hea manawa pau roto. Whakatina kia tina te mora i Hawaii kia pupu wana hoki a wawau wana hoki. Tārewa tū ki te rangi au e kia eke. Eke tangaroa, eke panuku, haumie, huie! E taringa whakaranga! Me eke mau! whawhai tonu mātou. Ka whawhai tonu mātou. Tēnā tata katoa, ko raunoa, ko rauora.
Hai rana mai hoki mai ki tēnei o ngā pāpāhotanga atu I te whare wānanga, te forum tent, te whare waka, I roto o Waitangi, te peo whairangi. Mo tēnei o ngā pāpāhotanga, nei rā te reo te taitoke rau e mihi kawatuana kia koutou katoa kua hau tēnei kwani mākiha e mihi atu ana.
Tēnā koe te tuahine o tira, tēnā rā koutou, ko hau tēnei ko pita nui mihi atu nei kia koutou. Me te tuku mihi atu ki wā tātou nei whānau katahia no ko whakaoti wā rātou nei kōrero e whāna ki ngā whanaunga no Paratinia. Paratinia. Me te tautoko mai wā rātou whawhai, no tō rātou whenua, o rātou nei iwi. Me te mea no hoki rite, kia mātou. I konei Aotearoa nei, no reira e pai ki te whakarongo ki wā rātou nei Nawa, Nawe. Ano hoki e mihi ana ki ngā tamariki ni o te whānau manihera. Ke konei rātou mo te katoa te rānei, e tautoko ana I ngā kōrero, e whakangāhau I te hunga I tānai konei, te pūkauri. Mau ana ngā tīhāte te pūkauri.
Ai, mihi kawana ki tō tātai whānau, e whakangahau ana, e whakahari ana, e whakakoakoa ana I te marea I konei. Hoho nūrawa ngā kōrero I puta mai, I tērā o ngā pānara. I te mea koe tētahi o ngā tino, you know, e tino whai, e tino aru ana. Yeah, e aru ana I ngā nekehanga o taua whenua, Paretina. Me te mea nei, tangi pai ana te ngā kau I te rongo ake ki ngā pēhitanga kua utaina, e utaina tonu ana I runga I te rao ngā iwi. Me te mea nei, koutou mā e kōrero ana, it's not our problem. E hoa, e ara e mara, it is our problem. It is the same fight that we're trying to fight. So, e mihi ana ki ngā kai kōrero rā, te hononga o te Tiritimi Palestine, ara marata, Bianca Renson, Omar Hassania, Pere e huriwai Saga me Rand Hazu, Samira Zaitan. Aroha mai na Aroha mai na I he rawa te huaina wera ingoa engari e mihi kawana a kia rātou me wā rātou kōrero te wā.
Tēnā koe, ai. Hoi no e tātou mā, ko mutu ngā kai kōrero I konei I roto I tēnei o ngā tēneti wānanga, engari a pōpō ka tīmata mai haurua mai te waru karaka I te ata.
Ai.
Ki konei anō, me wetahi atu o ngā kai kōrero, ngā kai kōrero o te kāinga nei, Miki.
Ai. Engari ai, hai a popo hei te takiwā te haru mai te waru karaka, ka timata ko ngā pāpā hotanga mo te rangi tuarua I konei te whare wānanga, te forum tent. Ka noho tahi me ngā minita Māori. He rā arangi ingoa kai konei, ngā kai kōrero, te huia Taylor, Waimirirangi Orms Bay, Hene Rapa Rupuha. Mārewa nei te nuku ai tipine Alan, Kerry nuku rātau ko a tākuta kiri, Tami here a Waititi, marātau ngā kaupapa katoa e timata, hei a popo Waitangi Forum Tent, Monday the 5th of Feb.
Te rā I mua I te rā o Waitangi.
Ai, tika ana me mihi katoa ki ngā whānau, ki ngā hunga I taia tinana mai I tīnei rā, kāre kore ka piki haerenga nama mo ngā hunga tai mai ki roto Waitangi a popo. E tika ana me whakakapi pia I ngā kōrero I konei.
Ai. Nā, māua e kapi I te karakia.
Ai.
Nā reira e tātou mā, kia tātou katoa, te ata whai o te tātou ariki,
ai kraiti.
Me te aroha o te
atua, me te whiwhinga tahitanga, wairua tapu.
Ake.
Amene.
Tēnā koe. Tēnā koutou.
Toi tū te triti, toi tū he wakaputanga. Te reo irirangi o tautoko e hakapāho atu ana I ngā kaupapa katoa, marunga pokamata me te taupānga ngā whare kōrero me ngā iarere, iwa te kau mā iwa irarima, iwa te kau mā whetu irarima, tahirau mā toru irarima ngā iarere. Waitangi, 2,200 mā whā. Are taringa mai, kia kotahi ai tātou.